everybody, and welcome to Calling All Heroes Playoffs Day 2 of our seeding tournament. I am Tiny Shiny with Twin Salty. We have our 3 teams remaining to see who's going to come away with that top seed. A little bit of cash prizing to go along with it.
Yeah, they want to have that momentum going into champs just a few weeks away, and obviously it could be a very different meta at that point with the new season, but obviously want to finish the Radiant series here strong. And like I said, there is also some prize money on the line here in addition to that seeding, so excited to see how the rest of this plays out today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for our playoffs, $2,000 for first, $1,000 for second. So, at least for our first match in our double ELM, you'll be guaranteed some form of prizing. One team, however, will be going home empty-handed. But of course, it is a seeding tournament for that championship that we have last weekend of August and the first weekend of September there. So, much bigger prizes for those teams participating. And that's just a little bonus for a good performance today.
Yeah, obviously just a little bit of a nice bonus. Like you said, just to kind of set the record straight. And you want to be that team to beat going into champs, but also for everybody at home watching this weekend, we got some drops going throughout the rest of today. If you didn't get them yesterday, make sure you got everything linked up, whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube. Get your Battle.net connected to get all these amazing drops. I saw, Molly, you actually had the icon, one of those icons on earlier today when you were doing your comp drives.
I actually have all of them. I am decked out.
You're decked out.
I have the Farah icon and the sparkly purple stars one. It's very cool. It goes great with the comp drives. Not gonna lie, might have played 4 hours of comp last night after broadcast just so I can make that post today, and it was so worth it. It looks great. So make sure you two have your Battle.net account connected to Twitch so that you can rip your Calling All Heroes thing, or if you just love purple, it looks sick. So make sure you're keeping an eyeball on that. But you know, I think it's really cool that we have this opportunity to highlight a lot of these players that might not have the opportunities that we've been seeing in esports. So in Calling All Heroes, of course, if you're not familiar, is for marginalized genders to get a chance to have that spotlight in the esports scene. We've had a lot of success with it over the past couple of years, with more and more of these players making it into the highest levels of Face It and even OWCS. So, and the level of competition keeps rising, and these top 3 teams that we're looking at today, Jesse, are like the epitome of that.
Yeah, especially, you know, we have these top 2, the first 2 teams today. Obviously, Timeless missing, and Cat Cafe, both stellar rosters. After a very long day of games yesterday, we went from 8 teams down to 3 as we're looking at some of the highlights. And Team Missing Extra, I won't lie, we won't see them for a little bit. They play in our lower bracket final later. Maybe the biggest, you know, surprise of the day. We weren't sure who that 3rd team was really going to be. There was a few contenders, but they were able to kind of stand above the rest, and they'll get to play the loser of our first game today.
And they had that first loss, and then, or excuse me, that first win, then immediately went into our #1 team in Timeless X Missing. Every single player on this Timeless roster has won at least 1 iteration of Calling All Heroes championships previously, and even has the potential for our first 3-time champions for both Sniper and Whiffs. So they seem like to be a cut above the rest. But we'll see where that goes off, because this is Team Cat Cafe they'll be facing off against, right? The only team who managed to beat them in the Swiss and looks stellar against Extra Oblivion.
Yeah, honest, a lot of people thought Extra Oblivion was going to be that team that emerged as that 3rd place roster. You look at, you know, some of the players there, but it just didn't work out that time. I think maybe got a little bit gassed after going the distance against Cat Cafe and did not have enough gas in the tank left, but you got to give credit to Missing X-Ray. They really took that opportunity and now have booked their spot in that top 3. It's going to be very important seeding once we get to champs here in a few weeks. But it's also, again, it gives them more reps against some of these top teams. If they want to pull that upset, whether it be today or in 3 weeks' time, they need to be able to have the experience to know what changes to make. So I think, honestly, they're playing with house money. And for the other 2 teams that we're going to see here at first, it is really establishing who is that team to beat heading into champs.
And a lot of what we saw yesterday as well, which you get from these replays, is the variety of heroes that made an appearance. It's such an open and flexible meta for these teams to be able to play with, and having that extra depth to your hero pool it can really make a difference. And I feel like Cat Cafe and Timeless are the two teams that represented that most. It'll be the first match that we are watching in these upper finals. So, reminder, if they do, the winner of this match does guarantee themselves a spot in the finals, plus at minimum $1,000 of cash prizing. The loser will drop down here to play Team Missing X-Ray. Could be a rematch against Cat Cafe. That series, with the difference, we were kind of joking, it is the most one-sided 5-map series we've ever seen in our lives. Could get a repeat of that. Could have Timeless get upset again today. So we will go ahead and find out where that is. But a total of 3 matches to be coming your way. Many opportunities for you to get draws. With time has come, Jesse, for us to get to know our players for match number 1.
Yeah, here we go. We got a Cat Cafe versus, actually, I believe it's, Timeless X Missing, who's actually the first opponent here. But there's a lot of missings, right? We have 2 out of 3 teams rating that are missing. So, we're going to get a little bit here and there. But I'm excited. Cat Cafe was a roster yesterday that was just so much fun to watch. Whether, there's a few different versions that we saw of what they were trying to pull out, but especially, you have such great players all around. You have Hitori, she's kind of turned into a mainstay, right? Not even in just calling out heroes, but has a ton of experience in Face It. One of the most recognizable tanks right now in the EMEA scene. And that is going to be one of the big spots here. Can Hitori kind of set the tone for the rest of the squad?
Yeah, and this is kind of a common theme I think we are going to see, is the veteran tank talent versus the newcomer in Axe, which we'll talk about later. But for now, Cat Cafe expected to be leading the charge. If this is the starting roster for Cat Cafe, I'm not gonna lie, Jesse, I'm a little worried. Hitori is still there on the tank, but we have Cinnabar, who is typically the main support player for this team, starting on DPS instead of Ivory as of now. And, I think if you are going to have a chance at taking down this Timeless X Missing roster, having a role swap is going to make this rather tricky.
Yeah, that's going to make it a little bit more difficult. It was not something that I don't think, knew going into this today, that maybe Ivory was going to be missing out on that first match. But yeah, that'll be actually very interesting. Cinnabar, obviously a great player in her own right. Mm-hmm. She has been fantastic on the support role. But playing support and playing DPS can definitely be 2 different vibes, especially against a team of this caliber. So curious to see maybe some comp changes that have to be made just purely due to that. And as we get to look at the other roster here, that is Timeless X Missing. And it's going to be a lot of names. If you've been watching Calling All Heroes for a long time, you know these players, a lot of them. Each and every one of them has won at least one Calling All Heroes title. And that is the expectation, I think, for this roster moving forward.
Yeah, and championship level talent from top to bottom. And I think the standout for me is Wisps. They were, of course, the champion in 2023 and 2024. Took a year off of competing in the game entirely due to some personal commitments, and have come back now to compete again and have slotted in like they never left. And a huge hit scan talent to have to be facing off against. And unfortunately for Cat Cafe, you are down your hit scan player for this matchup. And Wisps, I have a feeling, will want to take advantage of that. But here we have our map pool for the day. We've seen actually quite a few repeat maps for the most part. A lot of teams favoring to go to Nepal unless they have a specific dive composition that they want to run. But we're very much in the era of round tanks here in Calling All Heroes.
Yeah, it's been a lot of Brawl, and a lot of Maga in particular over the last 24 hours. And Nepal is probably where we're going to first. Maybe if they want to run more of the dive, then yes, we go to Ilios, but I doubt we see Antarctic. This is kind of just the weird spot of Lijiang is not in the map pool, so teams are kind of changing up their initial strategies. And Nepal is typically seen as the most similar in a lot of those respects, but it will actually be Ilios this time for our first map of this series.
And I don't think this shocks me. Timeless X Missing having Sniper in as their tank player they tend to favor this diva a lot. Like, I remember when they first started playing, it was a lot of the diva. I was also going to say Sigma, but, you know, we're not going to be seeing any of our favorite Space Grandpa on the field this time. So likely forcing a diva mirror, maybe some Winston from Hattori if she's feeling spicy. With the Jetpack Hat ban to follow that up makes a ton of sense considering how defining that character has been to the overall gameplay tempo.
Might be one of the most played heroes right now in this meta. It's crazy. Some of the plays you can do with the cat, whether it be ushering around one of your hit scans, getting your tanks in better position. We've seen the cat high noon sometimes. Like, it is just unbelievable some of the plays you can do with the cat. So, understandable that it gets banned out pretty quickly here in this series, but expect to see the feline join us later on.
I think the Jetpack Cat was something we saw a little bit of yesterday. Not a ton, though, from Cat Cafe. Ironically, like, you'd think they're called the Cat Cafe. Do they want to play cat? No,
you would
not
think
quite.
so. Yeah.
I do think part of that was because they had Selena in the roster. She was actually subbing for Cinnabar yesterday. Looked fantastic on the picks like the Wuyong and the Mizuki. We'll be back in again with Cinnabar, just in a full swapped position. I do heavily favor Timeless X missing now, just knowing where these rosters are. I would like to see what Cinnabar can do, but having even the slightest thing off can make this first match challenging. So we'll wait and see what these players are thinking of heading into this. Will be our traditional first to three, though, for the entirety of the day.
Yeah, even the grand final here, just because it's not actual champs, it's still going to be a first to three. So nice uniform across the board. Once we get into champs, yeah, we may see a little bit more shenanigans going on with some longer series, but if you were here with us yesterday, long series are definitely still on the cards. Like, we had some great series yesterday. Even Ari and Rain during the first two games yesterday, they also had some fantastic games. Yes, they were sadly sweeps, but still some very fun moments coming out of those. So now, as we head into Ilios, we can see if this one will kind of follow that same trend of going at least a little bit of the distance. And it is going to be, if we needed confirmation of it, Cinnabar on DPS right now, teasing the sim as we get ready to go into Lighthouse.
Be the likely TP out of spawn swap moment. Just seeing these divas online. You want something that will go fast and isn't just a sitting duck. I think the biggest difference, though, will be in these support lines. Selena, as of now, on the Mizuki. Nenwai was on the Lucio. I hope probably not playing Mercy. Is she? Is she playing Mercy? She's gonna play Mercy and Pocket
God.
Wisp because
Why not?
Why the heck not? They're already so good. Why not make them better?
You know what? I respect it, though. She's just like, hey, why not? Let's give it a shot. A little bit of a welcome back to Wisp here on the main broadcast, and here we go. It's obviously going to give Wisp a major advantage here in the Freya 1v1. Again, against Misson, who actually has a pretty solid position here to start off. It is just what happens next.
Yeah, first touch here from Cat Cafe,
Okay,
and we were kind of
Cinnabar.
dunking on Cinnabar. Granted, I think there was a chain involved in
Yes.
that play, so Peace might have been on a leash, probably was on a leash when that happened, but she's going to go on to pick up a second, almost a third as well, so it seems that the Tracer for Cat Cafe, main support or not, is putting in the work.
That was not how I expected that first fight to go. Cinnabar's different role does not matter. Nice little first fight win here for Cat Cafe, and already some changes being made here for Timeless X missing. Peace will go over to the Vendetta. The Mercy experiment has concluded here from Nenwai, as she will go over to the Mizuki. And now, pretty similar across the board. Peace will kind of more be targeting Hattori rather than the backline, just because the Diva can eat up a lot of that Tracer damage. Not really as much against a sword.
Yeah, so you're either going to play more defensively or just go in on these hit plays. It was target was called on Selena. Z's had a kunai from downtown to help. Can't underestimate the damage that the Curie Cone provides, especially in the hands of a player like Z's. The missing are just going to move on to the point. They're not going to make sure Cat Cafe are cleared off to prevent any sagas.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. Peace having the time of their life so far. And obviously for Peace, it's kind of awkward. They have Face It later today, lower finals with Nightmare. So this is maybe even just a nice warm-up going into that as well for a very long weekend of competition here for the flex DPS. But now, Timeless missing. Great position early. They already have the Bola from Wisp ready to go, just depending on when he is wanting to pull that off. But Cinnabar, first one to have it all here for Cat Cafe. But it's going to be a little bit tricky getting this pulse up.
Wisp is in a rat of a spot. Bola shot dead center on a missing, but some good healing from Juno and Selena. Kept her up a little longer than she probably should have. Wisp eventually, though, will find their bounty. Self-destruct forced out of Victory on the high ground. Does get the remake. All the meanwhile, rest of Timeless X Missing took the opportunity to jump on her backline. That'll be another reset for Cat Cafe.
And Hattori just gets absolutely jumped as soon as the remake goes through. I think by the time Hattori actually was able to start moving again, she was maybe at 200 health, if that. So, yeah, a little bit of a failed experiment there. Actually, that'll prompt another change. Hattori onto the Wrecking Ball, looking to cause a little bit more chaos and maybe shift some of that attention over to point.
Put some pressure on the point, maybe force these NY out of position. Stir in safer. It's really the same heal potential, excuse me, you normally would have. Cinnabar, first one to hit the deck. Wisps has been finding these shots back to back, and Cat Cafe have struggled to walk up onto this point. He's coming up with another. It's 90+% at this point. 5 ultimates on the board. Timeless X Missing make that 3 now, just with those early ones that were popped. Something's got to happen with this Kitsune Rush for Cat Cafe. We're looking at round set and done, and Wisps make sure it is just that another double kill coming in for them. Tori doing her darndest to stall at this point as the hamster, but will be in a rude awakening next touch. Has to come in. Beast though dropped the sword out a whole lot of nothing. This is the Wisp show once more.
Yeah, the DPS of Timeless X Missing just taking over the second half of that map, leading to a 100-34 win on Lighthouse. As soon as, you know, some of the tomfoolery got shifted away from with the Mercy early on, definitely feels like Timeless able to get their groove back during the rest of it. And now the challenge is here for Cat Cafe. How do you answer this DPS line? Because the way you answer is going to be very different. Obviously, you want some CC, need some target focus on the piece when they're going in for some of these plays. But Wisp is 11-1 after the first round. That is a little daunting if you are Cat Cafe. And you almost have to commit to one or the other, right? Pick with better of 2 poisons. And maybe just run it down. May Roadhog here as we go into well. Okay. A little bit of a classic.
Oh, you've seen the flying pig iteration of this before into a diva, but this time it will be a ground tank. Cat Cafe, I guess more looking to play uber counter dive. And anyone from Timeless X Missing who comes close, I think it's Smith doesn't really need to get close and is in fact a lot safer from that. So this is the poison that they are looking to counter. The one that can get up in their face. Cat Cafe has now. What a hook! Max range from Hattori. Good high piece. Definitely meant for Cinnabar, but the ice block got her out of that situation. Cat Cafe, you managed to get that first cap despite that later trade. And they're just not in a good spot yet in terms of positioning to make a full step towards the objective. And these hooks from Hattori are too good.
What a nasty hook. Just waiting for Sniper to try and go in on the back line, knowing that the Jets won't be back up to escape.
Okay.
And another one from Hattori. Oh my word. A little bit of showmanship afterwards. Cinnabar will give up on the May, realizing that the walls really aren't going to do very much right now, especially with Peace. Now onto the Pharah, understanding that it's just Missa who ideally is able to get a lot of those shots online. So it'll force Missa to play a little bit more safe, but it doesn't matter when the hooks land like that.
You know, you think he just can't stay within a 12-foot radius of this Roadhog. But, nope, has not been respected. Tori has missed a total of 1 hook this entire time. Cat Cafe will maintain control.
And she's hunting, too. Oh, there's missed hook number 2. Sniper just trying to live here in the backline of Cat Cafe, but it is a very dangerous game, but eventually is able to escape up on the high ground. Now Kitsune Rush available here for both Kitakos, but it's going to be Cinnabar in the backline that's disrupting the beginning of this fight.
Kitsune Rush out from Timeless X Missing. Kind of wanted to send it onto Cat Cafe supports, and that will be successful. Tori cannot sustain without the extra healing from there. So Timeless X Missing do get the swap 7-7.
And now you look at it for Cat Cafe, just trying to get back to that point and get that capture once again could be a tough task because it's a lot easier with this composition to hold ground rather than trying to gain some. And, well, no Tracer now. Was that off spawn? Or was, no, I think it was by Coast. I think that was by Coast. Still a great kill overall. Just slows the pace down so much and allows Ninwai now to build up the rest of the sound barrier.
There's the win con Timeless being on the Pharah Freya composition. Pure hope. They want to turn Hitori into a pin cushion. Although Wisp tries too close to the sun, aka Selena. In this instance, not the Elim we thought we would be seeing. So you can already tell there are several steps being taken backwards from this team. They
What a chain!
Forward, but a beautiful chain from Selena. So good yesterday on this Mizuki. Only so much can be done as the whole hog sends Beast into a different zip code using the barrage. Timeless X Missing are still in control of this point. Managed to get players back on in the nick of time. Used 4 ultimates in just this fight alone. Keep it sustained. It's working out for now, but until Cat Cafe gets Selena back, I'd say this can be a bit dicey. There's the Sanctuary as the flip comes through. Even if Tori's hook goes wide, they are still in a much better place, guaranteeing a minimum of 1 fight territory, but they need to keep this Roadhog up. Everybody from Timeless X Missing is turning to look at her. Even Sniper, who bit off way more than they could chew. But Selena just jumped in front of the self-destruct. That's 2 now that go down. A fumble from Cat Cafe. Now you don't have the numbers to win this fight out. Even if you have the tank, Tori has to run for her life. Not enough health to make it happen, and these hooks aren't hitting the same way as they were before. This is the only one that are keeping these hopes alive. It just will not be enough.
I don't know about this. It's only 2 left here on point for Timeless X Missing. It is just such a scrappy fight. But when in doubt, Wisp is able to pull the fight out of the bag here. Now, 20% remaining here for Timeless X Missing, but that flip is so important for Cat Cafe. They can take their time on their recontest. They don't have to rush this at all. Hitori now over on the Diva to try and help with a little bit of this. Deadeye 15 away here from Missun, 30 away from the Kitsune Rush here from Juno, but it may not be enough as Z's already has hers online.
Timeless X Missing know that they have an ultimate advantage here, and I'm expecting them to use it early as we see Swift make these dashes forward. Dead stick onto Juno. They go bye-bye. The Kitsune Rush, way too much damage for them to handle. Cat Cafe gave them fight. All credit to them. The Timeless X Missing proving former champions that they are in the caliber this roster has. They'll take Helios 2-0.
Yeah, look, I will say, I respect the hog play. Because it did honestly work for a while, but eventually, as we saw, Timeless X Missing able to spread the play out just a little bit more and avoid those Roadhog sight lines to kind of finish up the rest of the team beforehand. But this is when it really got scrappy. Both supports here are dead. For Timeless X Missing, it just turns into a TDM at that point, and Wisp is able to help pull it out with the help of their tank. What a weird first map, though, of this series. Just some looks that we were not expecting to see at all, but now the power shifts over here to Cat Cafe on where they would like to send us next.
And, you know, was that map closer because of the surprise factor of the Roadhog?
Maybe.
I think so, to
yeah.
be honest. Like, there was, I think, a lot to be said. Missun had a decent performance on the Cassidy, but it was just a Whips show from start to finish, if we're being totally honest. Popped off on this match, even got a 4K at the tail end of Helios to clutch up for Timeless X Missing. What can you do? I think about this player going forward is a serious consideration that Cat Cafe need to make, and how they can adjust their strategies going forward. Is it more surprise picks like this Roadhog to try to throw Timeless X Missing off guard and hope you can get enough of a lead before they can figure out a proper counter?
Yeah, I think at this point, I know it was the battle earlier of like, oh, you're picking the better of 2 evils, and they did actually counter Peace pretty well. Like the Vendetta went completely away, but then this Freya was still a massive pain in the side of Cat Cafe. So as much as I wouldn't mind them going to a poke map, they would have to ban out the Freya. because at least the Sigma would be back on the table unless they want to ban it themselves, which I doubt. Hattori would be vouching for that at this moment. So I could see that working. If not, maybe we even go with a full dive. Obviously, we saw a little bit of the D.Va gameplay from both sides. If you want to get rid of that, maybe take that away from Sniper. May also not be a horrible idea. But I'd say the playbook is still pretty open, depending on which route Cat Cafe would like to take.
And Cat Cafe have like the entire map pool that they could pull from. I think it depends on, do they want to go to more of a brawl map? I think that's the comfort and the strengths that we saw them pull out mostly yesterday. In particular, that Melga that Hattori just loved to play around. If you can pair that up with something like the Reaper, or Missing even played Tracer at some other points, but we'll be going to Dorado. We are not playing Melga, most likely, and we want to stick to more of these dive compositions. A bit of a shock, I think, just considering how that last map went. I think the idea is, though, that you're going to put Hattori on the Sigma here and set up for more of a bunker instead of having to play dive on dive.
Yeah, I think that could easily work, especially because the D.Va from Sniper was so good that last map of just monitoring the pace of play, always there for that little bit of a counter dive, but also knowing when to int, when maybe the Bola shot was going in from Wisp, pieces going in on some of those plays. Once they swapped over to the Genji or the Tracer, Sniper was always exactly where they needed to be. So I would worry a little bit if the D.Va is not banned here from Cat Cafe, some of the damage that would be able to be done from Timeless, regardless of the composition here from Cat Cafe. But still waiting on that initial ban here on Dorado. And I wouldn't, like you said, though, that Sigma, just holding it down, especially on the defense, can definitely work. The attack is just maybe where I would get a little nervous, just because the Sigma can be so slow, and if there's a counter dive coming in, there's only going to be so much Hattori can do in that situation before the fight's just over.
Yeah, it's basically you have to play every single one of your questions perfectly.
Pretty much.
Kind of cooked. It is Hattori, though, and if any player could do it, I have a lot of faith in her to be able to pull that off. And Sniper, too, is an excellent Sigma player. Should the D.Va get banned, I'm not really worried if I'm Timeless X missing. But we can really see Cat Cafe are taking their time to think about this. I do think it is a winnable match, but you have to, I think, understand that having this role swap with Cinnabar might mean your strategies change a bit, which just seemed to be the case, just based on how they decided to play Ilios.
Yeah, I definitely think it's going to be a little bit of a gameplay change. Granted, like, I think the game plan right now for Cat Cafe is obviously different than what they maybe initially wanted to do, just because, yes, they have Cinnabar playing flex DPS right now, which, yeah, typically isn't the greatest. And even Misson, usually we saw yesterday, playing more of the flex DPS rather than the hit scan. Ivory was usually the one on hit scan. So it's kind of like double flexing around right now on what exactly is going to be the game plan. And again, yes, the benefit is both of these two teams already guaranteed top 3 finish. Still in a great spot for champs, regardless of how this ends. But of course, you want that extra money. You want to have that bonus seeding going in with such uncertainty of what the meta is going to be. And it is, in fact, after a pretty long debate here, it looks like, from Cat Cafe, it will be the D.Va taken away. And it's actually Timeless X missing, putting away the Freya.
Interesting. We're playing Widow. Wisp is 10,000%
Yeah,
playing
probably.
Widow.
Yeah.
There is no shot. And that is like one of the first big iconic plays we got in Calling All Heroes, is just this guy popping off on the snipers. And clearly wants to try to keep that up if possible. I could honestly see some Ashe or some Sojourn. Both are viable options as well. But I think knowing that Cat Cafe don't necessarily have a dedicated Widow player to match that, it makes this all the more worthwhile for this team. So maybe a gamble in the long run. I can see this backfiring, but they just have so much trust in Wisps to make this work out that they're going to stick with it anyways.
I'm a little afraid for Cat Cafe. I'm just, like, we've all, if you've been around the scene for long enough, like, you've seen the OG clips of just Wisps wrecking shop on hit scans. especially on the Widow. I am a little scared if that is the play here from Timeless X Missing. Obviously, there's going to be probably not much of a dive. We're both expecting it to be more still like the poke with Sigma. Maybe we see a Wrecking Ball come out from a Tori. That is still definitely on the cards here for Cat Cafe, and that could give Wisp a little bit more trouble than maybe they're wanting to bargain for. But it's a lot of ifs right now here for Cat Cafe. But why not throw something at the wall, see if it sticks? And it's not like this is an elimination game either. Team Missing X-Ray is waiting to see how the series finishes up, and they're definitely taking a lot of looks.
Oh?
We do have a roster change, and I believe maybe no, it's going to be Yoshim who will be joining now on DPS instead of Cinnabar, who now shifts over back to support, and then Selena heads over to the bench.
I know that we heard roster change. I'm like, oh, Ivory's back. Nope, we are instead putting a tank player on DPS, and Cinnabar will be back to her main. Oh, I have an update. Yoshim will instead be playing the tank. Hitori will be on DPS.
Oh my
so
God.
we're getting creative with how this is going out here. Double Hitori right now, but Yoshim is all player, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not too familiar with Cat Cafe.
Familiar.
Has been on the bench the entire time, though. Has not made an appearance for this team yet on broadcast. But that's what I'm gonna guess. I mean, we're on this map. You know that the Diva is banned. So they're gonna try to stick to the dive. No idea what Hitori's gonna plot on the DPS. Personally, I'm looking forward to that. Maybe we get a Hitori Wisps Widow duel on their timeline. How would we feel about that? Tank players can aim.
Maybe.
Hitori has to go out there and rep for all the people. I said tank players can't aim, actually. That's what's gonna happen.
Why do you say I can't aim? You know, is there like a little bit of a double line here? Granted, my aim is awful. Carrier Qs, by the way, tonight. Yeah. But, okay. Yes, Yosha going to be on the Wrecking Ball. That was kind of the expected here as soon as we saw that swap go through. And it's actually, again, no Jetpack Cat banned that time from Timeless X Missing. Bastion and I get banned at all. So for now, teasing just pure chaos right now on this attack. Sombra, Cat, Bastion, Wrecking Ball, and then Juno was kind of just there for the vibes.
Okay. I don't hate this.
I don't hate it either.
This is honestly pretty great. Bastion, no offense to Cinnabar or Hitori, not the highest level of skill expression here. And Cinnabar is the one that's doing most of the work. All Hitori has to do is hit her shots. So, again, tank player, got to do the aiming thing. Cinnabar has got you there as your personal cat sitter. Whereas Timeless X Missing, need to be watching out for these Cat Bastion swings and wisps. Really, the only threat is Missing has already found out.
Yeah, Wisp being on the Cassidy is going to help here to a decent degree. You at least have an answer to Missin on this flank that even can slow down Yoshim a little bit on some of these roll-throughs. But it's going to be right now just hiding in that little corridor, trying to stay out of sight here from a Tori the best you can to not give away some free damage.
This middle section is typically a very good spot to bunker down until Cinnabar just drops a Tori on Wisp's head. So, can't really hide in there. Now the Bastion is kind of free to do whatever. The issue is these trades and Yoshim getting dipped by a table. So, you don't really get any payload progress off this, unfortunately.
Yeah, you can tell Yoshim was like, wait, roll. Like, roll, what are we doing? You could tell a little bit of an awkward spot there, but overall, still, yeah, very good fight here for Timeless X Missing. And Nenoi, it definitely has a little bit of pressure on her to land some of these chains, especially on the roll-throughs here from Yoshim, but honestly, as long as you just stay alive, like that is the entire game plan here for the backline of Timeless X Missing. Force Cat Cafe to make a risk and to try and finish it up. That was some great tech. Hello?
Wisp's dead, surely, right?
Nope.
No, never mind. Wisp is fine. That's what Sniper is for. Just stand there and be their personal bodyguard. Tori, though, nice pick onto Z's. Not a ton of sustain for Timeless X Missing. Tori, maybe a little ant to the pants there. for pressing the Bastion form. Just puts everyone into a small room, and there's the artillery strike. It's actually doing a huge chunk of damage. Most players able to dodge out of it in time. Accretion from Sniper denies the roll through from Yoshin. And the Kitsune Rush just says bye-bye to pretty much everyone else.
And then you just see a Tori in the distance. Just kind of still hanging out with Cinnabar out by the coast, taking a little bit of a beach day. Things are going to get trickier for Cat Cafe. The issue with this comp is if you can't, you know, very easily win the fight, you have no payload presence right now. Sniper can kind of just chill on point and with not really that many worries. And yes, as soon as this turret forms out, this Bastion threat diminishes at all. You can tell everybody's just kind of chilling in the side room, but can still contest. There is no worries at all.
No, the positioning from Timeless X Missing is perfect for what they need to be doing. But Hattori is behind them, and that kind of leaves them in a damage sandwich that they're trying really hard to get out of. Minefield more so blocks them out than blocks them in. So they are in the open space for a minute. That is a great flex from Sniper. Turns Hattori into a pancake. And it does do it for this engagement. We should see a reset from Cat Cafe.
Oh!
Sanctuary. Never mind. Cinnabar is not dead yet. Kidnaps Sniper. But actually I think got cut off by the fountain. So doesn't actually get the value you wanted. We're down to the final 30 seconds.
Yeah, Cat Cafe has to reset. Great 2K there from Sniper late in that fight just to make this at least somewhat winnable. And the Sanctuary is used to delay some time. The artillery strike gets nothing here, but it's going to be the rush.
Whoa. Shooting there from Sniper. Like, oh my goodness, thank you. I love you so much, Z's. Even though you are currently dead, I will make sure to avenge you. Or at least they're going to try. Payload does need to take precedent in this. It will be last fight. Peace. Taking out Juno, brings Yoshin, surviving on a mere 100 HP, will not last long at all. Cat Cafe coming back with some of the first Sierra that I think we will see, and probably the last we will see from Hattori. That will be a full hold here from Timeless X Missing, although I can admire the creativity.
I respect it. Considering the situation they are in right now, I respect them going for it, right? And you have a ball player as well as Yoshim on your team. You might as well give her a shot on a map like this where the ball can work really well. It just wasn't enough this time. Every single time, a few picks went their way. Still some sort of answer. Again, 2K there from Sniper, who didn't die, by the way. 10-0 after that defense. Like we said, just a solid presence on that point. A lot of credit has to go to Nenwa and Z's as well for keeping their tank alive, but just a pretty flawless defense there. And now as we flip sides, why not? You kind of have to stick it at this point here if you're Cat Cafe. But it would be Juno. Now that a little bit more of a defensive position can go the Ana instead.
And Juno's Ana, I remember them from last season, right? That was like the first time we saw them in Calling All Heroes. I think had the best Ana performance that we have seen in Calling All Heroes, at least for that season. So the fact that they've continued to kind of climb up the ropes and can pull out such an impactful pick here may be the missing ingredient for Cat Cafe. It is, of course, going to depend on how much value you can continue to get out of these Castion swings, binding with Yoshin.
Yeah, it's a lot of if values right now, but I do like this. You might as well try it as Wisp. Here we go. Obviously, you can tell maybe that the Wrecking Ball's up there, so don't want to waste the grapple. Here we go.
The duel that we've all been waiting for.
Oh no!
We were waiting, and we're going to continue to be waiting, because Hattori made that look easy. You got a 2-for-1 with that pick on to Nenwai, and Timeless X Missing said, you know what? We'll be done with that. Or at least Nenwai is. We'll stay on the Widowmaker. If you can hit a headshot on any of these squishy characters, you get pretty much halfway through the point.
Yep, and the experiment, I think, has concluded. There it is.
Oh.
I'll give Wisp credit. You might as well give it a shot. But yeah, maybe back to the drawing board on that one. But Z's actually opens this up very nicely. Nice little headshot on Emission, and that gives away so much pressure now. But what a sleep!
That's gross, Juno. Like we said, good on this Ana pick. Like, it is a catalyst for this team. But they have to find the payload, Jesse, and because of that, Sniper has managed to get it to nearly one-fight territory. If this composition from Cat Cafe wasn't so fast. Juno lost all of their high ground positioning as well.
Yeah, at this point already, Timeless X missing. Has a decent control of high ground. Obviously, that artillery strike actually is able to find Wisp. Peace loses the Tracer 1v1. So this could be a reset here forced, as Hattori really has no answer to her at the moment. But instead, Timeless, they're just going to chill here on this high ground. Wait for the DPS to return.
I think it's the most impact I've seen an artillery strike get.
Yeah. When it's not like in a grav or, you know, in a flux, something like that.
Just raw artillery strike. Yeah, he'll take it. I mean, Wilson was chasing down Wisp. Doesn't have a cat to kind of drag them around, and you're very vulnerable as a result. So here comes that pile drive with Christian swing. I think it's Q2 seconds behind though on that form. The chain though, it's on Yoshim, barely able to sneak away. But he's also got Cafe Jesse right around the corner.
And already we've seen another change here from Wisp. Actually goes over to the M-Ray. Have a little more self-sustain with a nano onto Hattori.
But she just can't find the targets. All you see is Sniper holding the grasp, and at that point, your mission form is over, and so is the nano. You do take advantage of Cinnabar not taxing Hattori and come up with a couple. Your support line's dead. I mean, Peace and Wisp finally found their way into the back line like they've been trying to do this entire time. And Wisp has struck gold with the M-Ray pick. You'll have the Wrecking Ball and Ocean. She'll come back with the minefield, but it is looking so Jover and NY who dang good on this Mizuki pick. Flux, go ahead. One last ceremony of goodbye for Cat Cafe as Timeless X missing. Move up to match point.
A decent hold there for Cat Cafe, but their offense just not enough to get them in enough positioning here. Once we flip sides, it is still 2-0 now for Timeless X missing, and Z's actually gets play of the game. She had some great shots, I will say. Kept the Tracer in check very well. This was, I think, Yoshim just, not agreeing with tables. How to turn tables and can't turn around tables, apparently, during that one. So now, back to the drawing board goes Cat Cafe. What they would like to do next, we've tried the dive angle. It didn't look bad, but I feel like, especially now that you don't have that Diva ban anymore, you're maybe thinking something, whether we return to the brawl or even maybe trying poke, so something else at this point, considering how that map went.
I didn't hate the Cat Bastion idea.
No.
I think Cat Cafe knew they had to hook something up, and there was some serious potential. Like, they can replicate this on another map. Maybe they swap so Tori's back on the tank. You try to play some Mauga with the Cat Bastion on, I don't know, something like a King Row or Brawlier type of that push. But, yeah, I think it looks better for Cat Cafe. Definitely made Timeless dig deep into their hero pools, and, of course, had some silly moments like this one here with the Tori getting a 2-for-1 at the very start of that game.
Yeah, that was rough. Like, we were hyping up, oh, you know, Wisp, here we go. Here's the widow. Return, and they're off the map because of a very nice, timely kill on their taxi. But yeah, Timeless X missing. This is, again, there's a reason why they kind of entered this tournament as the favorites, but then, again, they had that 3-2 loss to Cat Cafe during the Swiss stages. But, again, we don't really know the context of that game, and obviously Cat Cafe not necessarily at full strength at the moment, just because of other factors, and we just got a little bit of a tease of what chat was going on. And that there's a little bit of some joking around going on right now from Wisp.
Yeah, not too thrilled about how that Cat Widow duel ended up working out, but yeah, I think still Timeless X missing cards very much in their favor. Looking ahead to what could be our third and final map, I think Cat Bastion might be the way to go. If you are this Cat Cafe team, unfortunately for you. The bans are not in your favor. Cat and Bastion both available for Timeless X missing to ban. Should they decide to do that, it's the only thorn in their side for the most part.
Yeah, having both options available. Granted, it's not like Timeless X missing was really against running the Bastion aspect of life. But as we get ready to go into Colosseo now, it's a very good Cat Bastion map. Right, it's a very good map for it. I wouldn't be shocked if one or the other was banned. Obviously, Diva and Cat cannot be banned here initially. So it's actually going to be the Lucio that is banned out. A little bit of a target ban onto Nenwai and wanting to force maybe a slower composition or forcing that Juno into play.
It feels like more of a protect ban, honestly, than anything else. Or it could just limit playing things like a Lucio Kiriko if you really wanted to. But when I see this specifically, I'm thinking you're either running Malga with a Juno Brig, or you are sticking with your Cat Bastion, or doing something along the line. Yeah, Cat something. The Jetpack Cat will be involved in some way, shape, or form, which I do want to talk about these supports for a second, Jesse, because it almost feels illegal. For those of you that are familiar with NA Odo BCS, the DPS duo of Z's and Nenwai from Lunex being on this Timeless X missing roster.
Yeah, it's a little disgusting. Just a
little OP. Little OP. We gotta patch that, honestly.
I don't know how Roster Mania let that happen. Like, that is a little crazy. And there's the Bastion ban. Okay, yeah. Okay. So the Protect ban on the Cat. Obviously can't protect both, though, so the Bastion out of play. We could still see some Cat shenanigans, though, here. Whether it be, I don't know if we're going to see more Cat Widow, but we could see some more here. And time will tell if Yoshim stays in, now is the question. Do we see Hattori go back over on tank? Do we see Yoshim stay in? Obviously, a few different configurations that we could see be brought out here from Cafe.
I think if you're planning on running the Cat, Cinnabar needs to stay on the support role.
Yeah.
Just because that is one of the few characters that I think you need to have a very specific idea of how you're playing and how you're practicing it. And Cinnabar is that player for this Cat Cafe team. But if we don't see that happen and we see some other swapping around, then I would expect there to be more of that slower poke. I mean, Selena is great at this Mizuki, as we saw earlier on in map 1. Same goes for the Wooyon, which can be pulled out. Which, reminder, Jesse, last time we saw Cat Cafe on this map, they completely swept it, did not give up even a percentage of a meter.
Yeah, that was against a very good Extra Oblivione roster as well, so yeah, it definitely is one of their better maps. It looks like we have not been notified of a sub, so at this point, I'm led to believe that we are just going to be holding strong. So Yoshim still on tank, Hattori still on DPS, with Cinnabar staying put on main support. Again, still a very decent ball map, a lot of long hallways that the ball can go through, so if they just kind of want to continue this chaos comp that's going on, there's a lot of different angles as well on this map. It could actually work a little bit better than it did on Dorado, but still very different than what we saw from them yesterday on this map, just given some of the changes, and that is going to be the case. Yoshim stays in.
Yeah, so Yoshim, again, really only know them as a Wrecking Ball player, so if she does have something else in the pool, now would be the time to see it. I don't think we will. So she will likely stick that pick, Cinnabar, on that Jetpack Cat as theorized. Without the Bastion, that is kind of the most valuable and easiest to pull off combo with this Jetpack Cat. Hattori moving over to the Cassidy, again, following the arc of can tank players aim, especially against the likes of Wisps here. A lot of pressure on her shoulders to get the value that Cinnabar is going to try to set her up with.
Yeah, it is a lot of pressure here on Hattori. She doesn't need to even land every shot, but just trying to stay alive, land some shots to kind of fend off Wisps and Peace as well here on the flank. And Juno's going to be fighting for their life. It could be a little bit rough here for the Ana.
Put a roll out there from Yoshim. Moving over the roof. Maybe expecting that Juno might still be lurking around, but has since left the area. This Mizuki pick, though, from Nenwai is going to be very important to more so keeping the certain pest under control. Could be this dumpster. Slow approach. Timeless putting pressure on the Broad, making sure Cat Cafe have to come to them, which can be difficult with this Ana, which is no longer a factor. Peace fouling their way into the backline. Even if you end up getting the trade out, which shout out to Tori for this whips, not having that feeling of the Ana will just mean the end of that engagement for the most part, at least in terms of the main part of the team. Yoshim doing her best to stall this out.
Yeah, she just kind of has to hang out for the time being and get out, but yeah, so far, Nenawai has stood up to the task of landing some of these chains, delaying some of these attacks, or even just stopping all the momentum. And honestly, as long as she's able to do that, Sniper and Peace able to keep some pressure on a Juno, it's going to be a very rough fight here for Cat Cafe. But, okay.
Or not. The Bionade from Juno. I mean, we talked about how important she is to these team compositions and how they function, and great example of that. But a stick from Peace, bye-bye Ocean. That is one exploded hamster. And Cat Cafe, despite the great setup that they had, they're doing their best to cover for not having a tank at the moment. Will be back fast, and Cinnabar not having to tow around Notori means she just can go full Battle Cat without punishment.
Yeah, just ints right on in. I don't think Peace was really expecting Cinnabar just to send it like that. But now, you can allow Hattori to get up on the high ground with the noon.
Had I put that Suzu, ooh, picture perfect from Z's. Although Wisps does just have Hattori basically hand-fed to them by Cinnabar. Questionable play of choice there from Cat Cafe, but they're still getting so much progress off of this.
Yeah, still a good amount of progress here. Not the lead quite yet, but still working on it. Pulse eaten there by Sniper, but it doesn't really matter, especially with the fact that Z's already out of the fight, and NY all alone here to heal the rest of our team. But Cat Cafe, again, they don't have that point presence to really get this back moving, but the lead is theirs for the time being.
Yeah, lots of shiny buttons available, though, from both of these rosters. Now, let's see what they're able to make of that. I think having the Kitsune Rush for Timeless X missing is their biggest X factor for this oncoming engagement. Really thought Juno was considering Nano. Oh no, she just sent it. Nano onto Cinnabar, grabs the Cassidy. Wisp is now in the middle of the team for execution, and that is one shiny jetpack cat. Cinnabar, so many resources invested into her, but Sniper's like, okay, I can ignore the cat and just look at everybody else on team, which is very valid strategy. All things considered, the Chaos Cop from Cat Cafe seems to be getting the better of Timeless more often than not.
Yeah, at that point, you just delay more time, too. Eventually, Timeless X Missing is able to win that fight, but for how long? Cleanse already out. Dive goes into the back line, and Z's has no resources left to keep herself alive, but it won't matter for the time being. Now it has Cinnabar kind of stuck in a little bit of a tricky spot. And this bot, for like the last minute or so, kind of just chilling here in mid.
That was the Tracer picked up. Wants to get Peace on top of this backline faster, but Z's, she can just poof out of danger. Oh, with that last great chain from Nenwai, though. Bye-bye, Cinnabar. Minefield, you just don't have your escape to get out of that. So it is very scrappy. Timeless are okay with it this time, since it isn't a small group.
These chains have been, you know, game-breaking here for Nenwai. Every single time she's in trouble, able to land it, at least give herself a little bit of relief before we get in. But a great job from them, and it's still both DPS ulti for Cat Cafe if they want to stall this out. Lead does swap back over, however, to the Timeless side, but a beautiful nade sets up the fight.
How does Juno keep doing this? Playing Ana into this comp is so difficult, and that's the third 3-man nade that managed to grab this entire time. I believe it is forward spawns cap, though. 4 Timeless X missing. Yocean couldn't get to the point, and I can't tell.
I think it's maybe like a meter away. I don't think so yet.
Yeah, they didn't. They didn't get it. I got baited. Never mind. Well, maybe they got baited. Oh my God. You'd think at this point that Cinnabar would just decide not to fight Nenwai with how many times that has happened, but clearly has not learned her lesson yet, and Timeless X missing real will get their forward spawns this time.
There we go. Still, both DPS ults here for Timeless X missing as well. Sanctuary, just to kind of fend off whatever onslaught comes next. Maybe the Nano, whether it be back onto Cinnabar potentially, or it going on to somebody else. It does feel like if another fight goes Cat Cafe's way, it's going to be a very daunting task for Cat Cafe to get back into this series.
I love that the Nano options are Jetpack Cat or the tank playing DPS. Beautiful mating pen from Juno, though. Forces the cleanse, and the Nano's got to come in at some point. Who exactly will it be on? Peace is up on the high ground. Trying to put some pressure onto these supports. The catnap from Cinnabar. Now just get Sniper low. Won't result in any final eliminations. It's still Cat Cafe, though. with this ult advantage. They've been so patient with their resources for it only to result in a 1-for-1 trade. Now it's going to come out on to Yoshin. Almost forgot that that is even an option. It's just too little, too late. Timeless X Missing got on top of this backline before Yoshin was in a position. Get a pile drive set up with Peace on the Tracer, or excuse me, with Missin on the Tracer. Timeless X Missing will just keep pushing forwards.
Yeah, 100 meters now for Timeless X Missing. Still have self-destruct and the Deadeye here. It's Deadeye in the air and another beautiful cleanse.
The cleanse also sets Wisp up to make sure that the counter Deadeye is good on the Cinnabar. You'll be back very fast. You are the Jetpack Cat, but the timing too close to Wisp, so it did not move. Not their fault. The Cat Cafe in a risky situation now, even with those 2 picks. So much distance they have to make up.
Yeah, that was a nice little boop there from Yosho. Just to set up the extra elimination on that pulse on Disease, but again, this is not done quite yet. This bot is going back over to mid though, but the backline is getting decimated as this is going on. Trades back and left. Juno down, so is Yosho. Nenwai gets traded, but this is just all sorts of messy. Forward spawns did not get flipped, I believe. Almost all the way, but not quite. As Timeless X Missing will be very content just to continue stalling this out. Only the 1 ultimate used. Still 3 on the board. Soon to be 4. And Yoshim, why not? Throw something left in here, and it's going to be Morgan time for the final 2 minutes of this map.
Morgan time with Hitori on Shion. That is a play of all time. We'll see how it works out. They're fighting face first into his Kitsune Rush, and Yosim's health bar doesn't seem to be having a great time with that. The defense matrix with Sniper perfectly placed to deny the cardiac healing. Team kill almost for Cat Cafes. One final fight, or rather one final touch from Cinnabar, who they know is lurking around these roads.
Yeah, they know Cinnabar is lurking around. Yeah,
another
there we go.
chain. There we go. That will go ahead and do it. Timeless X Missing. We'll take the series at 3-0, although that was quite the way to end this one out.
Yeah, very entertaining map here on Colosseo, and Timeless X Missing guaranteed top 2 seed, 4 champs, and they will get to play for the #1 seed later on today. As now, honestly, not too much time here for Cat Cafe to kind of relax and reset. They will play pretty much in the next 10-15 minutes against the team that they actually also played relatively recently in Team Missing X-Ray. So that's going to be an interesting one because Cat Cafe haven't really had a ton of time to play with this set roster. We'll see if Ivory is maybe on the return, because if not, Missing X-Ray has the chance here to pull off another upset in this tournament.
And we went to 5 yesterday after all, and I wasn't for no reason, so we'll see what Cat Cafe are able to hook up in that one. But in Timeless X Missing, though, I think we got to see the caliber of strength that this team actually has. Even if they were thrown through the ringer of what I would call glorified deathmatch in this last map, they still just showed that their individual mechanics can cover for the times that, team play may not be the full way go against chaos comps like this one. But yeah, this is the roster we expected to come out on top. For now, they've guaranteed themselves at least $1,000 of the summer season cash pricing. Potentially $2,000 should they come back, but they'll have a bit of a break before those grand finals are.
Yeah, now they have the benefit that Team Missing X-Ray had, to where they can kind of sit back, get some food in them, relax, and watch this next series unfold and have a pretty set game plan on how they want to enter that grand final, which again, everything today, 1st to 3. So again, they have a little bit of time here now to relax and set up. I am curious. I think Missing X-Ray, if you're sitting here watching that game, you're probably feeling pretty good about yourself going into this next series, because there's only so many different looks right now that this iteration of Cat Cafe can give you. And now hey, that Wrecking Ball band probably is going to come out at some point if Yoshim is in the lineup. So that definitely hampers what Cat Cafe would be able to do.
I think it will depend on whether Axe is currently awake for their match or not.
Yeah, true. Let's see if Axe is up.
Did unfortunately sleep through one of those games yesterday, so we'll be like, okay, fantastic player nonetheless. But yeah, and it's still quite a bit of action to come ahead. 2 best of 5s. We get the rematch of our 5-map series from yesterday coming up. Granted, very different look from both rosters, actually, that we will be seeing going on forwards. But I am excited to find out what this has in store for us, because this is just kind of a taste of what the competition can look like before we head into championships.
Yeah, these teams haven't really played each other since Swiss. So that'll be interesting. It was actually missing X-Ray 3-0 in that game. So granted, we don't know. Maybe it was a very similar situation that we have right now, but yeah, missing X-Ray. They want one more upset, and we will not have an interview because I'm feeling, we could be seeing missing Timeless a little bit later. So I think they're just gonna kind of take this break to get set up, relax for a little bit. We're gonna go on a little bit of a break as well. Let Cat Cafe kind of just settle down for a tiny bit before that lower bracket final. After this break, everybody, Cat Cafe versus Team Missing X-Ray, first spot in the grand final.
we're ready to kick off our lower finals match for our Calling All Heroes Summer Season Playoffs. We got Cat Cafe coming to begin to rematch against Team Missing X-Ray, the only series we've seen go to 5 maps so far.
Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting one. Are you thinking Extra Livione went to 5 with Cat Cafe? I think you might be getting your series
my bad.
mixed up.
I got my series mixed up.
Yeah,
hey,
we
do that sometimes.
There's a lot of missing teams out there. You know, there's a lot going on.
I'm
but
sorry.
These two teams, last time they saw each other, was actually in the Swiss stage. And Missing actually swept Cat Cafe.
Oh, it was an FF.
It was
That's
FF.
what it was.
Yes.
There we go.
Yes. So they haven't really played each other. So curious to see how this one goes, and you don't really have word yet on if Ivory's returning to this roster for Cat Cafe, if we're still running one of the supports or one of the extra tanks on DPS to pair up with the other oh my god, Missun as well. So this will be interesting. And Missing X-Ray, they've had the time, just relax, sit back, watch a lot of this go down. And I bet Nadokado is just kind of waiting for to get her punch back here after how yesterday's games went.
Oh yeah, no, and Nadokado certainly has the clutch gene out of him, but also just pops off just for the sake of popping off from what we have gotten to see. And in Team Mixing X-Ray did come out 4th place, I believe, from our main stage, going 4-2, with their only losses being to Exoblivion and Timeless, I believe. So they did get that reset against Exoblivione. Timeless, the only one they would love to get in, but it will be Cat Cafe who stands in their way. Good news is, Axe did not sleep in this time, and will be here for the starting lineup. Malga-centric, we got to hear from them yesterday, and how important that they are to, like, the communication, the overall game plan to this team. So knowing that they are there for this lineup against the likely chaotic comp we get from Cat Cafe is very reassuring.
Yeah, consider what we just saw in that last series, having that extra bit of communication is going to be needed. As of right now, it is still Yoshim in here on tank, and Hitori's kind of doing a little bit of a role swap here, going from a tank to DPS. I will say, her hit scan was not that bad during the last series. I just felt like a lot of the initial engages would go in, wouldn't find elimination across the board, and then it's really hard to get that comp going if you can't find those opening picks. On a map like Ilios, however, this Wrecking Ball can still work out very well. I believe Cat Cafe will have the first ban, so probably a Protect on the Wrecking Ball if I had to guess.
I think this map is the single best that they could pull off, just with the strengths that this roster has on the roles that they are forced upon. The Jetpack Cat with the Cassidy, Jetpack Cat with the Bastion has looked pretty solid. But you want to put Yoshim on the best Wrecking Ball control map in the game. This is the one spot you're really going to have a chance to show that off that is not named Dorado in our current map pool. So I'm excited to see what will be coming of that. The problem is, you protect the Wrecking Ball, Jesse. Both Cat, Bastion, and Cass will all be available for ban. So yeah, they will ban the Malga just to guarantee they can get the ball.
Yeah, take out one of the big plays here as well from Missing, actually, which I will say maybe a little worrying, because I feel like there's a lot better of Malga maps that are later on in this series, potentially, that now you don't have that ban. And anyways, the Bastion ban will still go out. So Cat Cassidy, something that we saw Hitori pull out earlier in this series, still very much on the cards, but obviously won't have that Bastion to have a lot of that damage going in. So we get ready for Ilios, but the question is, do we see any more Hog shenanigans? Probably not.
Oh no.
Because it was Hitori on tank at that point, not Yoshim. So maybe not some Hog, I would think. It's not really a surprise considering we've seen it already.
I think we, like, when Jetpack Cat's here, we could get Flying Pig maneuver. It's a little cursed, but it can exist, theoretically. Because maybe Axe does it. Heck, why not? You're playing against a Wrecking Ball. Your main Malga just got banned away from you. Probably won't see it on this map. I think Ruins is you have more of an excuse to bunker down and do stuff map. Whereas Axe just wants to prove that wrong and start on the Pig anyways. And that is, again, the advantage Team Missing X-Ray have. The opportunity to watch the last series and know what Cat Cafe's tricks are.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be an advantage their way. This is actually on Ruins at first, so I wonder if that would change things a little bit. And if we did need confirmation, yes, Hattori is still on the hit scan, Missing on Flex DPS, and Yoshim on the Wrecking Ball. And it is Hog time.
Okay.
Maybe just not the team that we thought would be playing the Hog. It's going to be Axe running it down. Missing on the Pharah, though, going to be a little bit more pressure on a Naruto to land some of those shots as Axe just kind of gets to walk up bridge for free.
Yeah, I like this a lot from Cat Cafe. Perhaps expecting his Roadhog to come out from Axe. Although Missing just kind of flew in a straight line at Naruto and found out the hard way that she too can hit her shot. So a bit of a rough start for Team Cat Cafe here as Missing X-Ray. They get all the free space because of Axe, with the DPS who get to run the show.
Yeah, Axe just kind of gets to sit on point. There's nobody on Cat Cafe that could really do a lot. Yes, Hattori can land a lot of shots and force a lot of the take a breather cooldown out, but it's going to be really hard for a finish to go down on this Hog right now, especially considering the way Axe is able to land some hooks already onto Yoshim. Stops all the momentum on some of these engages, and because of that, Missing actually goes over to the Widow just to kind of defend off everybody and make them think a little bit longer, and then goes right back over to the farm.
And I think the goal of Cat Cafe is knowing that because of the Roadhog, we want to make sure our team plays as far away from their comp as possible, out of hook range, but still can get the value. So Hattori will have the bullet shot online at this point, just because of that, despite losing that last fight. A good flashbang, though, onto Yoshim. Combo that up with the hook. And there's too many cooldowns for this hamster to have to dodge. As you also have Crumb's chain on top of it. Hattori goes the bullet shot just for the heck of it, perhaps considering the swap.
Yeah, maybe a swap coming right now. Missing is stuck behind and already getting hunted down by the DPS of Missing X-Ray. And this X-Ray team right now, firing all cylinders, very similar to the form that we saw yesterday from this roster. Hattori will now swap. Will stay on to the Freya for now. Both DPS ults plus the Kitsune Rush available here for Missing X-Ray. And it's pretty basically one fight territory. But you gotta watch out for Cinnabar. This catnapping, the coast is right there, everybody. It does not take a lot.
There are a lot of ways to stop the catnap on Team Missing X-Ray. We'll have to be pretty calculated from Cinnabar. Should she find a successful catnap, right now will be this touch. Has to walk through Cameron's Kitsune Rush to get there. Catnap lands onto Crumb, I want to say, but it doesn't try to go off the map. Just tries to get the elimination. Mizuki, so slippery. Will not find the Elam. In fact, it's Naruto who pops the Deadeye to confirm the elimination on to the Missing Pharah. Unfortunately, too high flying is the ball. It'll be 100-0 for Team Missing X-Ray. That's wishing they didn't ban the Malga right about now.
Yeah, that Magomed maybe gonna have an issue. Because there's no answer to Axe at the moment. Axe is just living their best life over on point. We don't even get to go to well, which I will say is maybe a little bit of a shame. 0 deaths.
Wow.
For Team Missing X-Ray. A perfect round across the board. That's
Also,
gotta sting.
Yeah. Anyone surprised that Naruto has more elims than the other DPS and tank combined, though? And that's just Naruto effect, honestly.
Yeah.
And she's just kind of shutting down the kind of carries. Like, you're expecting Yoshim to be a CC sponge here, so the DPS can do stuff, but Naruto has just said,
Doesn't matter. I just hit shots. Team wins. That easy.
On a swap?
Maybe. No.
They are on Ano. Juno is on Ano.
Alright. I respect it. Like, it is a answer to Axe, right? Like, it is something to at least get the ball rolling on a lot of these fights. And there we go. Crumb taken out, maybe sticking around a little bit too long, but answered right away.
Yeah, still cannot underestimate Naruto even at that range. Pick on the Crumb. It's a bit more helpful. There's an aid from Juno too that helped set that up, and we've seen how much that they can do if the Alma is left uncontested, which that's the nice part about playing with Cinnabar and Jetpack Cat. You can kind of go wherever, whereas Yoshin can send you whatever. Cameron takes a dive off the cliffs of Helios, even as Yoshin is dealt with. Team Missing X-Ray have control of the point. Advantage once again, having Axe on the pit.
Yeah, just no way to really force Axe off of that point, but the rest of the bodies right now are just starting to fall down, and it's just Axe remaining, and that Ana maybe starting to rear its ugly head a little bit here as Cat Cafe finally able to get their first fight win of the map and get some percentage rolling on through. Juno almost has that nano already, so the swap is working out. Just the question is for how long. Crumb will make a swap over to match the cat of Cinnabar. Maybe give Natakata just a little bit more mobility, or even Axe. Are we gonna see? Oh my god. Oh my
flying
god.
pig maneuver. The forbidden flying pig maneuver. But nobody's home. Axe just
trying to look
trespass for failed trespassing. But that's okay. We'll move to back. I do wonder now if we are going to get the nano onto the cat to win the duel, or even just to stall, because Yoshim, kind of the main person you're expected to do that. Instead, is going to go into Tori, who was instantly hooked and sniped down with the combined efforts of Axe and Nadokado. And the flip will just happen anyways.
Yeah, flip goes through. Nano was a nice effort there from Juno, but yeah, the hook, the finish there on the Hitori finishes that up pretty quickly. And now Nadokado has free high ground because of the cat. Has that high cat noon that is available here.
That's getting at least one for sure. No,
oh my god, the pillar.
Snapped Nadokado, you poor soul. Doesn't get a double flash. But it's two supports. They're playing patty cake with each other in the back line. That won't end well. Although meanwhile, Cameron is continuing to practice their cliff diving. It is the second time that has happened. And team mixing X-ray though, you're just so safe because of Axe. Like, if all else fails, you have a Roadhog.
Yeah, you're able to do some of these very deep hits, right? With the cat noon, and to be like, nobody's in a cat point because Axe is here, right? And at some point, they'll either call it out that it's too much and people have to back up, or can deal with it themselves, like a little bit of a whole hog, sending Yoshim all the way to X-ray spawn.
Well, delivery, I guess. It didn't go off the map though, which is the nice part for Cat Cafe. So Yoshim, she'll return to drop the
oh my god!
Oh, the cat is failed by yet another dead center hook out of Axe. Does not miss these, but will be missing them as they are off the map. Yoshim, great clutch from the Wrecking Ball, and kind of the scary part about playing on this point against the likes of a hamster main.
Yeah, it can get some work done. That point is basically a perfect size for the minefields to go down, and Cat Cafe able to hold the line here at least for a little bit. Still have the nano, probably just going to be used as a safety escape here, whether it be on the Yoshim or Mission. Ebola shot, that was a whoops.
She's fighting her demons. What
the demons
was that?
are speaking pretty loud right now for the German. My god.
Yeah, maybe thought you heard Mickman, maybe a fat finger, but I found Mickman, and they had a little bit of a birthday gift for you, Hitori. Or rather, a rebirthday gift, since you're back to spawn. Now it this time on to Missing, and it has a bit more success than it did before. Yoshim and Juno together, though, will be the main clutch factor for this fight. Like, it's just illegal how good Juno is on this hero.
Yeah, the fact that they haven't really been punished at all either, right? Like, they're just kind of chilling up on the high ground a lot of time. Beautiful nade and the cleanup, and all of a sudden, this is one fight away, but Nadakado's looking.
Uh-oh. First was like, if I can't see her, she can't see me. Not quite how that works, unfortunately. In the small corner, flip back over to Team Missing X-Ray. In overtime, Yoshim gonna book it to try to touch. See how long that can actually last, though. In fact, it was Mission, actually, who got that first touch. Won't be much more, because Nadokado does not miss. Last-ditch effort minefield from Yoshim on the point. Max can walk into those for days. As all of the health regen possibly needed. Team Missing X-Ray looking to take Ilios home in a 2-0 fashion.
2-0 for Team Missing X-Ray, but it did at least look like a little bit more fight was given up there by Cat Cafe over on Lighthouse. And even though Yoshim was able to get the play of the game, it felt like we said, Axe just sitting on the point, just so much to deal with during a lot of these engages. Great boot there as well onto Axe, but a lot to work through here. I'd say if you're Cat Cafe, at least so this ball can work. I don't know if I would go back to Dorado like you did in that last series, but if you want to try it again at Coliseo, I don't think it's maybe a horrible idea. You have other ball maps that you can maybe play around, but then you just need more protect bands, and now the Mauga is an option here for Axe. And if you're worried about your backline getting ran on before, during some of these dives, amplify that by 10 if a Mauga is in play.
And the hard part, too, for Cat Cafe is they look infinitely better with Juno on this Ana than the Kiriko.
Yes.
And while you can get more value, you're just not safe. They are so vulnerable if you're not on a high ground. So it means you're stuck in this Cat on a setup, and your Cat ideally wants to tow around a Bastion or a Cassidy, potentially, for Hittori. We'll have to wait and see what that ends up looking like. I think if you want to protect ban the ball again, you definitely go for something like Roadhog, just because it's an insurance there. But also, we've seen Yoshim pull out this Mauga a little bit in the last series. It's not that she can't play it, it's just not Cat Cafe's preferred hero.
No, definitely not the preferred hero from Yoshim, but again, we know she can play it. Some of these are Deadeye kills, just disgusting here from Nadokado. And yeah, missing X-Ray in a very comfortable spot, I would say right now. You win the map. Map 1 that, hey, was the pick of Cat Cafe, banned out one of your best heroes, and you still sweep it. You gotta feel pretty good about your chances now heading into the rest of this series. And yes, the Bastion can rear its ugly head if the Cat does sneak through the bans as well. But it's still a pretty decent position here for X-Ray to sit in.
I think they're very happy with where they are. It's like, yes, that last round was a bit closer, but it didn't really feel like they were sweating it all that much. Like, not sweating as they weren't trying, but they weren't too concerned about how the result of the map would turn out. Because, again, if all else fails, break glass, axes on Roadhog, and Nadokado just doesn't miss. So, I think whatever map we see Team Mixing X-Ray go for here, it'll be telling pretty quick of whether they are going to prioritize this Wrecking Ball or try to match Axe's Mauga.
Yeah, that's the big question here. Like, do you want to match it, or do you want to try and play something else and change it up a little bit? I don't know. It really is going to be just whatever you're most comfortable with. I can see both options working here for Cat Cafe, but I also see X-Ray finding an answer to both. So it's, I don't know if there's a perfect situation for Cat Cafe. My worry is if you go to any sort of rush map, it's just going to be Mauga. And I don't know that Maugamir is a very scary situation if you were Cat Cafe, considering the the quality that we saw yesterday. That's how part of the reason how Missing X-Ray pulled the upset against Extra Oblivione was a lot of the Mauga comps. So if you're not really used to playing it, it could be a very tough task to try and push past this team. Still waiting here, actually, for the map pick of Cat Cafe. Taking their time, knowing how important this map can be.
Yeah, and I think, unfortunately, for Cat Cafe, too, is looking at this map pool, the Flashpoint mode as a type, you're going to be playing Mauga. Every escort map except the Rado, you're going to be playing Mauga. I think the only guarantee here would be a push map, or that Rado, as previously mentioned. As much as I would love to see, like, the first Neon Junction in Calling All Heroes, highly unlikely we're going to be seeing it today, as it will, in fact, be a return to Dorado for the Cat Cafe squad.
So now the question is, do you maybe just go back to Diva Dive? If you have a Torion tank, do you try and stick this ball? And if so, you'd have to use another Protect ban. But then you also kind of have Cat just there as an option to ban out. It's really going to be a tricky spot for Cat Cafe, depending on how they want to do it. I'd say protecting your ball is probably the best option you have, and you kind of just have to wait and see how the rest of this goes.
Yeah, I think it's a guarantee. If you are protecting this ball, the Cat will be banned. Neither Crumb or Cameron seem super married to this pick.
Oh, yeah. I understand why. Right? Like, if you were on the way that was playing so bad, yes, it's going to be a little rough, but maybe you can use the Jetpack Cat to kind of usher your Roadhog around. We do have a Ivory is here.
Cavalry has arrived.
This changes the entire inflection of this series right now. Because now you have a traditional hit scan. You can run a lot of your normal DPS lineups. You can bring Hattori back over to tank. Yoshim, I still did a fine job. I don't even think she did that bad. But it just, obviously, it's a different format to this team that you're not used to. And there was a lot of growing pains that we saw throughout these last few maps with that roster configuration. But that gives a lot more options. That is a very interesting ban. We've had a lot of weird ones this weekend. That could be first.
In Cat Cafe's defense, Cameron has played Moira a little bit. On this map, I don't think so, but Cameron has played it.
That's gotta just be a cat protect, right? Like that's...
Yeah, it's a cat protect, for sure.
Moira, it being Moira is, yeah. That's an interesting one.
Yeah. So that, like, the D.Va ban is much more logical, I think. You want to take away the option of dive, so Axe either is gonna try to force a Malga mirror. I also see Sigma as a very viable option. It's a good matchup into the Malga. It allows you to do more of this poke, which you can now do. I think my big concern for this map as well was just Nadokado free farming everything. You now have Ivory to be a huge player in helping match her.
Yeah, having Ivory back is a giant plus here. And now everybody's back in their main roles. You're not also worrying about, like, Cinnabar having to shift over in certain lineups, and this is going to be the Cat Cafe that we know, and I'm really curious to see how much of a switch that is and how this series is going to play out. But yes, having Ivory back, again, also just a fantastic, Freya player, fantastic Ashe player. Both are very good on this map. I'm very excited to see how this series goes down. Now that we have kind of both teams playing with their best rosters, this is when it's going to get good.
So pretty much ignore everything that we've said about Cat Cafe for the last, like, I don't know, 20 minutes? Hour? Yeah. Actually, yeah, because they were in the first series, too. So, pretty far back. A new and refreshed look for this roster. I'd love to keep Juno on this Ana. If Juno was on this Ana on the defense, it makes so much dang sense. Of course, as I say that will not be happening.
Not be the case.
No. And I think that's just, it's a safer pick to be on the Kiri, all things considered, especially with Hattori going on this Malga, because you are fully expecting that out of Axe.
Yeah, and Axe actually initially here teasing the Zarya. I don't know if that's maybe just to put a bubble on a Nadokado when she initially goes up for this first play, or what it shall be, as Crumb's taking a little bit of a jump ride here as we get ready. Dude,
warming up the jetpack. You gotta calibrate it.
Yeah, right. A little bit, some pull-ups. Just with the jetpack only. I wish I could do pull-ups with the jetpack. That'd be,
I wish I had a jetpack.
Yeah, right?
What? I'm saying. I would love a jetpack. But Team Missing X-Ray will, in fact, be on Zarya, which is a decent matchup in the Malga. Not great by any means. I think the main focus is going to be on this Nadokado versus Ivory, because they're dangling from their cats.
And neither cat really wants to be the first one to make a move. You can see the silhouette of the Cat Cafe Cat Bastion setup. Just chilling, waiting for Missing X-Ray to make some sort of move. Neither team really just wanted to do anything quite yet. There it is.
They've like perfectly dodged each other up until that point, making counter rotations, but now they have an idea where each one is set up. And there's so much pressure on the payload. Axe ended up walking back to spawn to swap to the Malga. And we'll force Cat Cafe to drop eventually once we get to this choke. But here's that first major swing. It's Ivory who activates the forms first and will come with both Nadokado and Grum. Now halt the push instantly.
Yeah, that's a Reaper swap here for Mickman, trying to help out on the front line a little bit, as Axe did very quickly make the swap over to match the Malga of Hattori. But again, with this meta right now, as soon as your Cat Bastion dies, you're at such a disadvantage. You have no answer to this threat from the skies. And now you can see Ivory just very content to wait a little bit longer. But as soon as they're spotted by Axe, this has to reposition just a little bit.
You say, welcome back, Ivory, to the game here. Very much missed for Cat Cafe is looking again to take this duel against Crumb and Nadokado. The sky, there goes the Bastion form. Nadokado detaches from her. Will she manage to stay alive, because there's a drop down from Nikori as well. Ivory, though, is disconnected for a hair. Single-digit HP will be enough to take out the Bastion. They invest so many resources there, Jesse. Just disregard when Nikori just melted Team X-Ray's backline with.
Yeah, honestly, just nobody looking at Hattori at all, and I don't think she's going to complain whatsoever on that. That just seems like a great day out for Hattori. 5 ults on the board here for Cat Cafe. Soon to be about 3 here for Missing X-Ray. Mickman's, with this Death Blossom, it's going to be a little tricky. It just depends on how they want to get into position for that ultimate, and also have to worry about cleanse. You have to worry about getting stunned out of it by Hattori. I don't know if it's really going to get a whole lot.
Not quite. I mean, Nadokado has been struggling to go against this Bastion so far. Maxing X-Ray, putting all their eggs in one basket. It just has not been the right one so far. This time, though, it seems pretty clear that Hattori needs to be the focus. Mickman putting her through the blender with the Death Blossom. That will be the go button for Team Missing X-Ray. Just cleaning up the remnants of this fight. No longer worried about the Bastion.
Yeah, no longer have to worry about it at all. Ivory actually goes over to the Symmetra just to try and TP some of their team over to try and get a touch, but doesn't end up mattering. Team Missing X-Ray, they will get first point, and actually more on this map than we've seen the entirety of last series already. It's high ground already controlled here by X-Ray. Beautiful positioning to start. Obviously, a lot more to work with here as Nadokado just has to stay alive to take this next swing out.
I think you gotta be careful if you are Team Missing X-Ray, because I think they struggle in the neutral with Mickman being on this Reaper. If they can't close the gap with Hattori, which, guess what? They closed the gap with Hattori. So if they can keep finding a way to do that, this attack will be a breeze.
Yeah, the attack looks a lot easier if Mickman can kind of close that gap. Obviously Mickman's going to be in a very similar spot. She also has a lot more mobility to get around and is able to escape a lot easier than Mickman. It's a little more choreographed when they're trying to get in and get out. Catnap available here for both cats. More than likely not used for an environmental, just trying to display somebody in the back.
There's Cameron, though. And come with the first pick for this team, and Nadokado will have her revenge, at least on the Bastion. As the cats decide not to engage with each other instead. But Cinnabar changes her mind, saying that Crumb is out of boosters in the front line. And as a choice from Axe, I would really like to see that save to kind of couple up for these big ult fights. But if all you need is Cameron, then hey, all you need is Cameron. Great triple from them, and suddenly, I'm sorry for ever doubting you, Axe and Cameron.
Yeah, it just basically downs Cinnabar. She has no way to escape. The rest of that fight goes well, but this rush, on the other hand, could be an issue.
Yeah, but you do have a great button called Cardiac Overdrive and a bunch of extra overhealth. Axe is able to gain instantaneously. Cage Fight goes out, a great poop to throw Axe back inside of it, and that will be enough for Cat Cafe to be able to stabilize after losing what was a 2v4.
And nice little stagger there on the Cameron as well. And yeah, that looked a little dicey, but a nice little poop just to kind of put Axe back into that cage fight, block out a lot more of the healing from Cameron and Crumb. And Missing X-Ray. 1 minute remaining here. They will have that Death Blossom cage fight combo again pretty soon.
Well, I don't know if they're going to want to use it immediately. Not having Nadokado. And you just wait, you'll pick her up with the Bastion, or with the cat, excuse me. The concern is Cinnabar and Ivory making a play before you are set up to go.
This game of Ring Around the Rosie is,
What is this?
This is something.
I'm getting dizzy just watching him. Honestly.
Yeah, right?
But,
oh my god.
Crumb doesn't have Purr. Crumb doesn't have boosters, so I just think full back off from her. And whole 30 seconds wasted.
Yeah, the fact that Crumb's able to live that, though, as I say that, she
Well,
gets very low, but does live. And now you have that combo here from Axe, but it's almost dead already. Nobody's there.
That was a defensive cage, realistically. Trying to block off Ivory, who just hops into the cage in a mistake that they will regret making. Missing Hattori, though, just kind of decided, you know, we need to commit. We need to make sure we can end this fight here and now. Only 5 seconds remaining. Plus Hattori's cage fight on the way. Looking pretty grim. 14 Missing X-Ray. They have to come up with a pick somewhere. This cat duel wanted to be where it was. Cinnabar lived with a sliver of HP. Takes out the opposing cat. And that will go ahead and do it for this push from Team Missing X-Ray. Seemed like they had wheels on it. Like Cat Cafe were quick on the brakes.
Great hold there from Cat Cafe, and still a decent push here, obviously, for Missing X-Ray, but you could tell maybe just a little bit of rust going on here with Ivory in the lineup, trying to get back to their normal lines, but very solid defense here for Cat Cafe, especially that first point hold. It's like a great alt combination from Missing X-Ray to get that fight going. That was really the only true fight that they were able to win during that round, and now Cat Cafe in a pretty decent spot to even us up at 1 apiece, turning this first to 3 into a first to 2. But now we get to see some of those changes that are maybe coming out. The Maga on the defense can sometimes work a lot better than it can on the offense, but continue to have a cat to usher the Maga around, maybe not as much of a concern.
Now, I think this is starting to be more of a common approach to maps with high grounds like this. Jetpack Cat is just the solution. You can play some of these round tanks that typically are weaker because they don't have access to that more priority space. And we've really seen, I think, Cat Cafe have a bit of a better understanding of where they want to be and how they want it to take these initial swings. They're playing the comp that they have scrimmed. Same with Team Missing X-Ray, which is why these two squads are such a good matchup for each other.
Yeah, it's a great matchup because they both want to play a very similar way right now. It is just kind of the very micro adjustments that both teams are making in terms of how they want to move forward. Nauticato, again, will just kind of chill back here. No reason for her to poke out anything too crazy early on. Considering, again, it was Ivory winning that duel a lot of the time. You don't want to feed away an early pick.
You need to be very safe how you're playing. Like, you see Ivory pop the form? I don't want to engage. Nauticato and From will be getting the heck out of there. And now it's her turn to take the uncontested swing. This time, you have a better target to focus. Tori on an island of her own. Not much could be done, but unfortunately, it does cost you From. Used all of the boosters to get in. Nothing left to get out.
Now this leaves Nauticato a little bit of a tricky spot. Has to jump down back with the rest of her team, but it gives some free real estate to Cat Cafe. You can see Cinnabar and Ivory already on the swing.
Taking their time. I think having these artillery forms more on sync with each other, or excuse me, the assault forms more on sync with each other, a lot better for both of these teams. They can either take the even duel in the sky, or they can put equal pressure onto the tanks as the priority, but Nauticato was way too low from the ground. It's ground stomped by Hitori, disconnected from Crumb's tether, and a massive error from Team Missing X-Ray opens the floodgates for Cat Cafe to send it down onto with the help of Ivory's ultimate. Now will just be the end of this hold of arguably point at the rate that we're going.
Yeah, that's going to be the end of first phase. Cat Cafe will have plenty of time to try and finish out the second phase and win their map pick, as they had 2.5 minutes back on the clock. 4:40 remaining here for Cat Cafe, and already try to challenge that high ground, not wanting Missing X-Ray to have any sort of presence here on the high ground before this fight starts.
Oh, but there's a Bastion and a Cat, but it's not the combo you expected. One Cinnabar I would want back. I think that's going to slow down the tempo, which, speaking of slowing down the tempo, Mick has prevented the payload from moving this entire time. So even though Cat Cafe have the positioning, they're kind of net zero and everything.
Yeah, just maybe an extra 15, 20 meters that now has to be regained here from Cat Cafe. Considering the fact that Mickman was able to stall for so long, but will it be enough? The pulse bomb is the only thing really remaining. Okay. I love Hitori emoting to be able to see around the corner. That is cheeky.
Oh, both Maugas just slamming on top of each other, as Maugas do. Cardiac overdrive from Hitori ends much, much earlier. Nauticato is in the position to shred the tank. Has not given up on these Castion duels because it hasn't been needed if Hitori is gone to begin with.
Yeah, if Hitori's already out of the equation, it doesn't really matter how much you're going to win that 2v2 in the air from the Catchin. So that is going to be a decent look here. As yeah, Mesa just well, difficult spot actually for her to be in. She's able to get out. Has a pulse bomb of her own, but nothing here for X-Ray. It's going to be up to these Cat Bastions in the sky to find one of these openers.
I'm looking is we have like 3 separate duels going on. We have the Castions, we have the Maugas and the Kirikos together, and then we have these Tracers and Missin and Mickman, who's just responsible for both pushing and stopping the payload. But there we go, Missin is the firm dip on to Mickman. With them sat down, you're now around the final quarter. And for final fight, Team Missing X-Ray need to put a stop to it. And it's a good start with Cinnabar. You don't have as much strength on these pushes. The spoons are so much closer for this defensive team.
And still, you almost have this Kitsune rush now from Juno. They just want to lay the red carpet and try and finish this map.
Both Kitsune rushes overlapping each other in the front. Great catnap from Crumb. Does stun up the Cat Cafe backline. Forces Satori to use the cage, but defensively, both are destroyed instantaneously. That's what the Bastions bring to the table. When we're talking about these DPS, we're talking about the tanks. How about the support? The combined 4 kills from the Cinnabar Juno backline will get the job done for Cat Cafe after all the cooldowns are expended. They're going to tie up this series at 1-1.
This is the Cat Cafe we've been waiting for all day. And finally is able to unleash here on Dorado. After failing on this map during the first series today, able to clean it up. Some decent marks though here for Missing X-Ray to try and take out of this. Obviously some very winnable situations that just didn't maybe necessarily fall their way. But still a pretty nice game plan, but a lot of Maga. If we were kind of curious when we were going to start seeing it. Ended up just being whenever Ivory got back, Hattori is able to swap out over without creating kind of an awkward domino effect in the other roles. Now this is kind of a very comfortable position here for Cat Cafe to kind of settle in and go back to what's worked in the past.
I think I'm starting to see why they are called Cat Cafe.
Yeah.
Perhaps for the purpose of Cinnabar existing, which I think that was kind of the big difference maker in this map, was just how well Cinnabar and Juno together ended up playing, setting up these flanks, setting up to make sure that they had their tank in the right spot. I think there were some like minor positioning errors here and there that were punished, but it felt like for the most part that they had control of the space that they wanted to when they wanted to get it.
Yeah, they controlled the tempo of this game extremely well. And even plays like this, obviously, Hattori goes in a little bit deep, not able to get the reward out of it, but it didn't really stop her from making more of those plays. Like, yes, for every time we have a clip like that where she gets burned down, there's another one where she makes a fantastic play, creates space for the rest of her team to get the job done. So that is just that catch-22 that you have to have when you're playing the Maga in this kind of setup. So now a very decent position for Cat Cafe if they want to continue this swing of momentum into their favor. And Team Missing X-Ray will have to decide where we go next.
And it does feel like we will be remaining on this, if not this exact composition, a very close variation of it for the remainder of the series. The Maga ban already used too by Cat Cafe, and we know that's Axe's comfort pick. Will not stray away from that unless they are forced to. So, and with them in the driver's seat, Jesse, the majority of our map pool is very brawl focused.
Very brawl hyper focused. Yes, we have some dive maps, we have some poke maps, but especially with Escort out of the way, that takes out 2 giant poke maps in Circuit Royale, and here we go.
Here we go.
This is Maga Central here on New Junk City.
Yeah, the only thing that might change is I wonder if we don't play the Cat Bastion here. This has been a pretty typical pick for wanting to avoid that exact iteration of things, because a lot of these points have low ceilings, and cats are allergic to ceilings. In the game of Overwatch, will be a Sigma ban though. I think that makes sense. That has been the alternative for Cat Cafe if they are not feeling the Maga pick, and a decent counter to it as well. So we'll see what the follow-up is from Cat Cafe. My thing is wondering if it's going to be a support ban to try to... It's not going to be Sigma, I can tell you that. But a support ban to try to force like a Juno Brig, and instead will be the Reaper targeted Mickman to make sure that there's no additional frontline pressure on him.
Yeah, just trying to let Hattori live as long as possible. And we've seen before, Reapers can just take over the game right now. We've seen it, whether it be here or in Face It as well, throughout the week. Especially on a map like this. There's only so many different angles to where you can look. It's a lot easier for the Reaper if they have just a few different lines of sight that they have to worry about. This is one of those maps, especially here on the opening flashpoint. So that's a pretty good asset to take away here from Team Missing X-Ray. But this, to me, this is feeling like how the series is going to be decided, right? If Cat Cafe is able to win this, they continue the momentum. One of the best map picks here for Team Missing X-Ray. If you lose that, you're gonna be in a very rough spot entering the final 2 maps of this series.
And we're in a very macro-focused meta right now. Or I say meta. These 2 teams are in a very macro-focused team comps, and with that matching up. And I do think that there is a certain level of experience that plays into this. And at least in the case of Cat Cafe, a lot of these players, especially like I'm thinking the likes of Corey, Miss, and Ivory, have been around for a hot minute, playing these compositions, especially playing them together. The core of the 3rd place Dreamland team from 2025, so that will help them in these longer fights. The only difference in these comps right now is going to be the Vendetta making an appearance.
Yeah, Vendetta here for Missin and Mickman. Again, we've seen Vendetta here and there, especially on Flashpoint, and a little bit here and there, kind of on New Queen Street. We've seen it once or twice. But yep, a little bit of a visitor that she's not really expecting in that moment and decides to just dip out.
No, thank you. It's like that might be their entire enemy team around the corner. So, it's the typical ring around the rosy shenanigans, but Missing decides to cheat. And we're not going in circles. We are cutting through the lines, and we'll be punished for that unethical approach by both Crumb and Nadokado, who was on one of her signature picks in the Sojourn. I am scared if I am Cat Cafe looking at her.
So we did see how this went yesterday. I mean, you and I, both of them were quite well, the pop-offs that Nadokado had, so definitely trying to lean on that here in their map pick of New York City. These Vendettas, as much as I think they definitely are a threat for a lot of this pop potential, I do feel they could also be the ones getting popped a lot of the time if they're not careful.
Yeah, it's really about how you can coordinate your approach to the team. I think there was a bit of miscommunication, how quickly Hattori and Missin were ready to collapse, and this time it's the opposite. It's Axe who decides to go first onto Hattori, but it results in that 1-for-1 trade. Have the further results. Hattori is so far away from the rest of her team. It's easy for the DPS of Team Mixing X-Ray to get their jobs done.
And already we see some changes here. Missin will go over to the Shion. So giving up on the Vendetta experiment, wanting a little bit more range to join in with this roster. And now actually just going underneath. Needs some sort of touch early on to keep this going. Give your team a chance with this Kitsune rush. Or not.
Or Nadokado just classically picks him too with a disruptor shot. Because why not? It's a 5v3 before the fight even started. Crumb, buddy, I don't know about that one. I think she wants that back. I'll give her the benefit of the doubt and say that was a fat finger.
Yeah, is that worse than the Bola shot earlier? I don't know.
I think the Bola shot still takes the cake.
The Bola shot was just Hattori fighting demons, which granted, I get it, not her normal role, but yeesh, that's gonna be one that Crumb is going to want back.
Oh.
It just opens the door here with Cinnabar to play aggressive with her own tempo beats, or even for Hattori. No worries now during this cage fight.
You zero countered it. Any of these ult that Cat Cafe are about to throw at you. In fact, Crumb being the first casualty almost feels poetic from that. And it's crazy how one small error can put the entire ult economy at risk, and Cat Cafe will take advantage of it.
Yeah, very good pickoffs there. And yeah, at least if you're Cinnabar as well, pop your ult early. So she's at least able to kind of keep track of where Crumb is for her sound barrier as well. You're not going to lose track of it as much. So now, still cage fight here. For Hattori, could maybe pair it up here with the Satsuriku Spree if Misun is able to build it up fast enough, but that's a big if.
Yeah, I don't think you have time to wait for the extra 30% of an ult, personally. Like, Hattori has to go before Team Missing X-Ray can get the setup. But the call is to just run everyone into the cage and break it. So it's kind of null and void. Nadokado, though, is incredibly low. Midpoint takes the opportunity to try to punish some of these players that don't have the cooldowns. Don't trade it out enough for it to be a 3v3. But without having Hattori Axe can just thrive on this point as long as they want. Cat Cafe's only mission is to stall, but if you want to try to win, this can build Satsureiku's spree at last. Does enough damage for 2 Elins to happen, and for time for Dory to get back into this fight. This is the experience that Cat Cafe have at their backs, the confidence to clutch up these fights, and as a result, will tie up this Flashpoint map.
Honestly, just 2 very elongated fights determines that Flashpoint. That's exactly the fights that Cat Cafe is going to want. And now, again, no ultimates really going into this. They will just try and pull out 1 or 2 from Missing X-Ray, or just take an uneven fight. Don't take the fair fight, but all Cinnabar still get sniped in the meantime. Okay.
You say sniped? I think there was barrels like 2 inches from her head.
Yeah.
Still a headshot regardless, and that is a huge pick, because that does throw off that sound barrier building time even further. Crumb will have a significant lead on that now, although I don't think you should use it, considering the player advantage that you have. It just depends if you absolutely need to keep Axe alive. Seeing Cat Cafe back off, though, we're just gonna chill, let the point come to you.
Okay.
Never mind, we're not chilling.
No, not chilling anymore.
Go in, we run these down, and we melt people, such as Vissin, and everyone backs off, and we don't use the sound barrier this time.
Smile.
Oh, now we do.
This fight just doesn't end. All right.
Yeah. You know, as a play-by-play caster, sometimes I like to get a break. Speaking with these teams are all just go, 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 and I'm also here for that. We have pressed nearly every shiny button, only Crumb to be the casualty, but it's still enough for Cat Cafe to plant themselves on the point, guarantee the flip. Do they actually have legs to keep this fight going? It seems so as Team Missing X-Ray focus on retreat.
Even though, yeah, Missing X-Ray, they're just like, all right, if you want to push in, cool. We are here for the counter punch. At this point, we'll flip once again. What just an awkward set of like fights, just back to back to back. And Team Missing X-Ray, because they capped during the very beginning of the scrum, already 50%, and now the overclock from Nadokado, well, able to find one.
Basically 2 with Mickman.
Yeah.
A small little fake there on missing to guarantee it. But Team Missing X-Ray, again without a tank, just relying on the supreme poke damage of the DPS and Cameron. Like, this is just fights of players overextending and then winning and then overextending again.
Yes. It's just that endless circle that you see on social media all the time. As Mason almost dead, Mickman now not ready to be done.
Ooh, that was so risky from Mickman. Less than half HP, but still comes up with 2. Satsureiku's spree gets it done, and Team Missing X-Ray are up to 1. Like, I'm so lost on what the actual team play is at this point.
Feels like a fever dream, that entire Flashpoint. Like, that just a very awkward Flashpoint. But now Missing X-Ray, they have complete control of the point, has as much time as they would like to try and set up. They'll have the Kitsune rush here from Cameron, maybe even a cage fight from Axe soon to come. The only ult they have to worry about on the other side is going to be the Satsuki strike from Misa.
Great chunk of the joyride there on a Missin, and like that just almost wins the fight outright. You force the Suzu, the poke from Axe, Cameron, Nadokado. There wasn't much of an answer to it. I mean, Mickman, honestly, has had the if on the Shion so far.
Yeah, Mickman's been just a little nuts on this hero. And Cat Cafe just has to chill out, but because of only using the rush from Cameron, now you have the cage fight. Crumb, as long as it's not a celebratory sound barrier again, will have it for another one of these big fights. And considering already at 30% and counting, you maybe only need to win 1 or 2 fights to finish off this map.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Crumb. We do love you.
Oh, yeah.
So does Hattori. Kind of just runs at her. Knowing the ult is there, Satsureiku's spree out from Missin, which ends up breaking Axe's cage, and also they're back. Because the poke damage that was coming in, Nadokado throws the overclock out as well. This is an insane attempt at a clutch. Ivory is already down on 2 different players. Yeah, you can get the sound barrier out of Crumb, but you have to make sure another full fight can happen because these players are going to get staggered out further unless Ivory is working as much magic as they can.
But is it enough, though? I really don't think so. Crumb, of all people, is going to get back here relatively quick. Cinnabar does have the sound barrier if she can get there, but that's a great stun.
Axe, what a play, what a way to end the absolute slog that was this Flashpoint map. Team Missing X-Ray. We're going to move up to 2-1 and show that this Maga comp belongs to them.
Yeah, when in doubt, just mog it out. And that is well, what else? What else do you want me to say? It's just mogging time the whole time. And Nanakato, maybe not as many pop-ups as we saw yesterday from her on this map, but still some excellent plays here on the Sojourn. And just when like we think, hey, Cat Cafe, they have their full roster here, maybe starting to get into this groove, and we kind of have a feeling of how this series is going to go. Missing X-Ray snatches all the momentum right back with an excellent performance here on New Junk City.
Yeah, I think that from start to finish, like, as chaotic as it was, they seemed to have a better understanding of their limits, but it was still to the point that, again, it's like, oh, we win the fight. Wait, did we really win the fight?
Is it
and
me?
Then, like, okay, we can stagger them out. Overextend to get the staggers. It's so much back and forth that these teams ended up doing on that map. And, you know, I think that the reason that was again, how well Nickman was playing in neutral. And Nadokado, I think, got a lot more value on that Sojourn than Ivory did for the most part. I think it really was the DPS that managed to set it.
Yeah, I think it was the DPS that really set the tone. Obviously, both Magas traded some really great plays, so did the supports. If we exclude the sound barrier again, Crumb, we adore you.
I love you, Crumb.
We all have those moments. But I think Nadokado and Mickman, one of the oldest like DPS duos we have right now that have been together for so long. They really shined here. We're gonna go on a quick break, let Cat Cafe figure out what they would like to do here, make or break here on map 4.
And we are back to the slugfest that has been this last couple of maps. Cat Cafe, with the return of Ivory, have made this a much closer series. But at the end of the day, it still feels like this Malga comp, without the Cat Bastion, at least, is in the hands of this Team Missing X-Ray roster.
Yeah, if you take away the Cat Bastion as an option, it just feels like Team Missing X-Ray, maybe just a little bit more comfortable on it. It's putting Nadokado in a much better position to kind of use her skill, flex a little bit, rather than just kind of having to worry about that Bastion 1v1 in the air. And Cat Cafe got some choices ahead here on where they would like to do next. Push and Hybrid are the only two map types remaining. Do we see another Coliseo? Maybe. I don't think it's the worst idea considering they have Ivory. But I'm honestly very curious. Maybe we see like a Neon Junction. We have yet to see that, at least for us, here on stream with the new map. I don't know. That definitely isn't a Maga map overall. And it feels like these teams are at least content with the Maga side of things. It's just what do you play around that tank seems to be changing from map to map.
Yeah, I think the Caston variety of this Malgo comp, Cat Cafe got that in the bag. But if we're looking at like the Xion, the Vendetta, the Tracer, more of this full-on brawl in your face style, that seems to be the comfort, like that macro style that Team Missing X-Ray want to do. So if we are going to a push map, I think it is an absolute must for Cat Cafe to be protecting this cat. They looked, by and large, the better team on this when we went to that Dorado game, just because their ability to control high grounds, Cinnabar's hexing and positioning was simply better, and it overwhelmed Team Missing X-Ray.
Yeah, I think the Cat Bastion core was better from Cat Cafe, so whether it be, you know, throw away a ban maybe on a Lucio or something to that degree, something you're probably not going to play as long as you commit to playing the Cat, then I think it's completely fine. Whatever it may be, it is going to be hybrid, so no return to Coliseo. It's actually Hollywood that is going to be our fourth map. Still a very decent Cat map. There's a ton of high ground for the Cat Bastion to zoom around.
Or not.
Or not. They actually ban out the Cat. Interesting.
Okay. So what I'm thinking of is when we saw Cat Cafe play this map previously, they wanted Hitori on the Sigma. And I have a feeling they're going to try to force that here. Follow up, of course, with the Freya ban. That makes sense. You do not want Nadokado on that either. So I think the idea is to have the Sigma bunker, or not bunker, but like sit on these high grounds and poke more, with the Sojourn or something of the kind behind it. Other option, of course, is to continue playing that Malga with the Tracer. It still feels like, at least with how last map went, Jesse, Team Missing X-Ray, this is the composition they're better at, but it is on a very different map type.
Oh, a very different map type. And like you said, the Sigma, it can very easily be played. This Sigma arguably one of the best tanks on this map, just depending on the playstyle you want to play. If you want more of the dive-centric route on this map, then you're more than likely going to see the Diva be played, especially from Hitori. But again, we could see either or even just a return to the Maga. We've seen it time and time again here this weekend in Calling Out Heroes. We've seen it a lot recently throughout the Face It playoffs in EMEA and NA this week. So it would not be a shock if we just see a return to that. And again, and we'll talk about it here. You know, Timeless X Missing getting so much VODs from this. Oh, yeah. Like, they're seeing so many different looks to these teams, and they're probably not even going to pay attention much to that upper bracket final game with Cat Cafe because they didn't have Ivory. Like, it's a completely different roster with Ivory now here, but you're getting so much material during this map. And Cat Cafe will start on the defense. It'll be the Kiriko Wuyang backline with Hitori on Ramatra.
Interesting. So neither of the things that you listed, so a bit of a newer thing from Cat Cafe. And I think this is in response to, we don't know what Team Missing X-Ray is going to play, so we want to take the safer pick. Knowing that Sigma is an option, I think running out on the Malga is risky. Knowing that there are other things that can counter the Sigma, That's also risky. So you want to be stable and try to win this tank counter pick matchup that has been so important to how these maps play out.
I do think, though, as soon as this first fight happens and Axe sees that it's a Mauga on the other side, they're just gonna go back and go Mauga, right? Like, I don't think there's any reason to not go Mauga and Ramonte. Yep, there we go. Turn around. Everybody heading back into spawn in 3, 2, 1, and there is the Axe bar. Yep. So there's no reason to not go this as soon as you see the Ramonte on the other side, and Hitori's life infinitely harder than it was before.
I mean, you can just see how OP counter swapping is on escort and hybrid maps like this, where you have the time as the attackers to go back and get yourselves the better composition for that. Who the heck is going to be shooting at Mickman right now? It's not Ivory. They're on the opposite side of the map. Team Missing X-Ray have managed to flip it on its head and bully Cat Cafe off the field.
Oh, but Mickman maybe taking a little bit too much. They'll have to kind of just dip out. Already a tick, though. Captured here for Missing X-Ray as Cat Cafe just trying to fight their way out of the corner.
They just want to be in the timeout corner. I mean, they don't want to be. Team Missing X-Ray wants to keep them in the timeout corner. Can't do that with Axe's diminishing health bar. Mickman in the similar boat. So they do back off a little bit, but still have that tick to work off.
Yeah, one tick to work off of, and now Cat Cafe can start to reset. Cinnabar up here on the high ground, but she just has to be careful of a lot of these shots coming in from Mickman.
Rush is almost online for both of these teams. I always see where these first picks are to come actually slightly before. Nadokado and Mickman had that pinch set up. They've been so safe on the top of these roofs and basically free damage. They're able to output, almost gets the one-shot combo onto Juno. Nice direct to finish them off. That'll be point on the Team Missing X-Ray.
Yeah, the counter swaps eventually just too much, and now if you're Cat Cafe, just trying to figure out what the plan is, because you're so close to already have all of your ults. No reason to try and not pop the Annihilation, see if you can make some magic happen. But then you get into this catch-22 of how long do we stay on this? Obviously, we want to use these ults, but you don't want to continue putting yourself at a disadvantage.
Yeah, and I'm expecting Hitori, honestly, to use it there. Yeah, just to stay alive through the barrage. Secures the elimination onto Mickman, and it forces Axe to give up a lot of this space. I mean, Missing is just tearing it up through the backline. This is the best spot for Cat Cafe to be in. Fortunately, though, you are still on this Ramonte.
Yeah, but you only have to use the Annihilation, so you could even use like the Tidal Blast, throw out a Hitori, try and have her live just a little bit longer, and maybe force Axe to slow it down. Mickman does swap over now to the Tracer of the Pharah, getting poked out a little bit too heavily, and that cage fight misses Missing.
Oh, the sixth sense that Missing has there to blink backwards when she got a pixel of Axe in her LOS. And that honestly saved the fight, wastes one of the most impactful ults. So Missing X-Ray forced to use more. Nadokado not getting a ton of value here. It's still Missing running a mock. She is popping off this map for Team Cat Cafe.
Beautiful 2K with the assist of the Tidal Blast there from the Tracer, and it's another hard reset here for Team Missing X-Ray, who used all of their ultimates that were available, 25% away from this Kitsune rush for Cameron. But the issue is Juno still has theirs online, both DPS ultimates as well. Cat Cafe doing a great job of just rotating these ults without overusing anything. Yeah, that was... Well, they got... Okay.
It does force Crumb into the room with Missing, so lose-lose battle there, regardless, for the Lucio player. And Axe, jeez, is just not having a good time. Also, the fact, Jesse, that Juno has now been left in Kitsune Rush because they just haven't needed it.
No, hasn't needed it at all. And yeah, still 3 ultimates. That'll be on the board here. That Annihilation that we thought was just going to be used to stay alive and then swap later on from Hitori is already back online. Nadokado makes the swap over to Bastion to try and burn down Hitori even more, and Mickman returns to the Pharah.
Finally get that Kitsune Rush out. A little too late, and Cinnabar already down. Hitori not gonna use this Annihilation, both as a thing to swap and to see if she can clutch up this fight. Just to pick on one, certainly helpful. But Missing, yeah, you may want that one back.
Yeah, that's one that's maybe a little bit rough. Maybe we see some swaps now come out from Hitori as well. No, actually, she'll just stick it at this point. Oh, never mind. They just took a little bit of negotiating maybe in their Cat Cafe VC. They'll just match. the Maga here. So, not an uncomfortable position for her to be in, though, as Missa sticks around a little too long.
I was just talking about how free Missa is to kind of do whatever since Mickman swapped back to the Pharah, but made me eat my words before I really even got to see them. I mean, this will be close to Final Fight territory now.
At least for all the players, though, if you're going to lose for Cafe, Missa's going to return to this fight so quickly. Like, already here and already done again. All right, bye.
Yeah, Mickman is making sure Missin gets her steps in on this Hollywood map. Had enough of her before. Uses the barrage to cure Tori, and that's just the point. Courtesy of Mickman. I don't even think Team Missing X-Ray added too much other than this Pharah. Okay, well.
Oof. I wouldn't try and 1v1 Cinnabar, personally.
Yeah.
Just a little bit rough, but still a decent push there in second phase for Team Missing X-Ray. Just over 2 minutes heading into the final phase. Mickman teasing the Reaper, but instead will go over to the Xion for the final stage of this map. Rest of their team already have ults.
Ivory, sound barrier out of From. Even more from Team Missing X-Ray, knowing that the Tidal Blast is in, you have to commit something, and Mickman, despite the first part of the map, has seriously showed up and had Missin's number, and now the rest of her team. So she won't even manage to get out alive. That's a disgusting 2-tap from Cameron long range.
Yeah, just eliminating the threat that is Missa, who now goes over to the Genji herself. Just the cage fight to pair with the Kitsune Rush here for Cafe. Trying to at least stall this out a little bit longer, and also calls out the position of Ivory with the artillery.
Ivory's like, if I sit here and stand really still, maybe she won't find me. But she has eyes everywhere. Team Missing X-Ray didn't even give Cat Cafe a chance to get a fight on this third point, or even on second, other than that first choke. What a snowball to come back. Those extra 13 seconds over the minute there, Jesse, can make a world of difference.
Yeah, because overtime no longer a guarantee here. If Cafe is able to finish the map, they will have to finish with time, which on this map can be easier said than done. Usually this third phase takes a lot longer than that to finish through, but as soon as the snowball started rolling downhill, nothing Cafe could do to stop it. And now Missing actually putting themselves in a beautiful spot to finish off this series and book that spot in the grand final. Again, they got swept by Timeless X Missing during the upper semifinal, wanting a little bit of revenge here. But they still have a job to do here on Hollywood if they want to make that happen.
Yeah. It really did feel like Missin versus the world on that map. And as soon as she started getting shut down, like, the Cat Cafe just crumbled around her. And, and Team Missing X-Ray and found the X Factor for that roster in that moment. And even Axe, one death seems crazy considering how long they got held at second point there for a while.
Especially for a Maga. Like, I know we all joke about, oh, Maga has unreal survivability, but as soon as that survivability is gone, Maga's pop like a balloon. And we saw that a few times with Hattori during that round. So, yeah, crazy work there from Cameron and Crumb to keep their tank alive. And here we go. Team Missing X-Ray will just continue rolling what they had earlier with the Bastion. And the Xion, Ivory wanting to still make this Sojourn work, but it's going to be tricky here. I don't know if that Disruptor shot's going to have to do a lot.
You do have free Railgun Battery, aka Axe, to be able to charge that off of, and I think that's kind of the benefit of Sojourn. But you have to be so careful on how you're living, which isn't, I don't say she wasn't, but I mean, she's dead. So clearly something did not go right there. Cameron hitting these kunai like their life depends on it, and Mickman go in for the rest of the cleanup.
That's just crazy. Going in with the bike. A little bit of a widow swap there for Missing to be like, yo, everybody just relax for a sec. And now jumping on the Xion, but maybe not a fight Mickman was expecting. As a beautiful little opener here for Cat Cafe. Can they take advantage, though?
You're have to move fast. I mean, Mickman still the joyride as soon as they respawn. So it won't be too long that you have. Axe almost went down, makes it over to the Mega Health Pack, and Cinnabar gets punished for the overextension in chasing her down. So it makes this a relatively even fight. But see Mickman back, and Axe is still alive. This guy just doesn't know what the word death means.
No, just chilling on the point. Knows all the heals possible are coming their way. And Team Missing X-Ray holds strong, but Cat Cafe still has some members here. Juno and Tori never really die, so Tori is able just to relax on point for a moment and take out their doppelganger.
Yeah, that's not great for Axe. And it particularly does an educated on the definition of death next to Tori. A couple ults here too. For Cat Cafe coming online, but Juno has to be alive in order to use it. They are so low. Actually, the safe TP out. That's a lot of cooldowns burned. Cat Cafe need to run in, or Team Missing X-Ray can get set up for a full retake. That's the shot you're looking for, and why you put Ivory onto the Sojourn. They'll even come up with a second. Everyone crowds in a small room. The Clad's so easy to hit. And it'll be 4 minutes plus some change for Cat Cafe to move forward.
If you're going to have Ivory on the Sojourn, you need the disruptor shot to make a lot of space, and you need to land those ult shots. And that is exactly what Ivory has been able to do so far with the secondary fire. 4 minutes, complete high ground control already in the favor of Cat Cafe. And now they can just kind of chill up here. They have to force Team Missing X-Ray to make a move.
Ooh. And it's a defensive page there from Axe. Has an artillery strike on their side that will help burn through Juno and Hitori. So a good combo play. Only one ult expended on the side of Cat Cafe though. And it guarantees that this choke has to be pushed through a second time.
And this is where we saw Missing X-Ray kind of get stumbled a little bit too on their attack. Cat Cafe were able to hold the line for a while and really extinguish that time bank. If it wasn't for that hold, actually I would have maybe 2, even 3 minutes for theirs. So definitely some ground that could be made up here with Team Missing X-Ray.
Considering through spree though, so early from Mickman, you can tell the target was onto Juno and Cinnabar there with how low that health bar is, and it just isn't enough, even with the overhealth, to save everybody in that moment. The trade is there, DPS ults and supports expended, and this is a neutral game that Team X-Ray have proven to thrive in time and time again, and we're just looking at the map of Mickman.
Yeah. Mickman's really come alive. Obviously, we had that last map where it was a lot of Nadokado making plays, but feels like Mickman's really had their time to shine. They're not giving up on this Tracer at all. Recall is forced out. I think Bisson is able to escape near the end of it, but still kind of stalls out, not letting Bisson get into any sort of aggressive position for this next fight.
And they're not going to go anywhere anyways. And Cameron has a significant lead on that Kitsune rush, and Hitori didn't have the ideal charge positioning to get away from that massive burst of damage. Cat Cafe stumbling, similar to how they forced Team Missing X-Ray to do earlier on in the day. And between Cameron and Mickman here, how do you dislodge this defense?
I don't know. That's the issue right now. I think that Cat Cafe are running into. There is no answer to Mickman. As great as the Tracer has been from Misson today, she just doesn't have as much, dynamic ability to spread the playing field than Mickman does. Mickman can just chase anybody from Cat Cafe and have an easy escape. If you don't really track your blinks well enough, Misson's kind of been punished a few of those times, so it's going to be a little rough. Still a complete high ground control for X-Ray as well.
A minute 30 here left for Cat Cafe to push. I think this unmatched Kitsune rush is your best go. But they have to get themselves fully set up on the high ground. And Nissan is in a heap of trouble, but she'll bail herself out. Pulse bomb stuck on top of Crumb. And the cage, though, is punished out by Hitori, although it still did go off. Cat Cafe seemed to be pulling this one together without even using their own Kitsune rush. All it took was one stop from Hitori.
Yeah, one beautiful pulse bomb from Misson onto Crumb. And yes, even though the cage fight artillery combo goes off from Missing X-Ray, it is only able to find one. So now Cat Cafe can pull off their own combo plus both support ults during this next fight. But you need to make sure you don't use all your resources now.
I mean, they are running low on time. They ideally want to make this a final fight situation. The problem with this Kitsune rush, though, Team Missing X-Ray weren't fully engaged yet. It's going to run out by the time they decide to push their buttons. Ivory, though, gets the dip on an Nadokado. Artillery strike punish. And Axe will feel the wrath of Hitori. So Team Missing X-Ray, while they had a window, they couldn't quite squeeze through the gap. Cat Cafe shut it down on their fingers and will get through to this third point.
And now time is of the essence right now for Cat Cafe. 3 will be on the payload, at least initially. Actually make it 2, but again, you just need time at this point if you're a Cat Cafe. If you're missing X-ray, it doesn't really matter if you let them cap. If it's at 0, then it doesn't matter. That's why you see it's so aggressive.
They have to. I mean, team missing X-ray, if you get one fight win here, best case scenario, you win. Worst case scenario, you draw.
Yeah. Like, it is that simple right now, and that's why you see such an aggressive position. Beautiful escape from Nadokado.
That's what we call parkour, people, in Nadokado. She's a master of it. Take out Itori before she falls herself. We're back to the Mickman show. The Sakuriki spree comes up huge. Cat Cafe, there's no way they finish that overtime now.
Yeah, I think at this point, best opportunity for them is a draw, and Cat Cafe just need to try and pull something together. Only will have the Kitsune Rush here from Juno soon, seeing that Ivory is on the Cassidy now. At least some sort of answer here to Mickman. But is it too late? The cage fight artillery combo is back.
Axe is setting it up early. Does not want to give Cat Cafe a chance to build up to this Kitsune Rush. Juno has it, but they die just before the trigger can be pulled. Perhaps they're victim of winning the fight too quick, but they're making sure to stagger out Hitori, and that decision should secure them this map.
Rush will be used immediately from Juno just to make sure that some resources can get built up. And right now, Missin very close. I don't know if Missin even got a touch. She got it.
Okay, just barely. Gravity felt so light in that exact moment. Hitori's back in the fight. Cage fight is available. I'm holding it until the Bastion form is down. I pulled Nadokado and crumble instantly. The overextension from the overconfidence. It seemed like they wanted, they thought that they had the time, but it was a hair off.
Still sound barrier here from Crumb. It'll be Rush here from Cameron, just 7% away. This pulse bomb can make a world of a difference right now.
Missin's looking for it. Stick immediately on Nadokado, but the cleanse from Cameron is beautiful. Cage fight back onto the point. Mickman so incredibly low. The ultimate is down. They don't have a shield to hide, and that's what Cat Cafe are doing. The sound barrier doesn't connect on everybody. It's going to be a scrap until the very end. Team missing X-Ray, the series, they want to end it here and now, but it seems it may be extended. Axe trying to run away for their life. Someone has to touch, but it's Hori, the ever-present tank as she is, will get it across the finish line. No chance of a win for Cat Cafe.
Just need to hold the line for 2 fights here at this Cat Cafe. They want to draw this map, bring us to a map 5, still just 1 map down. Trying to stay alive here, trying to earn at least $1,000 here from the Radiant Series before Champs in just 3 weeks' time. X-Ray, again, you just need 1 fight to go your way. It's only a tick that you need to put this series to bed and to move on. Earn that rematch against Timeless X Missing in the grand final in Cat Cafe. Let's see what they would like to do. Missin will stay on the Tracer for now, 31-9. But look at Axe, 41-7 for the Maga so far. That is just ridiculous. Mickman as well, 37-9. Nadokado short, just behind at 36-10. That is a crazy pace. And you can see one of the big targets right now has been Ivory. 16 deaths. Leads the lobby by quite a large margin here on Hollywood. But it will just be the Bastion. And actually a very late swap here on the defense. Listen, goes over to the Xion. Okay.
Not a pick that she's incapable of playing by any means, but it's one that struggled against when Mickman was there as well. But they're closing up on the Reaper instead, Jesse.
Yeah, just trying to burn down Hitori rather than trying to focus down on the squishies. Just waiting for the moment to TP in.
Get around to this first corner. If Cat Cafe have an idea, which Hitori doesn't seem to as now. Ivory eventually sniff out Mickman. Force the Wraith back to point, but Axe still goes in despite the disengage from the Reaper. Knows the teleport is there, but it's just a little too soon, and that small blip in timing error cost him this X-Ray this first fight.
Yeah, 1 fight gone, just need 1 more fight. If you are Cat Cafe and want to get a draw on this map. No ult's really going to be that close. Nearest one's going to be this artillery strike from Nadokado, but won't have anything to really pair with it. Kitsune Rush may be the big factor here for Cat Cafe. If Juno is able to build up this last 20%, then that could be the easy win condition to tie this map.
Lucky for Juno, Hitori is an expert in taking damage, just being on the Helga, missing completely, poking out. Mickman started this fight, forces the retake. Knocker positioning now, 14 missing, X-Ray Axe has no choice but to go in, and the Kitsune Rush is there just in time, but so is not Okado. Bastion comes up with 2 against a Kitsune Rush. This absolutely should not be happening. The DPS of Cat Cafe have so much weight on their shoulders to put it through, but Missin will get the job done. Cat Cafe will deny the win to Team Missing X-Ray for now, as we have ourselves a draw map.
When was the last time we had a draw in Calling Out Heroes?
know.
It has gotta be a long time. But hey, you gotta give credit to Cat Cafe. Even though they couldn't win this map anymore, still keeping their hopes alive here in the tournament. And they'll bring us to another map. It is just, what, push remaining, I believe? And yeah, and then maybe an extra control map or something following that. This series, again, continues to give us surprises here today.
So map 6, anybody? Anybody down for map
Maybe.
6 series? This isn't even the finals, Jesse. It's the blowers. Oh,
Feels like a final. My goodness.
it does. It honestly does. Like, this was a roller coaster of a map. Like, it went from missing to kind of trading off the pop-off stick, is what it felt like.
Yeah, for a while there, it was Missin who was taking over on the Tracer, and then Mickman on the Shion, especially near the end of this attack, just absolutely running it down. But these Flex DPS want their own time to shine during this series. I think Hitori definitely closed the gap a little bit with Axe in this tank 1v1 as well. And all of a sudden, we're just back to square zero. The last, 20-some minutes really don't mean anything other than those bans being gone. And Cat Cafe, even though, yes, they're not able to get the win with the cat ban active, they're at least able to stay alive.
Yeah. And this is, too, I want to touch on the tanks for this moment, because I think Axe was by far the more consistent Malga player. But it was Hitori's, like, moments of brilliance here that actually paved the way for Cat Cafe to make her comeback, which, while I'm sad, yeah, that has no actual outcome effect on this series as of now, we got, like, 20 minutes of insanely entertaining Overwatch. And I'm okay if this goes to 6, for the reason of pure entertainment at this rate. Who actually gets map pick on a draw is the
I
question.
think it just goes back. It goes back to
entirely sure.
Cafe, I think.
Go back to Cafe?
Yeah.
Okay. Whoever picks the map, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, this is how rare draws are these days. I don't even know what the rule set is for how that ends up playing out, but if Cat Cafe do end up getting that pick, we are forced to a push map, if I'm not mistaken. And Cat is now available again. It was Cat Cafe who banned it last time, though. Do they even want to try to play it?
Maybe. It really depends. Again, we only have the 2 maps, and we have rarely seen New Queen Street be played this weekend. So you would think it's probably Coliseo, but we say that we've also seen, like, Junkertown be played this weekend when it's been a very long time since we've seen that map get touched. So maybe some shenanigans will get pulled out. I don't think the Cat Bastion returning is that horrible of an idea. I think Missing X-Ray, if they want to keep avoiding it, they still have a Cat ban of their own. They only used the Bastion ban earlier on, and even you could say the same thing about Cat Cafe, right? If they want to just ban out the Bastion, they want to keep running maybe a little bit more of this Shion or the Tracer from Missin, which really started working on the back half of that series, that map, then they easily have that as an option. And honestly, if you want to lean towards that Tracer, I'd say New Queen Street is maybe the better option.
Yeah, I think you have to put Missin on this Tracer. Like, this is I think the win condition for Cat Cafe is having her in a spot to pop off. Because the main focus that we've seen from this team Missing X-Ray is they are focusing every resource on Hitori. They're playing things like this Bastion, like this Reaper at times, to put resources there that Missin's kind of free to do whatever, pending a stray rocket from Mickman or even some kunai. Cameron. So if they can kind of stick in that same boat of the things that were working and pull those resources together, I feel a lot better about this map. But it is purely going to depend on whether the Jetpack Cat is banned or is even picked if it is available.
Yeah. If the cat is involved, whether it be it's not banned or, teams just want to play it in general, then we'll see a very different series and a very different map than we've seen these last few, because the cat really hasn't had that great of an issue ever since Dorado. And I feel like these teams have really gotten used to that. So do they really want to change it up? Go to something that hasn't been played since map 2? If you're Cat Cafe, maybe that's exactly what you want, considering how well it went on Dorado. But it really is, again, I think either map, whether it be New Queen Street or Coliseo, can work for Cat Cafe if they want to extend this series out to map 6. Either could actually work out too for Missing X-Ray. They've just looked the best on the Maga. I think if they can stay the Maga, they will. And New Queen Street will be the map, which tells me we're leaning more into the Tracer and putting these flex DPS in a better position rather than the hit scans.
A lot of faith here in Missing
a lot
to get work done. A lot of trust. This is kind of a joke, like, within my friend group, is now they say this every time I get New Queen Street, is I don't think teams pick this map unless you have a very specific plan. Because it is become one of those more quote-unquote niche maps where you can have more off-picks, such as the Wrecking Ball, for example. I don't think we'll see Yoshim come in at this point in the series, but it's been that spot where you can be a bit more out there with the compositions that you have. And it's up to these teams to determine if that's what they want to do, because this is still an excellent Bastion.
Oh, yeah, it's still an excellent map if you want to run the Cat Bastion. Obviously, this middle bridge here, you can kind of just zoom over and under that if need be. There's some windows that you can kind of fly through. You just got to kind of have to watch your head a little bit on those. It can get a little tricky. It's a little narrow. But no, this is still a very decent map if you want to run the Cat Bastion. The Lucio is banned. To me, just screams, hey, we're protecting the cat. We want to run it again. And since the Bastion has already been banned by Team Missing X-Ray, the Tracer instead will be pulled away.
Not a second thought on that either.
Nope, that was very quick.
Instant. We were ready for that ban, and I do fear for Cat Cafe now. Like, yeah, you can get your Cat Bastion going through if you want, but or I guess you could do a Mizuki as well if you didn't want to do the Bastion, but not having that Tracer. I mean, that's kind of been the conduit for Cat Cafe to stay in this series consistently.
Yeah, I think, man, I'm a little worried. I'm just a little worried here for Cat Cafe. I feel like this is still, you can definitely lean towards X-Ray. Yes, obviously, having the cat be protected is great. But losing that Tracer, considering how much of an impact Missing just had in that last map, maybe something you would want back. But obviously, I think it's worth more protecting the cat than it is the Tracer. It is just going to be a little tricky.
And not to be all doomer or anything.
No.
This is still so winnable.
This series
for
has
Cat
been
Cafe.
so unpredictable at this point.
I do believe in Missing. Missing has other heroes in pool. It just hasn't been nearly as impactful as that Tracer has, or rather, like, the gap hasn't seemed as large. I think it makes it a much closer game. And when we have seen these teams kind of go head-to-head in these mirror matchups, I think that's where Team Missing X-Ray has looked a bit strong. If we can get a repeat on Dorado, because this was where Cat Cafe did impress us, was with how Cinnabar was utilizing the Jetpack Cat for positioning. A lot better, I think, than what we were seeing out of Crum or Cameron, because they both played it at times during the series.
Yeah.
That's kind of what you need to lean on for this map, is can you get that priority positioning, and how well are you using that Jetpack Cat? So now our focus has shifted to the support players off of what was the flex defense.
Yeah, I think we're going to return to more, hey, which Cat Bastion in the air is getting more value, and we did see that more from Cat Cafe on Dorado. They just more often than not got that value. Obviously, Nadokado struggled a little bit in the air. You could tell You know, she's been more confident on just taking the traditional hit scan duels rather than, you know, getting flown around by your main support and trying to hit shots when you're getting swung all over the place. It's definitely a little bit of a different situation to be put into. So there's also a pretty decent map if you want to run. We've seen Soldier get ran on this map from time to time just because there is so many different lanes. I don't think we're going to see the legs here. But even if we see maybe a Sojourn return, obviously it's a hero that Nadokado is very comfortable on. And one that she played very well on over on New Junk City. I think there's a lot of different ways that these teams could go right now. It looks like more of the Cat, at least for Cat Cafe. Team Missing X-Ray. Going back to that traditional Mizuki Kiriko. And
saw that, This said that there was no Tracer available. It's like, you know what? I don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah, it's like, guys, what the hell?
I'll pass. What's going on? But, hey, you know what I'd love to see? I'd love to see some Venture going on.
Of course you want to see
Venture.
Venture.
Some Venture. I love Venture.
I'm not saying it's wrong, but I was kind of waiting for you to kind of bring in the Venture hype a little bit.
Hey, it was Venture's birthday last week. I feel like
it was.
we owe it to have at least some Venture. Come on, Venture's so good with Malga on this particular map. Maybe not, but Venture's so good with Malga.
Yeah.
Come on.
I don't know about that.
There was like a Venture Malga meta forever.
Yes, I know.
It happened. It existed.
It's maybe because like I suck at Venture, so maybe that's why I'm just like.
You do.
It's not pretty. You've seen it, you know, a few times.
I have, unfortunately, because we had to do role swaps because of rank. But anyways, these guys are not playing Venture. We have Mikmin on Torbjorn. Decided if I can't play Tracer, I'm just gonna counter whatever flex DPS that Missin tries to show up on. Okay.
All right. Hey, Torb it up, baby.
Not on my bingo card for today at all. This is a Team Missing X-Ray are playing around with their Malga. I fear for the lack of mobility on this team. This cap action is free. These rotations are free, and Tori knows it. I mean, that is pre-picked off the bat. I am expecting some flips.
Yeah, there's got to be something coming in soon. You can't just let this Cat Bastion from Cinnabar Ivory just chill. And if anything, it'd be Crumb that swaps, but no. As of now, Team Missing X-Ray feel comfortable enough just to kind of not match it themselves and try and play it on the low ground, maybe burning Matori rather than focusing on Cinnabar and Ivory.
Okay, this is... If you live through this Cat Bastion swing, I think Team Missing X-Ray are great. But if you cannot live through this Cat Bastion swing, you're in trouble. Ifri has put down a ground level, which is kind of terrifying, to be honest. And, yeah, it was terrifying. But then, you just have the better Kitsune Rush, because Tori and Juno were alive a bit longer than Team Missing X-Ray's players. And will be able to kind of clean this one up, and they are going to speed run their way to these forward spawns.
What is it with push and some steamrolls that we've got over this last day or so?
Yeah.
First to his Caliseo Cat Cafe having a very similar flavor right now to this push. And the worst part is, if you're a fan of Team Missing X-Ray, obviously Cage Fight Artillery combo is ready to go. Catnapping if things get sticky as well.
Catnap could be useful here, but I think it's just a retreat while you hear that artillery strike go down. Cat Cafe got what they wanted in those forward spawns and will have an advantage for every single fight until it crosses that midpoint. That's why it's so important for Team Missing X-Ray to take advantage of the superior ult bank that they had. It's a reactive high sanctuary in the small room from the Clown, which I guess does help you stabilize and forces out Juno in a way. You kidnap Xion, but you kind of just drag her into the middle of the team to get the spree off. Scrappy as it may be, Team Missing X-Ray do have the numbers to help close this out and at least cancel the forwards.
Yeah, and the fact that, hey, at least one pick there for Axe is not too bad. And now as we get back over here to the point, obviously spawns reset, but because of how messy the end of that fight was, both teams just trying to reset. You can see Cinnabar is just trying to get back, bring Ivory back into the fight while this cart is still moving. And it forces their artillery strike early from Nadokado just to slow the pace down.
Yeah, that's kind of what you need to see from Team Missing X-Ray, is you are at such a disadvantage of your resources when it comes to initiation. You are playing to counter what Cat Cafe are doing and to punish them on some of their overextension. We might see him for Victoria. He goes in at half HP, had the confidence of Judo's Kitsune Rush behind him. Unfortunately, Ivory did not have those same resources going their way because they were all on Tori in that moment. It's going to be on her to clutch up, stun from the Catnap into small room, guarantees the eliminations. That will be a team wipe for Cat Cafe.
Yeah, it just goes from bad to worse here from missing X-Ray. As Crumb, she's just kind of left alone on an island and eventually will be displaced. Still 0 meters of progress from missing X-Ray as we near the halfway mark of the time bank. And honestly, not much has gone right for this team so far. And this is the risk when, yes, you have the Bastion, but you don't have the Cat to usher them around. It makes it a little bit tricky here, and that's kind of the bullet that missing X-Ray have had to swallow so far.
Their confidence in their knowledge of the comp is great, but that was a choice from Ivory. Yeah, you can fight the Bastion, but you can't fight both Axe and Nadokado at the same time. A little too much for them to handle. So that is kind of what you have to do for Team Mixing X-Ray. It's full counterplay.
Yeah, full counterplay here. And spawns will get swapped back around in the first, well, I was about to say the first meters for X-Ray. We're going to go through. There we go. Finally got something.
We got there eventually.
But look at this, 4 ultimates here for X-Ray and halfway to another Kitsune Rush. They have the materials here to try and start a snowball, but Cat Cafe, they just want to stall this out. Time is the best friend of the Cafe at the moment.
And 5 minutes is still a decent amount of time, but Bigman is a little antsy. Goes for the Sensei spray in the sky, gets a good chunk of damage, and denies that swing forwards from the Castion. It's kind of null and void in terms of healing, but you got a decent amount of space. And Missing has her time to strike now. They got Cameron with her own Sensei spray. Team Mixing X-Ray starting to find themselves a bit more on this map, and the fights that they do manage to win, Jesse, are just so scrappy that they can't get any significant value out of them.
Yeah, that's been the issue. I don't think they've won a clean fight so far, and even look at the end of this. No, Axe is kind of left all alone. Granted, it's a 2v2 now. Cameron is able to come back, and that'll at least seal off the end of that fight. Cinnabar maybe thinking more reinforcements are there.
I think she maybe wanted a pet from Axe or something.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know if I'd want a pet from Axe right now, though. That's a little...
Yeah, that guy scares me.
That's a bit of a dangerous pet going in there. But again, I think right now, if you're Cat Cafe, you still have one of your best ult combos ready, catnapping ready. There's the cage.
Cage, but instantly canceled.
Dips.
Yeah, you do not want to stay in that Kitsune Rush. That is not a battle you will win. Particularly with Nadokado just vibing over there. And this is still going well for Team Missing X-Ray. The fact that Axe managed to live, you get pretty close to forward spawns and can take the significant ultimate fight. Artillery strike out from both sides, and Hittori is the one that takes most of the damage. There isn't that presence to actually contest the slot. You want to get those forward spawns. Axe will cage on the point just to make sure that it happens. And it'll be Team Missing X-Ray getting themselves back in the mech.
Yeah, 3 minutes to go. Still in a pretty decent spot now to bring this back. Missing X-Ray, they don't really have a lot to continue this on, but soon to come. Obviously, both support ultimates. You have another spree about ready to go here from Mickman. I don't know if, if they're going to go in the air looking for Ivory and Cinnabar again, but it just may open up some space. Cat Cafe, again, they want to play this slow and not have to dip out from this rush.
They are out of there. And these teams have been really good about knowing when and where to fight. Unfortunately, Mickman did not have the info to that this was charging up execute around the corner. Throws the joyride to the small room. That is a massive chunk of damage. It forces the guy's Sanctuary, and you're already down Nadokado, plus the bot is moving back towards mid. So at a minimum, forward spawns will be cancelled. Not to mention the result of this fight is looking rather grim considering all the Malga in the kill feed.
Yeah, a whole lot of Malga in the kill feed. Spawns reset, and that'll be Axe, Cameron, Crumb. None of them get close spawns. So that is why Hittori is maybe feeling a little more confident that she can just walk this bot right up to tick, get that spawn advantage, and then just dip out as soon as damage comes through. You get the early value, and now can play this back towards mid with 3 ults in hand.
3 ults and the ability to get back to these fights so quickly, should they be scrappy. And based on pretty much every other engagement we've seen, Jesse, it seems pretty likely to happen here. Here comes the engage, or rather the disengage. From Victoria, I guess expected Ask to run at them quickly with a cage fight, with the Kitsune rush. A whole lot of chaos happening on the screen, but it's the Satsuriku spree from Mikbin that will be doing the damage and helping sweep up these broken remnants of Cat Cafe, and by far the cleanest fight Team Missing X-Ray have had.
As we say that, Juno's able to get an exit pick on the
Well,
Crumb.
okay.
That's gonna hurt a little bit. Forward spawns though will be active, but not in time for Crumb to be a little bit closer. She's gonna be far away. I think, yeah, you're right. Unless maybe, no, already Hattori is here for the touch. She's not going to allow this lead to go through because X-Ray only has 1 support. They have to play safe, and the retreat falls right into the hands of Ivory.
Beautifully played. Snapped Nadokado's ankles, or rather snapped the ankles that are trying to be snapped. I don't know. Either way, the whole heap of scrap metal on the map, and Team Missing X-Ray popped back off.
Yeah, spawns get reset as well. 30 seconds left. 1 fight remaining before overtime. Cameron's about to have that Kitsune rush. Has to pop it pretty quickly. But also, Ivory has to be careful.
Nadokado's revenge arc is complete. Neither team has forward spawns right now, with one DPS getting the better of the other. 4v4, but the support ult, this Kitsune rush from Cameron is terrifying.
It is going to be a catnapping here for Cinnabar, as well as the spree from Missin. We'll just try and pop that on point, but wouldn't be surprised if she got burned quick.
They want to get the stun out. The stun is good. Missin goes in with the Satsuriku spree. That's 3 players down from Team Missing X-Ray. Attacks against the world so close to this cage fight. If they can get it, there's a chance. The falls 3% short. It's on to Missin now. It's so scrappy. But all it takes is 1 final fight in Cat Cafe. Want to finish this one out in 6 maps.
Yeah, 5 wasn't good enough, everybody. Hope you're enjoying your drops. 6 maps here in the lower finals. And Cat Cafe just do not want to give up this fight. What a performance. A great start, and just trying to keep away the push here near the end. It definitely felt like Team Missing X-Ray was the better team the back half of this map. It was just that gap was so big, considering how the first 3 minutes of that map went. It didn't matter. At that point, you know, Cat Cafe, they can win a fight, lose a fight. They can alternate that as long as the lost fights are towards mid and not towards their side of the map. And they give us a map 6. And just wow, is all I gotta say. I did not think this series was going to 6 maps here, Molly.
I don't think we thought any of our series were going to 6.
No.
We're like, oh, maybe the grand finals would be best or first to 4. It's not. It's a first to 5, or first to 3. Excuse me, that'd be crazy. First to 3 though, but we're gonna finish this one off in 6. We'll send it to a short break, and we'll come back to finish off what has been a banger of a series so far. 6, people. That is where we find ourselves in our lower finals for the summer season playoffs. And mind you, this isn't even, we're not even in championships yet.
No.
We just get a banger for free because it's fun. And these teams love to give drops out. An insane series so far. Feels like an understatement.
Yeah, no, an incredible series so far. And again, this map at first felt like Cat Cafe just running away with it. They gain an 80-meter lead to start off in the first 3 minutes, and then Missing X-Ray slowly chip away at that lead, but just don't have enough gas left in the tank. It was, what, maybe half a meter? And you and I were talking about it in the green room right before we came back. Almost a C9 on the point as well. Like, that point got eerily close to flipping over to Missing X-Ray's side. But we have one map remaining. We have not got confirmation quite yet on if the map pool returns to being wide open or if it is going to be just a control map that has to be picked from. So we're waiting on that confirmation right now, but regardless, it is going to be the decision from X-Ray on where we would like to go next.
Yes. New Queen Street was not a draw. To clarify, that was a
yes.
Cat Cafe
Oh my
win,
God.
so
Yeah,
there we go. We're good. It's okay. It's purple now. That's close enough.
I would love to see push end in a draw, though. I'm not sure how. I don't know if that's even.
It happened once. Do you remember? Like right back when Overwatch 2 was released, it was an Overwatch League match.
Yes.
That there was a draw. It was on New Queen Street, but I think they ended up giving one of the teams the win. Might have been the Florida Mayhem. I'm not sure.
I think it was like whoever got tick first. I think it was.
Yeah.
But we haven't got confirmation. It is a control map, guaranteed to be our final map. So there's only two options. It's either Nepal or Antarctic Peninsula. And considering nobody plays Antarctic, really, I have a feeling we're going to Nepal for our final map of today.
It's a fake choice. Like, you think you have an option, but you really don't. The Malga comps, I think, feel better on Nepal overall, if that's what you're going to do. The exception to that could be Sanctum, but yeah, we knew that one. We're so good at knowing things. As casters, it's kind of our job. Bans, though, Jesse, like we are at the point that we can't even see every set of bans and maps on our screen. Jetpack got gone instantly, and I think that makes a lot of sense coming from this team Missing X-Ray.
Yeah, the fact that that cat ban has actually lasted so long into this process is crazy. But yeah, X-Ray, they take out the cat for the final map of this series. Obviously was a bit of an issue the first half of New Queen Street, so just putting that away. It can be a very good cat map, especially on Village. You can just basically usher the Bastion anywhere you would like it. And the Bastion is banned in part. So maybe going back to our traditional Maga, we're going to see more of the Xion and then either like a Cassidy or a Sojourn potentially. Tracer as well. A combination of those four here on DPS.
I think it's also kind of crazy that we made it to map 6 and we still have this impactful of bans left in the pool.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of wild. Granted, we do have a Moira ban on Dorado. I kind of forgot.
That was a protect ban, though. That was a,
protect ban.
That was a protect ban.
It was a choice. Wanted to leave the options open. Fair enough. But going into this map, I think it's going to be a similar situation as we saw on New Junk City, where Team Missing X-Ray, especially in these neutral engages, found synergies with Mickman, particularly on the Xion, that looked so dang good that they could just kind of pull these fights out of thin air. Don't have the Bastion to work alongside it this time. We're going to be relying on something like that Sojourn to go through. My eyes, though, if you are a Cat Cafe fan, put them on Missing. Or on this Tracer, or potentially the Xion. Migas will be the make or break point for this Cat Cafe team. Not Sierra, though. That's not happening.
I don't think Sierra's happening, but we'll wait.
First time for everything.
There is a first time for everything. Missing X-Ray, obviously Mickman on the Symmetra to start, TP out. I assume Mickman will go over to the Xion as soon as the TP goes down. Missing has also swapped to the Symmetra, going to the Tracer afterwards. But there's a slight difference here. Crumb Cameron running the traditional Lucio Kiriko. Cat Cafe actually running the Wuyong with the Curious. So a little bit more poke going on here for Cat Cafe, just less speed. But speed is an issue if you have Missing in the air anyways.
Yeah, and Mickman actually saw the Pharah like flying up as they were walking out of spawn and turned right around to go swap to match it. The benefit of having the poke damage like Cinnabar is you can get picks like that just out of thin air. Even if you are lacking the mobility to get away from some of the team missing out to place.
And you also have that passive healing now. Onto Miss, and you can just put the stream on her, and she doesn't really have to ask for healing all the time like Mickman is going to have to do with Cameron. You can just kind of have that stream going and let your Pharah do the work.
Miss and Mickman kind of duking it out in the skies, but we're back to good old two Maugas standing still and shooting each other, essentially, whereas the other people get to have the fun. It's one pick each, but Axe falling, that's free ground for Hattori to go around, stomp, run, charge, frolic if she wants to. It's hers and Cat Cafe's territory.
Yeah, another brilliant fight there for Cat Cafe. And now, missing X-Ray. Need to find some sort of answer. And even what in the world, Cinnabar? You hitting that? That is a crazy shot in the air.
Kind of go down the wheel.
Kind of the go. But Nadokado goes over to the Cassidy. A little bit easier to hit Missing in the air than the Soj. Obviously, those ult shots from Ivory going to pack a little bit more of a punch, but it's going to be more consistent.
Axe is so low early on in that fight. Had to use the cardiac overdrive instantly, and they're just dead. Cat Cafe, because of the amount of poke damage they have, forces these cooldowns. Nadokado is doing her darndest with her clutch team. It's just too much, even for her to move through.
Yeah, and you lose the Kitsune Rush during that as well for a team missing X-Ray. That's a rough one to swallow. And now 75%. Still, the title bison is go on to Missing to give her a little bit of extra life during this barrage. And already finds Mickman out by the coast, but just cannot land the final shot.
So close. Nothing to come through. That's where you're saving the barrage for. The second Axe planted that ult. I think they knew what their fate was going to be. It might not be the Tracer, Jesse. The Missin is having the time of her life on this Pharah. And Cat Cafe are gonna 100-0 Team Missing X-Ray on this control pick. One away from ending the series here.
Yeah, what a play there from Cat Cafe. Just completely controls the pace every single time that Axe tried to go in for any sort of charge. Cardiac Overdrive had to get used immediately, and at that point, Cat Cafe, they just play a little bit slow, let the cooldowns drain out, and then go re-engage with Hattori, fight over right there. So, one round away. Let's see if Missing X-Ray can bring us all the way to round 3 here on map 6. But look at this, Cinnabar, Hattori, Missing. None of them have died so far. That was never gonna stick. I don't know why you thought that was gonna stick.
I don't know. I just saw it and I got excited.
A little hopeful.
A little hopeful, but probably back to the Pharah or something.
Yeah. Well, when it's working as well as it is for her, you can't blame her.
Exactly. Like, it's gonna get harder because Nadokado was on Freya and Crumb decided to mirror Cinnabar.
Which I do think that's the right call. I think that passive healing is such a giant asset for the Pharah. Mickman just didn't have any agency to really go around because they were always backing up for heals.
There's like so little that you can actually do on the Lucio if you can't close the gap anyways, because everyone's in such high positions other than Hattori, which is the goal. Hattori, I don't think, was ready for the amount of pressure that she is under. That's the advantage of this Freya and Nadokado being on by far her best hero.
Yeah, that's going to help a lot. Missing X-Ray, they win the first fight pretty easily. And now it's up to Cat Cafe. Do you want to make some changes? You have to find some sort of answer here to Nadokado on the Freya. Obviously, it's a little bit tricky to land those explosive shots onto the Pharah in the air, but we've already seen Nadokado do it before. It's not like she can't do it again.
I'm certainly going to try. I'll tell you that much. Everyone's so focused on taking that far angle. I'm not sure the health's going away. Nadokado is in a dangerous crossfire position. There's just so much trust in the supports. Keep her on her feet alongside the tank, but Axe kind of getting bullied backwards. A big turn for what we've seen, and Cat Cafe will get the point because of it.
Yeah, not even like a done fight here. Is right away, Kitsune Rush to re-engage. It just forces Cat Cafe to reset, and that point flips right back over to X-Ray control.
Love intimidation tactics.
Yeah, right.
It's so fun. And nothing ever dies. You're just like, hey, fight me, I dare you. Like, nope, I'm out. You're scary. Okay, fair enough. Now it's Cat Cafe's turn. walk in with their own Kitsune Rush. Bonus shot is available for Nadokado, but again, intimidation tactics, we all back off and wait for the actual fight to happen. And Tori finally is able to get in there. Crumb falls, but so will the rest of Team Missing X-Ray. So some firm percentage this game.
Finally, just a little bit of chill going on. A lot of back and forth during that, but still. Team Missing X-Ray, they have some resources here to go in from almost that title blast. From both Wuyongs to go with their Pharah's barrages. We saw how well that worked earlier with the cage. So it may just be a matter of, can Missing build this last 20%? Or is Cat Cafe just going to have to engage without it? The answer is probably, considering 13% just gained magically right there.
We can thank Axe for that one.
Yep.
Axe has been having a tough time.
Just been an ult battery.
Yeah, and it's so difficult for them to move anywhere. It's Ivory, it's free value because of existing. They're gonna slide to the back line with the overclock and the barrage with the cage is absolute chaos. Raining down upon Team Missing X-Ray, but X comes in with 2, and Nadokado was alive. There's no more that these DPS could have done, but at the end of the day, it is just a pause. It is a goodbye to the support player over their side, and we will wait for our good old friend Juno to come back into the lobby.
Yeah, poor Juno.
Poor Juno.
Just maybe a little bit of a lag spike here. On Nepal, I don't think it would have mattered too much, which is at least the positive thing. It felt like Team Missing X-Ray had that fight won. But yeah, definitely a little unfortunate to have that pause, especially right now. Maybe 1 fight to 2 fight territory now for both sides, and Cat Cafe has nothing to go into this next fight. Used all 4 ultimates that were available. Missing X-Ray, yes, you could say the same thing. They're pretty low as well, but they have a bola shot from Nadokado. Cameron's 35 away from the Kitsune Rush, so there is at least some resources to build a little bit here from Missing X-Ray. Cat Cafe, they're going to have to maybe take advantage of a mistake from Missing X-Ray if they want to pull back control at this point.
I'm smelling around 3. Not gonna lie. It looks pretty Team Missing X-Ray coded, unless they do something like an absolute. They have to like seriously fumble the pasta there. Drop the pasta, fumble the pasta. I don't know. There's pasta on the floor. That's all I can tell you. Lots of pasta. I want to eat pasta. I might have some. Not ironically, but yeah. And this is. I think that's kind of what this game has come down to as well. Is if you're not having these insane pop-off plays, it's more often than not been who is making a mistake first. And I think for the most part, it has been Cat Cafe, the ones who have been, more specifically Tori, who's been punished for some overextensions, but they've managed to turn that around quite a bit on this Nepal map. It's instead been forced into errors.
Yeah, I think especially once the Wuyong change came in here from Missing X-Ray, they've looked a lot more cleaner. And like you said, the Lucio, if you're running to run the death ball, it can work very well. It just was unfortunate that the gap really was never closed that much, so it didn't really matter a ton. But instead here, look at this Cat Cafe. Ooh. They will actually make the late swaps. Missing goes over to that Tracer that we've been waiting to see, and it will be the return of the Lucio Curious, who's now trying to run it down here on the back line of X-Ray.
And Tori is in there like nobody's business, and she's out. That is one of those critical errors we are talking about. Nadokado also whiffs on the bullet shot. So Cat Cafe manages to get the cap just because Axe is so incredibly low, having 1 support. So at a bare minimum, you get the final fight territory basically for free while taking another battle, which Missing doesn't want to allow it. She's been insane on this Tracer entire series long. She wants to keep it that way. She just swapped. Already is a pulse bomb. It's 2 to fit. Missing is built different. If Cat Cafe win this, it's going to be on her back, and that is what happens. The Cats strike back in map 6 to win the lower finals and take it all the way to the last rematch against Timeless X Missing.
What a performance here, and what a final play from Missing. I think we're gonna see it right here once again. The pulse bomb that saves them in this series. Able to find the one on Nadokado, looking around, trying to finish off the Kiriko, but instead, it just says, hey, I have this pulse bomb. Hi, Maga. Goodbye, team, and welcome to the grand final.
That's just insane. That is insane. Mission swapped to Tracer that fight. Jesse, she built a pulse bomb in one fight, got 4 final blows. Like, that is ridiculous. This is the Cat Cafe that we are going to see continue on to take against Timeless X Missing. I seriously think they have the chance to upset.
Yeah, I think so too, considering how well that map went. And I gotta give my credit to Team Missing X-Ray. Like this, it was a little rough yesterday when they got swept by Timeless X Missing, right? It just looked like a little bit of a mismatch. Maybe not feeling themselves the way they typically do. This was a fantastic performance.
So good.
From Missing X-Ray. I cannot wait to see more of this team once we get over to Champs. They earned the number 3 seed, which at least for them, hey, they get to sit on the opposite side of the bracket of whoever wins this grand final. That in itself is a great benefit to have when you're going into that impactful of a tournament. But overall, a fantastic tourney. We'll get to see how they adapt to the new meta that we see here in the new season in just a week. But for now, they will bow out here in third, and it's Cat Cafe who get a little bit of a rematch opportunity now against Timeless X Missing.
Yeah, a long road for Cat Cafe. This will be their 3rd match that they will be playing officially today. Granted, the first time these two teams faced off, Jesse, they didn't have Ivory. Their entire team was off-rolling just because of some other commitments. So, the plate completely refreshed as we prepare to head into the finals of the summer season. We're going to send it to a short break and come back to you the last match of the weekend. we just witnessed what might be one of the greatest series in Calling All Heroes history. Going all the way to 6 maps, insane clutch by Missin to close it out, but it was a journey from the very start, Jesse, because Cat Cafe not at full strength. They had to off-roll Katori on DPS at the start before Ivory could come on in.
Yeah, this first map feels like a day ago, right? Like, it just feels like this was a completely different series. Hattori on DPS, honestly, she did pretty well given the situation that she was in. But no, missing X-Ray, able just to kind of take over from that point. But then we got into this awkward back and forth where Ivory's back in. It takes a little bit for Cat Cafe to get settled, but as soon as they did, like, Dorado just felt like it was all theirs. X-Ray had a few fights that were pretty decent, but other than that, it was just all a Cafe. And this is when we got into the awkward back and forth of, do we run around Bastion and with Cat? Do we really not? And it was just an incredible series to watch unfold.
Yeah. And I think, too, that when we got to see New Junk City, I'm like, I think this is the moment where I'm like, okay, this is going to be a series. Each team had their clear-cut strengths. They were creating these huge pop-off plays back and forth, and it managed to take us to one of the draws. I don't know, again, we don't know when the last time we've seen a draw. We had to look in the rule book to figure out what the rules were for map picks and bans and everything, because that is how long it has been. And I think this was the extra life that Cat Cafe had to get them through this map. And this is also the rise of Missin that managed to bring them back into the series.
Yeah, I don't think without some of her plays, this map and the back half of this series, that this series ends the way it does. Just some incredible plays from the Flex DPS during this one. The fact that they hold on here for the draw on Hollywood, which at one point looked so good for X-Ray. And I think that was really where the momentum swung back in their favor. X-Ray maybe just starting to run out of gas a little bit here during the beginning of New Queen Street. It's just such a tall hill to climb. And from that point on, Cat Cafe able to run it here on Nepal.
Yeah, but lucky for us, we have an interview with the GOAT on the Tracer coming up as well, and it's just insane, the performance that we were able to watch today. Listen, first of all, love what I'm looking at right now. I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking at, but it looks very soft and fluffy.
It is. Oh, sorry.
Well, you're all good. All I have to, first question I feel like I absolutely have to ask is, how are you feeling 6 maps into that series, ending it with one of the craziest plays that we have seen in Calling All Heroes history?
Feeling pretty good. It's chill.
It's chill?
Not much to say.
Yeah, that was a long series, but also just one that had so many twists and turns. How were you all able to kind of just stay locked in with so many different comps that everybody was trying to run throughout that series?
I think the main thing is that we just knew what comps we were good at. So we kind of knew on the maps that we're not, I basically can only play Tracer and Xion, so on maps where I can't really play that, we kind of just don't worry about it as much. So when we lose those kind of maps, it just doesn't affect us as much.
Yeah, I've seen you tell, like, Tracer in the back pocket of yours. There were so many plays, especially on Hollywood and Nepal there, where you just pull fights out of nowhere to go in your favor. How did it feel like, especially, getting the draw on Hollywood, getting the win there on Nepal? How are you all feeling now going into that final?
I think we're all feeling pretty good. We weren't able to have Ivory in our first match, so the fact that we have her now, it's a lot more of a relief because we're with our full roster. So I think this time we'll be able to get it done and win.
Fantastic. We're looking forward to it. If this series manages to be topped by the finals, we will be so happy, and so everybody else watching too. It was incredible to watch, and you are going into this rematch, right, against Timeless X Missing. Do you have any words that you would like to say to them or to the people before you head into your last match of the weekend?
I mean, I hope they give me a Genji mirror. I always ask this team if they'll let me wear Genji, and they never do, so I'm down for a Genji mirror.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Get some Peace Genji going. I am so down for that. We'll cheer for the Genji Mare as well. So we'll add a third hero to your list there.
Yeah,
Tracer and
yeah.
Xion. Exactly. Awesome. Thank you so much, Missin, for giving us a bit of insight on your last series. Very excited to see you and Team Missing X, or excuse me, Cat Cafe go ahead for the last match of the weekend.
Yeah, we're all super excited.
Fantastic. Very chill. Very chill. I don't know how. If that was me, I'm sorry. I would be screaming at the top of my lungs. I am popping
Adrenaline would
off.
be through the roof if I pulled off a play like that, let alone like
Ugh.
a set of plays that she did during that series. And I think maybe it is, again, we talked about it, the exhaustion a little bit. You played the first series today, well, other than Ivory, and then you just play a 6-mapper right there, and now you go into another first of 3. Like, it is a lot of Overwatch back to back to back. We're in what, hour 3, and now in hour 4, I should say. We're about 3.25 hours into this. It's a lot to take in, so I'm excited to see, you know, how they go into it. And it's been honestly a pretty long cooldown time for Timeless X Missing. We talked about it to where it can be a great advantage, seeing what your opponent's going to play. But you don't want to get cold either. You want to stay warm, and I'm curious to see maybe those first few fights, how it's going to work out.
And I think what we're going to see too, with them both being calm, relaxed heading into this match, is also a testament to their competitive experience as a team. And how that is going to be very much needed for the endurance side of things. But we're going to go ahead, give Cat Cafe a bit of time to regroup as we get our summer season finals set up. So don't go anywhere. One more match is left for the Calling All Heroes playoffs. we've officially made it to the finals for our summer playoffs here. Calling all heroes, Cat Cafe coming off one heck of a 6-map series to get the rematch against Timeless X Missing here in the finals.
Yeah, we get a little bit of a rematch, but a different flavor than we had during that upper bracket final. This is actually the full roster here for Cat Cafe compared to what we had earlier on with Ivory now joining the roster. You see, it was a 3-0 sweep for Timeless X Missing, who's only dropped one map on their run this bracket. That was actually to Nightmare Eclipse during the top 8, and that was a very close loss. I think that was over on Coliseo, if I remember watching one of the co-streams from earlier this weekend. So obviously they're gonna be feeling pretty good going into this final. Cat Cafe has had a little more resistance on the way here.
You say a little, I say they had to play an extra 9 maps or so.
Just a few.
Just a few. That's not a big deal, right? But yeah, I think when we look at these two teams, they do seem like far and away the most experienced out of the players that we do have. Cat Cafe, just watch them for 9 maps in a row. We're pretty familiar with them at this point in time, but that is a big question. Is can they keep up that momentum? Do they still have gas left in the tank to have these strong performances that will be needed? Because Timeless X Missing is a completely different beast compared to what they have played. But of course, we can't talk about this team. We said her name so many times today. Mizzen is just on another level. If she can keep it up with this Tracer, with this Xion, or maybe even get her requested Genji Mirror with Peace, I think things will look up for Cat Cafe.
Yeah, if Mizzen keeps playing like she did during the end of that last series, Cat Cafe has a genuine chance to just pull off another upset here in the final. That is how well she has been playing as of late, and that's not to take anything away from the rest of this roster. We've seen some great plays from Juno. Cinnabar has done everything she has been needed to do over on the Jetpack Cat, and Atori is solid as always. But on the other side, it's Timeless X Missing, and I think this is going to be interesting because I was wondering if this was going to happen. Peace has Face It Masters lower finals going on soon. So Sahil, who is the tank sub for Timeless X Missing, is currently going to be playing DPS with Wisps.
Okay. So those Cat Cafe stocks just jumped like crazy because the main person that would be dealing with Mizzen is no longer in the field. Also, that is an appropriate swap from Jetpack Cat to Widowmaker. But yeah, Timeless X Missing in their own right, and I think this can help them carry through. Besides being individually talented, their experience behind this roster. Every single player has won at least one Calling All Heroes championship in the past. Wisps and Sniper having won 2, with the potential to be our first 3-time champions. Kind of insane to think about, but from top to bottom, the experience, the discipline, and familiarity between these players can carry them through. Will it do it against a Mizzen that is this hot? I'm not sure, to be honest, Jesse.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel bad for Sahil. Like, that is a rough way to enter a series. Just the fact that, oh, you're going in for Peace, who's maybe one of the best flex DPS we have in North America right now. But also for the fact that you have to go against Mizzen, who's maybe one of the hottest players in terms of form that we've had all tournament long. Just a little tricky for Sahil to go into. But you have to trust the rest of the process here. Wisp, we've seen, again, that they can just take over a series. And Timeless X Missing may need that kind of performance here in Map 1.
Which, I don't want to sound like that Timeless was so favored to begin with, because in Swiss Stage, Cat Cafe actually beat Timeless in 5 maps before. Maybe 6, probably 5, just based on that. But they did lose earlier on today because of the off-rolling. And now with that script flipped on its head, see what Timeless X Missing can do here. They're going to elect to go back to Ilios, which they had a pretty solid performance on before, just with how good Sniper was looking on the Stiva. Same with Wisps on the Freya.
Yeah, I think it's a very, very conscious ban here from Timeless X Missing is get rid of the Bastion, take away, the Cat Bastion plays that could be pulled out, especially if you don't want, Wisp playing it. Sawhill is definitely not going to be comfortable getting thrown in that kind of position. So I think it's a very smart ban here for Timeless X Missing to go forward with. And now for Cat Cafe, what do you want to ban? That's actually the Kiriko that will be taken away. So trying to take away one of Z's best heroes. We saw in that first series today how well she was able to play on the Kiriko. So take something away, maybe force something more of a Brig Juno here on Ilios.
You know what I'm sniffing out though, Jesse? A Juno Ana.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is prime territory for it, particularly on Lighthouse. Not sure if you would run it on Well, especially, but Lighthouse and potentially Ruins. Ana is kind of good, especially in the hands of a player at the caliber of Juno. So I think that opens up the door for that. It guarantees that the cat can be played the way it likes. But also, you're not really playing Lucio Mizuki. Kiriko's kind of just the pairing in general for every single support comp we have seen so far.
Yeah, she's been top of meta for a very long time. And I don't think that's going to change unless this new season patch is something wild. But yeah, she has been at the top of the game for a long time. So it is going to be interesting to see how these teams want to go around it. I think, like you said, the Juno Ana, especially for Cat Cafe, could be an excellent option. Juno Brig is still very solid. You could also go like Bizu with Juno. It's a little bit tricky. And I wouldn't say you have a ton of quick sustain. It's a lot of, long-term healing. But a lot of that quick fire that you're going to see, especially from like a Freya or something, could be something that's a little bit worrisome to deal with.
This is, I think it's going to be sketchy for Timeless X Missing. I think Control isn't necessarily the best test for how this Sawhill substitute will work out. But I think it still does mean that Cat Cafe has to be at the top of their game. Wisps is still going to be firing on all cylinders. They were able to watch the entirety of the last series and kind of just chill out for the most part, and I think has looked a bit better, or at least more consistent value compared to that of Ivory for majority of this tournament. So that hits both of these DPS matchups are going to be the key components for the success of these comps. One will be a bit harder than the other. We actually have a change. It isn't Sawhill on tank instead of Sniper, who is still a tank player, but will be picking up the Tracer.
Okay. And I think that's honestly the better call. You bring in Sawhill, who's one of your subs. Obviously, again, a fantastic player, but put them on a role that they're more comfortable on, and then drag over Sniper to play the Tracer. Hey, we saw it earlier with a Tori. It didn't go that bad. So it's not the be-all, end-all here for this team. It's going to be the Sigma. For Timeless X Missing, I will say, especially on Ruins, definitely the best map for the Sigma. And that's a Wisp. Kind of play very long range here. Try and find, Cinnabar Ivory before this fight gets too long into it.
Wisp is one of the few players that is legally allowed to play Widowmaker in this field, except for Cinnabar is the fun police and says, sorry, that's not happening at the start of this fight. And I think it's going to be difficult for Wisp to live on this map. They realize that as well, and we'll just go over the cast as Cat Cafe goes.
Yeah, you only have to get dove once by Cinnabar to understand that maybe it's going to be a little bit tricky to run the Widowmaker as much as he would love to run that. And now Sawhill, actually. Great pick over on Missing. Maybe trying to ride that high a little bit too much.
Yeah, but it is Tracer for Tracer, and Cinnabar does not tank a boulder today. So an easy dive onto the Sigma. We'll go ahead and do it. I mean, Cinnabar has been more of a dive DPS than a support at this point.
Yeah, it's just like a Reddit Lucio, right? Like trying to dive in, get some damage in, get out, and then do some healing on the opposite side. You're talking about Juno being on the Ana, which obviously they are, but it's also Z's matching the Ana. And Sawhill will go over to the Diva, trying to be able to match this dive or even some counter dive when a Tori is going in for some of these engage. But now Wisp on the high ground, just waiting. It's a lot of just waiting right now for Timeless X Missing, seeing if Cat Cafe will make a mistake.
Yeah, and that's really what you're trying to force. You don't have any big tools to go in with. Maybe Nano soon, but Z's and Wisp are under so much pressure combined from Shocker missing on this Tracer. Sniper not quite able to mark her as they are in the back line themselves. pulse bomb that ended up going wide, and it's gonna be close to final fight by the time these ults are actually up.
Yeah, pretty soon. The sniper obviously used that pulse bomb late. Didn't really get much, and now won't even be a part of the early stages of this final fight, thanks to the shot from Ivory. And we have 5 ults here, and you don't really have to worry about saving any of them for a future fight. It's going to be rough for Timeless X Missing.
I think your best shot is a cat eye, just getting huge value. Maybe you catnap something, but 5 ults to none is ridiculous. Also, Juno trying to anti-wisp mid-air is kind of insane. Not gonna lie. That bullet shot won't land though. It is Nidwai getting the pick and drags Ivory, I believe, into the enemy team. So that's a good start for Timeless X Missing. And don't really allow Cat Cafe to get the value out of their butts that they really should have gotten. Oh.
Oh, yeah, even at the pulse bomb thrown in at the end there from Missing, one that she's probably going to want back. So of those 5 ults that they have, 3 are gone. It is just the Catnap Nano from Juno and Cinnabar that remain. And honestly, Timeless has the better ultimates now. Going into this next fight, you still have that Cat Noon, which here we go.
Ooh, Sleep goes wide. The Matrix attempt is there. Yeah, no, Juno did not stand a chance between both Wisp and Sawhill basically standing on top of them. And yeah, they're just free to chill in the back line. This does find the opposing pick on Disease, so I think this is kind of Cat Cafe's side. Like, we want to try pushing this fight. Wisp is having absolutely none of that.
Yeah, no, Wisp was like, all right, you're just going to line up for me. Perfect. And all of a sudden, this map has gone from Cat Cafe being in complete control to Timeless can do no wrong. Nenwai is able to taxi Aziz all the way back up. And, oh, well, maybe not exactly where Aziz was wanting to get dropped off, but still perfectly fine for now. Nano's still here for Juno to pop onto Ivory to get her close to this primal range.
I think Victory is the best option unless your Ana just gets taken away. Nano still goes off though, and Juno has not enough gas in the tank. This is the first time we see the Cinnabar Nano though. And it's turning out kind of well. You can guarantee the pick on to Sawhill, although Ivory will steal it, because that's just how that has to go. Cat Cafe, they'll have their clip, 99%. No more touch. It took longer than it should have, but Cat Cafe get the result they wanted.
Yeah, they get across the finish line, maybe just a little more messy than they were hoping it was going to be here. But a decent first round as we go over to Lighthouse for the second round. So maybe no hog shenanigans from Hitori quite yet. If we go to round 3, then maybe we would see it. But you look at the kills here. Yeah, like Missing 8 and 2. You know, Wisp is 7 and 3. Obviously pretty even across the board. Wisp has just had a few of those big flashy plays with the Cat Noon and a few shutdowns as well. But I think so far it's been relatively even. And you got to give Sniper credit. Yes, they're 3 and 3, so it's not like they're doing a great job, but it's not like they're being the reason why a lot of these fights are going the opposite way. It has just been Cat Cafe. You win so many fights early on, you only have to win 1 of 4 at the end. It's just a tough hill to hold back from.
I mean, you're putting your tank on one of the most mechanically difficult DPS in the game in an extremely high-level competitive. Like, all things considered, it's working out for Timeless X Missing. I think a bit of miscommunication there, though, about how deep they were going on that push. Ends up costing Sawhill. It's very rare to see the D.Va going down that quickly. But something that Cat Cafe doing their best to capitalize on. Wisp gets sat on by Hitori up top. The Cat Cafe first cap.
Yeah, another first cap here before the cafe. And now, again, Timeless just have to find a different way out of this. Cinnabar, maybe not thinking this was exactly the spot Juno was going to be in. But hey, if you have the headshot perk, you might as well try and take a few pop shots before the fight truly starts.
Fall-off damage, right? So,
yeah, right?
Yeah. No, if anyone's gonna hit the shots, it would definitely be Juno. Deadly on this Ana. Same with Z's, but he's been under a bit more pressure from Missing. So he's been slightly more silent in just playing the I need to survive game. This is kind of an interesting spot from Juno. A very safe one. Can't really be touched, and it's great LOS of the entire team. Well, they can't do much about that headshot. Z is on her namesake. Thrall. Timeless X Missing. I think they want to turn this around. No supports now. Actually, well, one support. Juno is just off in Wallow Land with no way to get back. taking a bit of time though to get the full flip, so 51%.
Yeah, like I said, Juno kind of just locked away. Sawhill will eventually be able to escape after they're put on some pressure. And speaking of pressure, Z's just dove on by Cinnabar, but it doesn't matter so far. It's still enough damage going through. Ivory is able to snipe out Sniper, who got slept cross map, and finds a third before they get eliminated.
That is ridiculous value from Ivory. Had basically no team near them. Still manages to bust it up. And the fact they got that flip so early, Jesse, there's only 7% for Timeless X missing. Notori is free to do whatever she pleases in the spawn, and that just slapped Z around like nobody's business, or rather it's monkey business. She'll get out just fine. Last fight now.
Last fight, 3 ultimates, almost going to have 4 with the bullet shot from Ivory, but still, again, both support ults here, and the Cat Noon from Timeless. Still plenty of resources to use, depending on what the situation is. And they go, Wasp already being set up for it.
For the angle, but Wisps is under some pressure. So as soon as that gets popped, I guess the win con. No clear target to go on just yet. Here we are.
Wispy's nothing, though.
Yeah, everyone's on point. You guys are getting dropped past. It's not even going to work out. You try to de-mech, which is a great play from Salthill. It guarantees that the tank get back in mech. If you're not going to have the DPS, the Neto has to go on to Nenwai. She's to the back line, tearing it up, scratches Ivory's eyes out, but there's no touch. A painful way to end the map. Cat Cafe, take Ilios.
Oh, that's a painful one here from Timeless. That's one you want back, because that fight was starting to go your way. But what a nice little map here from Cat Cafe. We were worried about, hey, are they going to be too tired going into this series? They've played a lot of Overwatch today, but so far, not the case. Beautiful shots there from Ivory onto the Tracer, and it is 1-0 Cat Cafe. And I think, honestly, you need to win these maps before Peace comes back, if you were them.
Yeah.
Right now, I just took a little bit of a peek over at the Face It lower final here in NA Masters, and it is 2-0 for Nightmare, which is the team that Peace plays on over there. So if that series ends soon, we could see Peace return for a map 3. Yes, you don't want to bank on a potential reverse sweep if you were Timeless, but at this point, if you're Cat Cafe, take advantage of this not ideal roster and try and make up as much ground as you can.
Yeah, and it's a really unfortunate situation to have the overlap, but like at the same time, it also shows that the benefit that Calling All Heroes has, like giving these players the opportunity to compete in Face It or even OWCS. Like I think every support player here, except Juno, has made it to OWCS at some point. Same with Notori. Like this is the representation that Calling All Heroes shows with the chance in the spotlight. Show the skill that they have. And yes, Peace can't be here right now, but if Peace does get here, I think this series can get a bit closer. In fact, it might be scary for Cat Cafe. Because all things considered, Jesse, it seemed decently even.
Yeah, it was
wasn't a blowout.
Very close rounds. Yeah, it's not like they were that far off. So I think right now, you just got to hold on to that momentum, right? Go into this next map. You have the Bastion as well. That'll be back into the fray here for Cat Cafe. I think the fact that you win that map with that ban is a fantastic step in the right direction. Because Timeless haven't really shown that they're going to want to run that Bastion too much, at least with this roster configuration. So if you can run that next map, as long as the cat doesn't get banned, you're going to be in a really good spot.
Just got told by one of our admin that they are thinking about their map really hard.
Really hard.
And that is word for word what they said. Thank you. Shout out to Reno and Radiant for making all these things happen behind the scenes. But yeah, a lot of thought going into this one. And I think that is necessary for Timeless X missing, perhaps stalling for their other DPS, but I think also knowing what the situation is, how can they set themselves up best for success, because maybe Tracer mirroring Missin is not an ideal situation for this team.
Especially for Sniper. Like,
of course, I feel bad
if it was a traditional DPS trying to do that duel right now, yeah, I could see it working out. But it being a tank player subbing on over, I feel like all things considered, Sniper did an alright job, but Missin's been playing in unreal form today. And I don't think there's many players right now that can stop her. So it's just kind of a tough situation to get thrown into. But like I said, shout out everybody behind the scenes here at Radiant for making this tournament possible. Obviously, Reno, Catnator, Isaac, Pinecone, Soji, Zabby, and obviously Sapphire as well. Not working this weekend, but does a ton of work behind the scenes. Everybody killing it right now. It's Nenwai. It's okay. We're slow. We're nervous.
You know what? At least Nenwai's honest.
Yeah.
Nenwai's very honest. We got an honest interview yesterday from Wisp, because on our the team sheets that we get from the teams going in, it was Nenwai who filled out pretty much everything, I'm sure. And under Wisp, we put I peaked Diamond, and I love Nenwai as the fun facts, I believe.
Yeah.
So
And everybody's just like, wait, just,
I know. Hey,
something
Nenwai
doesn't line up.
That's just who she is, and I love it. It's fantastic. She's so entertaining. I think she's actually streaming her POV as well for the match, which is awesome. But a decision has been made, and I like this one. If you are Timeless X missing, especially if my name is Wisps, because this is Widow map, and Wisps like Widow map.
Yeah, no, I think this is great. Go Sugar Royale, go Poke. It's not really a style that we saw at all from Cat Cafe during that last series. So, yes, it's not something you maybe have a ton of film on, but it's obviously not something they were wanting to lean into that much, considering how that last series went. So, lean into Wisp, try and just put him in the best possible situation. But that's really about it. I think do you do like a DPS protect ban to leave the Widow as an option? I don't know if I'd go that far, because if not the Widow, then still the Freya is a great option for them.
Okay.
And it will be the Ramatra, actually, which is a great pick for Hittori. And no DPS protect ban needed. Juno is the answer. So back-to-back support bans from Cat Cafe.
So this makes you think, one, we're playing Sigma. I think Ramatra is like a big or Reinhardt, dare I say, but major asterisks on that. We'll touch that if Sawhill decides to touch that. Two, May made it through the draft. So with May coming in, this has kind of been like a May Mizuki kind of brawly map as of late. Most of those heroes are still up. I think having to do a Sigma or a Reinhardt in it, again, huge asterisk on it, can change it up. Who's playing May, I guess, is the question. If you are playing May, for Timeless here, I don't feel like that's a hero you pick up super easily, so perhaps they have a different strategy they're wanting to lean on.
I will say it's the tank mindset you play when you're on May, though. So if you're going to have Sniper in, like you're playing around walls and that kind of thing, it's like, it maybe could work. As we're getting, actually,
Jeremy!
I totally forgot Jeremy was on this roster.
What? Jeremy? That's my guy right there. Jeremy's subbing in. We no longer have a DPS, or a tank on DPS. Jeremy is known as the CEO of Venture, has been just riding the bench for this stacked roster, and plays approximately 4 heroes. And Freya is one of them. I have a feeling that's the one we will be seeing on this map.
I totally forgot Jeremy was on this roster.
I didn't even put Jeremy down on my sheet because I'm like, there's no way Jeremy ends up playing, but here we are.
We love you, Jeremy, by the way. I just didn't think you were playing. Wow.
Wow, okay. That's okay.
That changes the entire inflection of this map. Like you said, they can just run double hit scan here. Put Jeremy on the Freya, put Wisp on the Widowmaker, and if that doesn't work, whether it be the Cassidy, Sierra, Ashe, any of those are viable options here. Even the Hanzo could get thrown into the mix if we're really dead set on this being the Sigma mirror. The Cat is okay on this map, but I wouldn't say Cat Bastion's all that great. It's very long corridors where not a lot of, natural architecture for the Cat Bastion to kind of weave between. This is a very winnable map here for Timeless, and it feels like it's a must-win for Cat Cafe.
Yeah, you kind of have to. I do wonder if they knew what the situation is with the DPS before they went into this game, or they picked this map I'm not sure if that would have had much an impact on
Maybe.
what happens, but okay. Again, Jeremy is very it started out as a Venture 1 trick and then slowly expanded over the course of 2 years to a 4 trick, at least in the competitive side of things. We'll see where they are at today. You can play Venture on this map. I would be very happy if you did do that. Highly doubt that's the case. But only Time Loss missing on defense. Never mind, Jeremy is now a 5 trick. We play Xion now.
That works. That lines up, though.
That's cool.
I will say.
That checks out. That's very Jeremy
That
coded.
very much checks out. On the defense, it's pretty much what we expected here from Timeless, right? They're going to put Sniper on the Sigma, double poke comp with the supports with Nenwai and Wuyong, and the Kiriko, now that it's not banned for Z's, and then Wisp on the Widow. No reason not to. Cat Cafe, a little bit more. They want to try and at least run this Cat Bastion initially with Cinnabar and Ivory and see how the rest of this lines up, with Hitori going to have a fun time trying to close that gap. But if that gap does get closed, Sniper could be in a world of hurt.
Yeah, this is kind of a keep away comp from everybody. I don't think anyone wants to hug Hitori right about now,
No.
as huggable as she might be. Not when she's playing Malga. So Whips has to play so far back and likely giving up space to this corner that we're looking at now.
Yeah, that's the corner you want to play around. Cinnabar already getting a taste of what Wisp shots can be at and be like from a range. And Sniper just holding a very aggressive angle. Wisp not even really looking towards main, just waiting for that cross. Doesn't land the shot that time.
Yeah, that is the problem of Sniper. You got way too close to Hitori and burned to death painfully. Can't let that keep happening. But yeah, instant swaps off the Cat Bastion, or not off the Cat Bastion, just to move forwards and take the space slowly. When you know Wisps is not there, I don't know how Timeless can sense this, honestly.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough because Sniper will just get jumped on by Hitori. You need something early here from Wisp to make that difference and at least initially force the backup. Hitori very low, and it's going to take some time for Juno to heal her back up. And you just kind of have to hold this. I will say, there is no real way for pressure to go on to Wisp. Missin would have to do a very wide swing to get some enough shots on her to make it worth it.
Yeah, and that was a real gutsy position from Wisp, especially knowing what ults are there. And there's a Cat Bastion casual triple kill for Ivory in the middle of that, and in a blink, first point is over with almost 5 minutes.
Look at everybody here from Cat Cafe just running it down to Wisp. He will make the swap now over to the Freya. It's like, yeah, no, the Widow, maybe not super fun. Is Tori just there on the slide? Oh my god.
Tori's chilling. She's in, actually, the back
Yeah,
line.
she's in.
Ninwa had no idea what hit her, and Tori actually gets both supports. That is not something I would have expected on this happen. I think it just proves that this Sigma pick is not working out for Sniper at all.
No. And obviously you would want to use the Gravitic Flux. It is still a great ultimate, but at this point, do you use it and then maybe not have enough time to go back? It's such just a rough situation. Hitori, it's not going to work again, you would think. That kind of position. But maybe it will, I guess. A little bit of a jump scare on Z's and Denmark last time.
You're in. I mean, she will have the cage fight, is stability, and you have the Kitsune Rush doesn't really affect you. Only like the tail end of it is in the back, which disregard Jeremy's presence because you know the point is already won. They have again taken time, 5 minutes and change, heading into third point. Something has got to give if you're Timeless.
And something will. Sniper goes over to the Diva to have some sort of answer to the Cat Bastion and towards the Maga. But this is the issue. When you leave this Cat Bastion online, even when it's not a, I would say, a fantastic Cat Bastion map, it can still get work done. That's what we're seeing right now. Finally, some ultimates will be on board here from Timeless. They'll have the spree here from Jeremy. Tidal Blast is here from Nedwai, but it's going to be rough.
You have to find this fight to stabilize. You desperately need that. They're gonna go through, but a massive catnap there from Cinnabar not only gets the kill, but it's a triple stun into the backline, and Hitori can burn through them like paper. Not a problem. The big combo for Timeless is gone.
Yeah, and even Jeremy left behind, and Cinnabar has no problems finishing off the flex DPS. The issue right now, though, for Cat Cafe is that you have a lot of people coming back. So Hittori will just kind of have to chill by a point, but can't really take an aggressive angle quite yet as Jeremy goes over to the Reaper.
Yeah. This is kind of a desperation. I need Hittori to get out of my backline pick and hope it's enough to ward or off them. That's saying something. And the positioning is not in favor of Timeless X missing. You need to change it. The bullet shot lands, and Suzu helps cleanse it out. And in fact, Sniper, though, that eats onto Missing's own bullet shot is huge. Pending a C9, which did not happen. It's Hittori because celebratory lead.
Hey, she got it to 4 meters left there at the end. He's like, all right, I have no team. All right, later. Missing wants that Genji 1v1. Has made the swap herself. Well, time will tell if Jeremy decides to make it. I have a feeling the answer is no. Because the Genji would struggle a bit with Hittori. Artillery strike here, though, for Ivory's. Everybody running up on high.
Sniper is in so much trouble, has to give up that space, but Guardian is out of Hittori, and the major sustain cooldown gone, plus the Bastion form. It would have all been okay had a little elevator named Cinnabar lifted Ivory up to take down Wisp. There's the artillery strike, decorating the objective and the Kitsune Rush alongside it. Timeless X missing, who managed to force Hittori back, so they do salvage the point for now and regain control of this high ground. Point.
Yeah, and they catch Missing on the edge. Yeah, point presence has to be locked down, but Jeremy isn't worrying about it too much. 2 kills for them, and it'll be another cleanup here for Timeless. As Card, again, getting a little bit close on some of these pushes on people just trying to track back. Does Hittori swap? The answer is no for now. As it's Ivory, though, will make a change. Will match the fray here from Wisp. 4 ultimates online for Timeless. Just doesn't have the Kitsune Rush following it being used last fight, but they can easily get a great ult rotation. Don't have any worries. Jeremy, though, just gets caught.
Jeremy. Okay, there we go. Good now. Everything's fine. I mean,
a little bit too late for a pool day.
That is true. I know, not quite the way before, apparently. I have 4 ults on board for Timeless right now, Jesse, and in a much better spot considering they had over 5 minutes to hold, down to just under 2. They gave up that high ground to Cat Cafe. That is worrying if Juno gets this Kitsune Rush or even just toss him on the high ground. That works too. Teleport straight on to the point. Almost shot dead center on a Cinnabar, but has a little bit of extra health. Live on through it. It's all just the Jeremy show. Jeremy sits on this objective and is like, try me, buddy. Gets all the damage in. And what's that missing? Hang in there.
Yeah, like you said, that 5-minute time bank down to 1. Every single time that Cat Cafe, try and bring some attention up on high ground and then have a Tori go over the point, Jeremy is there to lock it down, and it's just too much damage for the Maga to deal with. Still Sound Barrier and Kitsune Rush here, available for the Lunex support duo, but has the Blade on the other side.
A lot of pressure here onto Missing. It's got to be a pretty naked Blade, at least in terms of support, but if you can put that in the cage and do some good old-fashioned slicing and dicing, I feel like Cat Cafe has a decent win con. It's just the Sound Barrier men.
Yeah, just that Sound Barrier here. Then I can shut down everything here, whether it be the cage or the Blade, but it's the rush from Juno first.
Rush is out from both teams. Bullet shot goes wide. There's the Sound Barrier in response to Missing's Blade. She gets a bit low. The Suzu is fantastic. Somehow every player remains on their feet for the time being, which is insane considering the chaos that just occurred. There we go. Wisps is down, the only one close to an ult left. On Timeless X missing. Now it's just a race for the points. Jeremy, this is where they can fight best with the Reaper without Sniper. You just don't have the sustain. You don't have the way to block any of the Mauga damage coming through. It seems like Cat Cafe have worked it on in. Will get the payload through in overtime.
Just squeak it on through after, 5+ minutes trying to get it through. Eventually able to break the walls down, but yikes, that was quite a long push it took. And you got to give credit when credit's due to Timeless for bringing that time bank down to 0. But now can they answer here on the attack? Obviously, they want to run more of this Sigma. It just did not work early on. And this first phase especially is still very brawl heavy, or it can't brawl friendly with some of those corners if the Mei is involved. So I want to see what Cat Cafe would like to run. 22 eliminations already for Hattori. My God.
Yeah, so here's what I'm going to say. I better not be seeing another Sigma into Amalga. That is just not going to happen today's day and age. Thankfully, Sniper seems to be hovering the D.Va and Jeremy on the Reaper. It seems like their best chance to, I guess, surviving the pressure that Cat Cafe has. But, Jesse, when I say surviving, that always freaks me out a bit because it feels like that you're being dragged around and looking for an opening with few chances to force one yourself.
Yeah, at some point you have to make your own fights. You have to make your own opportunities. You can't just pray that, oh, the other team is going to make a mistake when they're going in for theirs. It's like, it's just not a smart way to play around it. Well, let's see here how it all works. As already, Timeless. So they do not like what they saw.
Yeah, we pressed tab and like,
Yeah, not great. So they'll actually match that Cat Bastion.
Okay. We haven't seen a ton from them recently, but it's going to catch Cinnabar and Ivory a bit off guard. They, of course, have the Per and later form. So it does make sure that Timeless X Missing can't control that roof high ground completely for free. Cardiac is out of Hattori. If they want to time their second swing, this next one for Wisp is up momentarily. They're going to pop it now just as Ivory gets disconnected from Cinnabar, clotheslined off the building. And just like that, Timeless X Missing to give Cat Cafe a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, not so fun when it's on the other side of the Cat Bastion, is it now, Cat Cafe? A little bit tricky to play around, especially with the DM that you get from Sniper. You can at least survive some of that onslaught, help your Bastion get the early advantage in that fight. Yes, you are leaving your backline, though, to kind of fend for themselves against Hattori.
Ooh, does go in. Kind of shocked with not gets topped on fully. Arabin, everyone stays alive. Cat Cafe, though, are back in a good defensive position. Jeremy using cover that was maybe like a third of the width of their character model. Clearly did not turn out so well. Them. Artillery strike did come out from Wisp. Not really sure what the goal is of that one. Maybe the territory, but this is the real fight they wanted to take. Shooting Rush for Timeless X Missing. Wanted to Territory off guard. They almost do. Goes to 100 HP, but that Suzu from Juno was perfectly timed. Nobody gets affected by the catnap. Timeless X Missing realize they are down in resources and cooldowns. Want to try to turn it back. Make sure they get the kill onto Wisps. That will do it. That's half time bank already gone, Jesse.
Yeah, Timeless is wanting a soft reset, but then they see Wisp and just get dragged across the map by Cinnabar. She didn't really give the Bastion that option. Ends the fight right there. Just 100 seconds remaining here on the attack. Only the self-destruct still here for Sniper. And I think right now, as the bomb gets sent over, actually Tori gets stuck. Can't back up because of the placement.
That's not great for Cat Cafe, because that's actually Page might not. Like, Timeless just get the point off of that. Wow.
Yeah.
Whoopsies.
Great bomb. Like, it's a great self-destruct from Sniper to separate the field. And as soon as you have that Maga gone, there is no sustain over on point. And now Hattori just wants to go right back in.
Okay, yeah, she's in there. And a mixed difference. Listen, I'm big on Jeremy. There's no longer fear in Hattori's eyes. Now she had much in the first place.
No, fear? Hattori I don't think has any. I think that's a funny concept for her. But I think the range difference is going to be especially a factor here on second phase, to where as much as Jeremy is going to help with dealing with Hattori, the engage is going to be so hard because Missin's just firing shots from range, and you only have so much defense matrix from Sniper to get you into the fight.
Resources are minimal, but once you like get into these old fights, I think that's where the confidence goes up. For Cat Cafe, Catnap is down. She hasn't got anything. All I know is Hattori has hit the deck in a rather unfun situation. Moving to the same spot with Wisp into Kitsune Rush was certainly a choice.
Yeah. I think as soon as Atori got there and saw that the rush was going on, maybe she was a little unpleased with the situation that she ran into. But some good car progress here for Timeless. Still have the artillery. The Death Blossom as well, which granted, I do fear how long Jeremy would live in that.
I didn't see that lasting maybe 3 seconds. I think we wanted to combo it with the cage fight, but because it just ended so poorly for Cat Cafe, it wasn't needed. The Kitsune rush on a Juno that I don't see any Timeless Missing players on my screen. Don't know about you guys. I think we all lived.
Just dipped in the tunnel. Yeah. Just got the heck out of there. No want at all to fight that. Get Z just a little bit more charge for that Kitsune rush. And now Ivory is just going to stall this out even more. At least drag out the Swift Step, drag out the Suzu as well.
Goodbye, Jeremy. Jeremy got lifted up just as Suzu had expired. Great play from Cinnabar. He's been nailing it on his catnap for the most part. Doesn't seem the couple. Sniper has just decided to be Thanos in this last fight. And Canavar, Diva, but there's still a jetpack cat that you can't really touch. And, you know, you keep the back. It's okay. Everything's fine.
Yeah. I think keeping them back there is giant because that would have been such a longer stall if the mech actually goes through, because then Sniper would have had to jump off the map, and it gets a little bad from there. So cage fight here for Cat Cafe to block off some heals, but there's a lot more here for Timeless.
Yeah, instantly broken though. That cage maybe lasted 0.5 seconds on the screen, but Jeremy's like, I'm holding my shiny button too long. I'm gonna press it right here. Unfortunately, it is gonna be a scrappy one to clean up. Very low healing, Jeremy. That was insane. Testing Ivory's aim. It seems to be the choice there. There's 40 seconds left now. We're Timeless to get through this last hill.
Yeah, and Ivory is single-handedly holding the line here while the rest of their team comes back. Beautiful cleanse, and the shots line up on an NY.
Yeah, where was Timeless when that was happening? I don't know if that was early or they were expecting to get hit, but Juno denies the play. There's no supports in. We have a disconnect on top of it. I don't think it's going to matter. Timeless X missing pretty much out of this fight regardless, Jesse.
Yeah, I think they're pretty much, they've been out of it. Jeremy's internet dies maybe early on there, but I don't know if it would have changed the outlook on that fight. Cat Cafe had every single element controlled. Z goes down early. I do wonder if it was just a miscommunication with NY on when she was going to go in for that kind of play. Obviously looking to drag somebody, whether it be Ivory or Hattori, back to the rest of Timeless. And a beautiful cleanse. Shots line up from Missin to finish off the kill. A little bit rough here for Timeless, as it looks like, unless some NY is able to pull off some crazy play here near the end. Cat Cafe will be going to match point in this series against Timeless.
And I did have more faith in Timeless. After getting that 5-minute hold plus on third point, I'm like, okay, maybe this is possible. They can manage to take this map away, but really Ivory locking it down on this Bastion without the cat has been more a threat than with the cat. From what we've been looking at, it seems like the game is going to resume without... Oh, never mind. Jeremy did just get back. It did resume, but we have 10 seconds left. There are literally no players near the point. Rift is even just going to swap Genji for funsies. Get some time on the character. Overtime is triggered though. NY is able to do that much for her team. That will be all that they wrote. For map number 2, Cat Cafe up to match point.
Just one map away, the onslaught of maps that they have had to play today, from upper finals, lower finals, and now in the grands. Just need one more remaining. They're already at double jump maps today. This is what, map 11? About to go into map 12, I think.
6 map series will do that to you. Like you think, oh, you might have had like a couple 5. No, we went to 6. Sorry.
Yeah.
Been long. It's been a long day.
If you want a great, like, want to be one of the best series you've had in Calling Heroes in a long time, treat yourself to the VOD if you didn't miss that game. If you're joining us a little bit late. But yeah, I think this will be interesting. And now, at least from the knowledge that I have, Face the lower finals are done. So Peace might be able to join Timeless for the rest of this series. So that could also be interesting here.
Reverse sweep needed for this Timeless X Missing squad. It's gonna be a tough one. They went to 5 with Cat Cafe before, ended up on the losing side of that, of course, but I think the possibility is there. See how it ends up playing out. I think that, you know, it would be a feel bad to be this dominant throughout this stage and this playoff tournament to not come away with this first seed. Which, reminder, this is not like the championship. We are in just the playoffs, and this is for seeding for said championship. And of course, you get $2,000 for taking the first, and the loser here will get second and $1,000 prize with that. So still a lot to be played for, even if this is the end-all be-all.
Yeah, obviously not the end-all be-all. It's only 3 weeks as well until champs. That cleanse timing, I don't think could have been more perfect. But yeah, it's going to be seeding for champs, which start in just 3 weeks' time. It'll be August 29th and 30th, and then September 5th and 6th, right in between the World Cup in Busan and World Cup in Anaheim. If you just want to, you know, scratch that itch for some great competitive Overwatch during that time, we have you covered here at Calling Our Heroes. And now we get to see Timeless X Missing. Another map pick to go there, at least their choice. They're 0 for 2 on their map pick so far. And it has Hybrid, Push, Flashpoint as the remaining map types.
I'm going to be honest, Jesse. What do you pick? I honestly, they might take a bit of extra time. I've heard they're taking a bit of extra time on this one. Just to consider. It could be, oh, we do have confirmation. Peace is back. For surezies.
Yep.
So they are now at full strength. And last time they were at full strength, that is the close match that we got between these two teams. We have not had that at all during this double elim playoff bracket, unfortunately. Just to some mismatched rosters, which we had off rolls from Cat Cafe in the upper finals match, and now here off rolls for Timeless Missing. But we're going to take a look at that full starting roster. It's beefy, it's scary, and it is full of championship caliber talents.
Yeah, finally we get to see Peace return to the squad after playing for Nightmare over there in Face It. And now, after, hey, I believe they got the win over there. So congratulations to Nightmare, making it promotion relegation in North America. Now we get to try and push their team over the line here. Start that reverse sweep here in the Radiant series before champs in just a few weeks' time. And granted, it's like, do they want to lean into that Cap Bastion now? Maybe they feel a little more confident. Or I wouldn't be surprised if the cat got banned here from Timeless X Missing. It's been a little bit of a bane for you throughout this series. Hasn't really felt that comfortable. You at least take that side of it away, unless you want to go to a map like New Junk City to where the cat's going to struggle regardless, and you can maybe save that ban for later on.
And yeah, I think it's going to, as you said, map dependent, but I'm not sure if I like the cat too much if I am Timeless X Missing. Granted, they're not at full strength. That could totally change. But it's similar to what we've been seeing from Cat Cafe, specifically Cinnabar all day. She has such a good understanding of the limits that the hero has, knowing when she should be taxiing, when she should be helping with repositioning, and when she could just drop all of that and decide to be a good old-fashioned battle cat and scratch people's eyeballs out. And having that level of balance, like, is terrifying. If you have the skill gap on that character, which every team said, Jetpack Cat is the most impactful character on the meta right now.
Yeah, that was basically the universal answer. When we were kind of talking with teams throughout this week, trying to get a grasp on where everybody was feeling, Cat was easily the most talked about hero. Right? Like, it just, by far none, the most talked about hero. And that continues to be the case. King's Row will be the map. So wanting to run it more down with the Rush. Still a very decent Sigma map as well. If the Maga is banned, which I will say, if you don't want to ban the cat, if you were Timeless, I think that is also a pretty decent option. Take away the Maga, force a little bit of a change from Hitori. Granted, Hitori can play a very good Sigma, but definitely it would lean towards Sniper.
Yeah, and Sniper can play Mauga. Sniper does not like Mauga.
No.
No, it is not a preference. Granted, I don't think it's Tori's preference either. It will actually be a Shion ban. Wow. Coming out from Timeless X Missing. So a shot at missing here. Because this isn't like the Tracer map that we typically see. Maybe she gets her Genji mirror after all.
Yeah, honestly, maybe the Genji mirror will be able to turn up. Yeah, I wasn't expecting the Shion ban here from Timeless, but if that's not something that Peace was really playing a lot of, I saw Peace was more playing like Reaper, and if they feel comfortable enough trying to use the Reaper more against Tori's Mauga, then that's maybe a case, as the D.Va won't be able to help with that at all going into this map, is that will be banned out by Cat Cafe, which D.Va's been played a lot on King's Row as of late, especially here on first phase. It's a very smart ban here from Cat Cafe. Let's see if they can close out this series here in 3, or if maybe at least the start of that reverse sweep going here.
Yeah, and it's starting from the ground up, and you're working, even if you do win these maps, you're working against having your opponent's map picks and first bans against you in this context. It'll be difficult, but can Timeless manage to rally? I think the D.Va ban scares me a lot. Not gonna lie, Jesse.
Yeah.
And that has been their only, like, somewhat workable response to the Hitori Mauga, which I don't see a reason why she wouldn't run that on this map. What are you gonna do if you are Sniper? And the answer seems to be good old-fashioned, I say old, it was literally this year, Zarya Vendetta.
Also, I wish it was older.
Yeah, it feels old, but it's not.
Zarya Vendetta meta was certainly a time. But I think, yeah, honestly, here for Timeless, why not? Go for something new. Mison, yeah, just try and have some pop shots early on with the damage boost from Cinnabar. Then we'll see some match changes, probably to... Well, actually, Ivory's on the Freya for now. I think once they realize, though, that it's Zarya on the other hand, that Bastion swap is going to be pretty swift. And already, Mison not even worrying about it. It's actually Pharah here. So not wanting the Cat Bastion, but instead the good old-fashioned, I was going to say Pharmacy, but Cinnabar's actually kind of hanging out with Ivory for the time being.
Like I say, if it's Pharmacy, now that we can call old. That is an old
That
strat.
we can call old.
There we go. Yeah, that's more old. It is already touched from Cat Cafe. This is the problem with the Zarya, is you cannot really fight Hitori well. You need to rely on giving some of these bubbles the piece on their engages to actually get the damage done, which that did happen. Suzu is forced, was missing to fight a Vendetta in a small room with the ceiling. So no tick to be gained. Everyone is forced back for the time being. Sniper's flipped the map. Not a fan of that decision. Just Sori still has charge. Sniper doesn't have bubbles, nor a ton of healing. It's just please missing green to hit these rockets on piece. Eventually, the Zarya returns from behind, so it is a good shot. I just don't see a way to get out of that with Sniper. She does.
No, but they actually find Cinnabar as she tries to get the res down, so it's a decent situation here. Ivory gets jumped, is able to get traded out from Hitori, still point presence on lock with spawns in advantage of Cat Cafe and Peace. Trying to play some heroics, but it just falls short. And now poor Nenwai actually gets the bubble out, and she's just gonna dip.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Peach just sending it at the point. I feel like it could have had another fight on that, but and they're just gonna opt to hold the choke. I think Peach got good spawns as well.
Yeah. So that's at least a benefit here, right? Peace can stick around, play here the choke, already the bola shot ready to go from Wisp. But I think the fact that this Mercy boost here from Ivory, it's forcing Wisp to play so passive that we're not seeing the normal Wisp that we've seen the rest of the series.
There they are.
There they are, yeah.
What's up? That's good. Yeah, goodbye, Ivory. I just got a serious feeling of deja vu. Oh my goodness. That was insane. Wisp did a very similar play a couple years back and dunks on Ivory. Ironically, once we get the second half of the Pocket duo, that is a bit ambitious considering the rest of the team is already gone.
Yeah, sometimes that deja vu hits a little hard, doesn't it? That was a blast from the past there. As Wisp just trying to stay in it though for this championship. Cat Cafe looking in a great spot to win this little summer series before champs. Z's has the Kitsune Rush, speed as well here from Nenwai to try and stabilize for Timeless.
There's just too many ults online for Cat Cafe here. Even with the sound barrier, it won't reach Sniper in time. Graviton Surge lands, that's all you care about. If your name is Peace and you've got a giant sword, cut people in half with, that is a quadruple kill for them. Blink initially stabilized.
You did use a lot for it, but hey, at some point the bleeding has to stop. Sniper over to the Hazard. Obviously, again, the Diva ban having a great effect so far. You know, Missa, as soon as that gets popped up, she actually just goes over to the Tracer. So Cinnabar will stick by Ivory's side for the time being. Has the Valkyrie ready to go, but I have a feeling the Mercy swap could also be forthcoming pretty soon.
Yeah, I think you just use Valkyrie here and move off of it. It's not, there we go. Cinnabar is going to pop that almost instantly. Peace goes in.
Oh my god.
The supports split in half, and down goes the Valkyrie alongside it. What a play from Peace.
Beautiful setup. Getting up in the air, trying to see the whole battlefield ahead, and just slices the supports of Cat Cafe out of the air. Cinnabar will make that swap over to the Lucio to match. So a little more speed now to get Hattori into these spots. And Ivory, it's not like it's the end of the world not having that Mercy pocket with them at all times.
Yeah. And Peace is like, okay, that's a Malga running at me. Gonna dip on out, but hey, there's Cinnabar. No idea what hit her. The Mega Health Pack might be enough to pull supports.
Oh.
The TP in. Tragedy strikes Juno. Wrong place, wrong time. That Cafe now, not any support to pull through. His Peace is just insane when you give him a sword, whether it's Genji or Vendetta. Magic happens.
Yeah, doesn't matter the kind of sword, how big the sword is. Swords have a lot of fun when Peace is around. And Cinnabar actually makes another swap over to the Mizuki. So a little more AoE heals and try to have some sort of stun here for Peace when they're going on some of these angles. But because of that, again, you drop behind on the support. Ult economy, Nenwai now 15 away from her next sound barrier.
Goes out, but this big combo with the cage that you're looking for. The down power is a fantastic counter, though. The sound barrier, Nenwai held that to the last possible second, and it pays off. Sure, you lose Wisp to the pulse bomb, but you're kind of okay with that if you get through that massive cage fight that Cafe were banking on.
I wonder if Hattori is going to swap. The answer is no for now. Ivory, though, goes over to the Cassidy. More stuns here for Peace. It's almost like it's a little bit of an issue here, Molly, that they're trying to figure out the solution to. Misa as well. Drag the pulse out late into that fight. It got one, but not enough to turn it around. Over to the Genji as well to maybe help deal with Wisp, considering everybody else will be turning for the Vendetta.
Peace can line up another Sundering Strike like they did before.
Oh my
and
god.
And this is done for Cat Cafe. Ori made the first step into the fight, but Wisp is just covering rooftop. What can you do about that? Well, Ivory can just click their head. That's a great answer. Love that. Your Cat Cafe fan. And here comes Peace. Can they shut down another? Doesn't seem like it. Not a fight you want to take. Sundering Blade, at least you know the positioning it's on. Damage goes in. It's not enough to get the final blow. Ivory and Hattori living on borrowed time, but it takes to turn. Hattori peeling for her backline. Means there's still time to be bought. Cinnabar, however, fighting alone in the front, has to use the Sanctuary just to keep herself up, and it will result in a double kill. Cat Cafe, they struggled to get through this point. Had 5 minutes, but they'll get in overtime.
Yeah, the job gets done, at least for the time being. Just definitely not the cleanest fight of all time. Wisp actually goes over to the Sojourn now, and initially swaps the Tracer to try and get back over to this point. That is a pull, Misa, but it's okay. You do get out. Kitsune Rush still here for Z to start out this fight, just ahead still of Juno.
The Kitsune Rush should be up at the same time. At least you'd like to hope. But that 5% could make the difference. Juno just got hers and decides to hold on to it. Can use it to try to re-engage. You are down one player at this point. 4v3, but with Whips getting as much value as they just did, you're going to see yourselves out.
Yeah, Misun just jumps off the map. No reason to stick around. But holding on to that Kitsune rush now is actually big because you have an entry point. There is no answer. 0 ults here for Timeless to go into this next fight.
Nothing to work with as Wisps just slides into the middle of Cat Cafe's back line. Mid Kitsune rush. Missing doesn't even need the blade down. That was the fumble and a hat from Timeless X missing.
Trying to make a play early on to disrupt the set play from Cat Cafe, but it backfires so quickly. Ivory will be coming back on the Bastion to try and burn down Sniper, who will just try to anchor on this point. Missin has the blade, will try and stay hidden for the time being.
Will be the year of the Genji blade. I feel like it's hard to get out of it normally, but forces the Boop and Suzu early. The supports have to go back into spawn, and as long as this keeps her life, I'd say that is well worth it. This payload less than 2 meters away from completion. It has to happen fast. Timeless are so close to 2 of their ults, but Sniper is down. Cinnabar was in the background the whole time, but they survived. Desi didn't get a final touch on the payload. They had the people there, but as soon as Sniper fell, they couldn't get a replacement.
And just barely getting over the line. And dare I say, another draw on the horizon here.
Don't say that.
I'm just, it's a possibility. It's happened already once today. It could theoretically happen again. As our producer just yelled at me in my ear, said, "Don't manifest." I'm sorry, Pardcode. But honestly, it was definitely like a map of stages so far. It's where obviously first stage here on point A felt like it was all Cat Cafe. But then it really felt like it was Timeless X missing. Really controlled second phase, just a really good ult combination from Cat Cafe in overtime. Then again, some great an ult combo to break up a little bit of an aggressive play going in from Wisp, and then able to finish off with a nice little late swap from Ivory to burn down Sniper, trying to hold it down on point. Now Cat Cafe, they will stick on to the Mizuki from Cinnabar. They are sick of peace, is the basis of the story. If they can deal with peace, setting themselves up in a great position to end the series here.
This is, I think, Cat Cafe best setup that they are going to have. Missin and Ivory on their best heroes and the most ideal comp for them so far. Let's move over to this Sojourn. He's look for an angle to get in, but jumps low almost immediately there. This is going to be a setup of stages. As he said, Timeless X missing, getting control of this high ground first, and finding a way to contest the point after Notori's out.
It's either you contest high ground or you just fully wrap, like we're seeing right now. Try and force the rest of the backline into an awkward situation to find the punish. Cinnabar almost is the first victim of that, but gets out.
Peace doesn't have the same fate. Ivory comes up with 2 final blows, which on Freya, those are things they're looking for, considering the Bounty Hunter passive. May even get 3rd here on the Wisps. They're not capable of the panic disruptor shot. I think that there would be someone coming in from down below. The nice part is for Timeless, they keep Wisp alive, even if they forfeit the high ground. A lot of that early poke damage has gone into Tori. They can make a move toward this point.
And everybody from Cat Cafe as well is basically abandoned the high ground, now just playing inside the building, which is not a great thing against the Czar.
Not great. Same with Ivory's bullet shot. The one person you don't want to hit is Peace. And blocked all of that damage. That would just be the point. And Tori will be back for a contest. Not sure if you want to go 4v5 into a pursuit.
Look, poor Cinnabar. She is just lost in the sauce here on the backside of point because there's so much attention here, though. There has been a quick recontest.
Okay, so it's still 4v5. You're down to support. At a bare minimum, Timeless should be forced to use an ultimate or 2. Unless they're just raw shots end up hitting, which is the case for Kunai between the eyes of Missin. No ultimates used at all. Great discipline from Timeless. They'll move forwards.
And no close spawn as well for Missin, as she will go over to the Pharah now, trying to disrupt this play a little bit. Peace continues to be a thorn in the side of Cat Cafe, and trying to take advantage of this early positioning, but Cat Cafe will want to push early, trying to challenge this archway once again, but they'll be faced with a grab very early
especially with Peace getting this Sundering Strike online, there is no answer to this. I wouldn't be hate if you just threw grab here and tried to chunk him down. Peace pulled the ult just to break through the cage fight, which is also a good decision to make sure your tank stays alive, and Itadori doesn't have any more cooldowns to actually use. That is a team wipe from Timeless.
Beautiful fight play in there from Timeless. Cat Cafe just have no answer for it. Uses up 2 ultimates as well. Have the bullet. The Sanctuary could actually help with this grab a lot, but again, it doesn't help with the beam. So as long as Sniper is able to get up close and personal, that grab is still going to do a ton of damage because you don't have a sound barrier due to the Mizuki over the Lucia. And Wisp as well. Still has the overclock. If ever he gets stuck, just take some pop shots, but Wisp gotta live first. Bola shot descent from a long range.
Hit anybody?
I don't think so.
Yeah, it might have been a whiff. Whips, though, does not usually whiff unless they are forced to. That is his Sanctuary. To respect the overclock, and now means this Graviton Surge just gets free value pending Sniper's living. It'll be a solo arm to Ivory, even if that wasn't the intention. But they overextend so far to actually get the healings out of it, then Missin swoop down from the rooftops and just lay down these rockets like nobody's business.
Yeah, nobody pays attention to Missin. Everybody's looking at Ivory to get the initial punish. And then Hittori just walks on the rest of the backline. They can't keep Sniper up because of that. And Timeless have to wipe. Barrage is here. Now for Missin. Could just wait for the cage fight. Probably won't. As some changes now for Timeless. Sniper will match the Maga. Peace on that Genji. Let's see if Missin wants to eventually get that Genji duel that she was wanting so much earlier on. And Wisp will give up here on the Soj and go over to the Cassidy to help maybe deal a little bit more consistent damage to this.
She's so gonna swap as soon as the barrage is
Oh
dropped.
my god.
You can tell.
Yeah,
She
there
did
it goes.
that on purpose. She's like, I want to die so I can go back to spawn and swap.
Like, this is not
Genji.
worth.
It is, no, absolutely not. Like, you will wait, see what the swap actually is, but for now, Cat Cafe trying to stabilize on this point. Cage Flight is out from Hittori, as an I need to live maneuver, although he failed one. Is putting it very nicely. Cat Cafe lose out on the fight. This gets what she wants.
Yeah, Missin got the duel in the matchup that she wanted earlier during our interview. So we get that Genji duel, and Missin actually just has to live. Very low health, has to grab the mini. Just under 3 minutes to go. Here for Timeless, entering the final phase. Has Sound Barrier and the Deadeye already ready to go. Kitsune Rush, though, from Juno should be able to stop that attack in its tracks for the time being.
Yeah, it's either Timeless are in a spot to fully kite the Kitsune Rush, or you have to use Sound Barrier to fully get out of it. Well, ideally, don't use Sound Barrier, because this is the big old fight. If you can snowball this and get over a minute, we find ourselves in a potentially drawable situation for the second time, but it is so many ults popped at the same time. Beat Saber out for Peace, and then we're going to come up with 2. We're getting sat on by Hittori. Classic play from the Timeless Genji player. Cat Cafe still finding a way to move on through and having that early pick. Paid off in dividends. The ultimate advantage is too much for Cats.
And still, Deadeye and the cage fight here from Sniper and Wisp. And then I will go over to the Cat just to get back into this fight quickly. Again, no ults here for Cat Cafe.
Ooh, a good fight there by Hittori to escape the cage. The reaction time, as cool as it was, it's not enough to save the rest of her team. And this is dangerous territory. 30 seconds still plus on this point. If they can't stall it out, it won't matter. Ivory swapped to the Ventures. Happy as I am to see it. It's looking grim for Cat Cafe. They will not be able to end the series here.
I'm so sorry, producer Pinecone. I really hope I did not jinx what I think.
If it draws, we're blaming you. Everybody in chat.
I think Pinecone may genuinely join this VC to vent.
Yeah. It'll be funny. We'll be
It would-
fine.
Yeah, right now, though, Timeless Missing, the way they're playing, it's leaning in that direction, right?
Yeah.
Minute 31, King's Row. It's usually a map where first phase happens very quickly. It's just how much time you can drain away from second and third phase, especially with the type of snowball that we just saw here from Timeless. Cat Cafe, what is the play call here? They're expecting the Vendetta to return. from Peace, hence why Ivory will go on to the Cassidy, and Missing, as much as she wanted that Genji duel, will just go over to the Tracer for the time being.
I think the Tracer is just, it's a safer pick compared to what you could see on things like the Genji or the Pharah, not knowing what Timeless is missing, have at their disposal, but we're seeing it like night and day. The second Sniper just gave in, it's like, fine, I'll play Mauga. They're playing so much more consistently and have been steamrolling Cat Cafe.
Attackers incoming.
Yeah, it has not been close, it felt like, during the rest of it, and Tori's still sledding in place, waiting to get an early peek of what's going on right now. Wisp being on this Bastion with the Cat Cafe, have no way to answer it, no way to run back to spawn in time. Just gonna have to hide in the building and have somebody drop to contest.
This is a point pressure moment. 4 Timeless X missing, and for Cat Cafe against the Castion, you don't really have a good way to deal with it. Peace fighting, missing in the back, not easy to do. As a Vendetta, but a great pick from Ivory. That shuts down 1/2 of the Castion duel, and arguably the more dangerous one. Gotta deal with Peace though. All of the cooldowns have gone in the Castion duel. What are you gonna do about the rest? The answer is Missing. Works her magic again on this Tracer. Has been the single best deploying character all day, but you gotta get to the point to touch. Here, away is this point. You cannot afford to get off it as Missing clutches it up.
But now it's still, again, respawn advantage is here for Timeless. Sniper will get here before Hitori does. Some of these squishies got to stall for a bit.
It's
There's
not
Hitori.
easy. Yeah, I mean, Hitori's back. Sniper has sub 100 HP. Don't run away. 15 seconds left.
Cat Cafe will have that pulse bomb here soon, and because Juno stayed alive throughout that as well, will be first to get that Kitsune rush.
And they've lost all of the previous tick progress as well. So you have to have more. You have more time to give if you are Timeless. But it's Cat Cafe who come with the first pick, and they can't touch. The Fabled draw has happened for the second time today, as Timeless stay alive, still needing a reverse sweep.
Oh my god.
That's Castercurse right there.
That was it. What is it with draws today? Like, we couldn't even remember the last time we got a draw in Calling All Heroes. We get 2 from the same team on the same day. What in the world is happening?
That should have been Timeless. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like there
It
was
should have been. They had it. It was what? It's just a smidge of percentage to not carry it over. Sniper is the one that goes to touch point, but they die early before the 4-second mark, so OT doesn't start up yet. And I wonder if, I don't know if Timeless thought maybe they died just late enough to trigger it, or maybe, you know, Cinnabar was supposed to go over and touch, not Cinnabar, Nenoi was supposed to go over and touch. I don't know. It's just a rough map that really felt like it was Timeless's to win. And all of a sudden, we are still at 2-0 after map 3, with just what, Flashpoint and Push left, which is the most like momentum-based game modes that we have. If you're Cat Cafe right now, you are celebrating, because that really, like, the back half of that map felt all Timeless, and they're able to steal away a draw.
It could have been so much worse. I think for Cat Cafe, as much as we like to say, oh, that was a whoopsies, Missing deserves a lot of credit for the clutch that she did, stalling the point even without recall. Very impressive. But we're gonna go ahead and head to another break. Give our team some time to collaborate to figure out what's going on. Still a 2-0 lead for Cat Cafe. We'll finish the finals right after this. 2 for 3 for draws today in our final day of the Calling All Heroes Summer Season Playoffs. As we are still at a 2-0 lead for Cat Cafe. Peace came back in for the last map after some goal swapping and an emergency sub from Jeremy. It looked pretty good, and this is an incredibly close game. It almost seems like Cat Cafe got real lucky with that draw, the way everything panned out.
All the momentum was swinging towards Timeless during that map, especially Peace on the Vendetta was absolutely disgusting here on this map. But just at the very end there, couldn't find those kills to get it over the line. Cat Cafe barely even made it to the end of the map, right? We see it there at the end, overtime to finish second phase. This cart is 25 meters in with 20 seconds left, and they're able to scrap their way through the end of the map. So just some great plays when Cat Cafe needed it. Maybe not the cleanest map that they've ever had, but they still got the job done and scraped a draw on a map that, like you said, it felt like it was Timeless's to lose. So now it's still going to be Timeless X missing, winning and picking this next map. Flashpoint and Push are the only two left. So it's not like you got a ton of options here on comps that you can run.
No, like it feels like no matter what you pick, you're gonna be in a similar situation. Like, especially for Flashpoint, those two kind of feel the same in my head. I think the only thing that might have an impact is if you pick New Queen Street and you want to run the jetpack path. I feel like that is a little bit better for that than Coliseo, but it's pretty iffy. It is the least important pick I think you're gonna have all day. Which is also good for them, because if they end up winning this map, it really doesn't matter what we see Cat Cafe going to later on. We're gonna like to do Flashpoint. Will we get our first Atlas? I am sad to say we are not. We have a bunch of Atlas haters in Calling All Heroes this weekend. We will be back to New Junk City. I think the one thing could throw this for a loop. Do we ban Mauga? Is that the thing? Is this where we use the Mauga ban?
Honestly, I would not be shocked. Yeah. I think at this point, it's such a Mauga-centric map. Getting rid of it is a massive plus here to Timeless. Granted, the May ban, actually. I like this. I like this from Cat Cafe. They have not shown at all that they want to run the May. It is just not something usually in their wheelhouse. Granted, yes, Peace could still easily run more Vendetta, more Reaper. But I think you want to save that Vendetta ban for when you actually have the Mauga in play. Take away one of those key pieces, especially let's say you lose this map. You get that first ban, send the Vendetta away on Push, try and send the series and finish the series right there. But I love how New Junk City, it used to be for the longest time, right? Everybody picked Saravasa, nobody picked New Junk City, but then we get some reworks to the map, and when Saravasa's not in the pool, it's just New Junk City.
I was gonna say, is it really because New Junk City is better, or is it because the other option's Atlas? I personally love Atlas.
I like Atlas a lot, but I know there's a lot of people who don't.
There are certain points that I think can feel pretty awful to play into at times, and I think it requires a specific strategy and practice to work with it. It's just a safer option overall. But yeah, I agree. Vendetta, I think, was honestly the reason that was as close as it was for Timeless. Yeah. If you didn't have Peace on the Vendetta, I don't really know what would have happened. Might not even be here right now for a map 4. With New Junk City, I think this opens the door for things like Xion, like Tracer for Missin, perhaps the Ramatra coming back in. I think it's something that Sniper, if they have to play a ground tank, they would rather play that as opposed to the Mauga.
Oh, yeah, especially now that the Mauga's out, that's an easy pick. And as we go in, again, I think my worry right now for Timeless is where are the mentals at? That definitely felt like it was your map to win. Everybody's feeling probably pretty good. And then all of a sudden it turns around and you're not in a great spot anymore. You're still down 0-2. Still need to pull 3 maps back to back to back. And it kind of just drains a lot of the momentum that you thought you were going to have going into this map 4. So that is the only worry I have right now for Timeless X missing. I don't think this is a team we should have to worry about that too much with. But it's, of course, something that goes into your head. And, of course, we said it earlier. I don't think it's really been mattering that much with the exhaustion here for Cat Cafe. We've been here now for 4.5 hours. They have played every single map we have had on stream today. At some point, it gets a lot. But honestly, I don't feel like it's really, visibly to us, has made that much of a difference.
No, and I think it's where a lot of this competitive experience comes from. Like, you can double block your scrims, you have long tournament days before. They've taken advantage of it. Will be the Ramattra Praetori, actually. And back to the Zarya Vendetta for Timeless.
Yeah, the Zarya Vendetta, pretty easy choice here for Timeless X Missing. You want to kind of run back this core combo that almost got you over the line on a King's Row. Missing on the, well, almost on the Shia, but get
not
jumped.
for long. I was going to say,
No.
you are pretty cooked, Missing, as soon as Peace, plus the bubbles, plus the entire cavalry speeding after you with Nenwise Uber service. Peace will just look to kind of clean up everybody else. We'll get caught out by Wisps in the backside. We should be looking at our first cap for Timeless X Missing here shortly. And I think, yeah, good choice for Missing.
Yeah, do a little bit of a swap. The Tracer still going to work out really well here into this composition. Again, it's that Lucio versus Mizuki, right? Cat Cafe probably would prefer having Cinnabar on the Lucio, having that extra speed, especially for a map type like Flashpoint. But it doesn't really feel like you have that option because you need some sort of answer to Peace.
Yeah, and you would love to have to be able to move quick and actually close the gap. Timeless will be doing that on you already, and counter-rotating, I guess, just doesn't seem practical for Cat Cafe. They want to counteract the actual dive that will be happening. Cat Cafe, first point with Missing down there, and that is the opening you want. 3 picks, and all these little skirmishes that were happening around the map, making sure Timeless weren't fighting together.
As long as you can stretch out, but also not get caught out by Peace, that is going to be the game plan here for Cat Cafe. Because Peace is always going to be looking for the squishy that's left alone, or if they can jump on with 1 or 2 other people on a Hitori. Mason now trying to get some early scouting, but somehow gets sought out here. And Peace on the hunt.
Oh, Pete has like a crazy sixth sense to know that Missing is back there. The scouter got scouted. Cat Cafe have Annihilation here. Just to walk it down, plus some other very scary tools. I wouldn't be shocked if they're able to kind of force the sound barrier early and kind of counter some of their own ults. Maybe just the Kitsune rushes to start us out, and followed by the Annihilation. There we go. That is why you play this Mizuki to put Peace on a leash. It's gonna be enough. I mean, the Annihilation is still such a threat to these frontliners who can't fight speed away. Nenwai had to hide in the backline that whole time to regain some health and kind of free firing. We're Missing on this Tracer, yet to be countered out. Another triple kill for her. The Cat Cafe gets the first quarter.
Yeah, they just endure the wave of damage that comes in from Timeless. And even though it's actually both DPS from Timeless that goes compared to 1 support, 1 DPS for Cat Cafe, it's that Annihilation, like you said. It's such a daunting task. If it doesn't get canceled out right away, you can't push into it. And now Missing has this pulse bomb. We're just waiting to see if they can find Wisp, and they do.
I mean, that's just gross. Missing is just
disgusting,
so
yeah.
good at this Tracer. I think this is one of the, if not the single, greatest carry performance we have seen from an individual this tournament. And it gets Cat Cafe the point. Yeah, maybe the overclock, some extra sauce on top.
Yeah. But this is definitely not a done fight. Still a round with the Vendetta ult here, but Sanctuary will just kind of force everybody away. Peace still finds one though in the chaos.
Raptors come out on just the tank who has a shield. She doesn't even need to use Nemesis form. The greater concern is Peace. As he said, finding these isolated squishies, that's exactly what Peace is hunting. For this, Cat Cafe, get about 30%, but that's about it.
Like Juno, just a few percentages that just TPs out to the rest of their team. Cinnabar goes in to try and help Hitori, ends up getting killed herself. Definitely a little bit of a tricky spot but overall, still pretty solid here. 36% for Cat Cafe. Has the Russian 20 to go with the Annihilation once again, but it will be Z who will have it first. And still, Overclock, Wisp has been holding on to this for a long time.
Knowing Wisps, it's I need to find an angle that I'm just gonna kill 3 on. It is the caliber of their mechanics, but not the time to do it. I think that was the Kunai long range from the Juno that got them low, and the big carry ult is suddenly no longer a feature. It's on the piece. I'll bring this one back from the break. Missouri having absolutely none of that. Tries to zone everyone else off. That attempt is successful. Cat Cafe get control back.
Yeah, Peace tries to piece that together, looking for Juno in the back, but just with the Suzu and having to deal with that Annihilation AoE damage, just a little bit too much for the Flex DPS to conquer. Stun Barrier, though, is held during that, so Nenwai would be able to have their team go in now. Only the Pulse Bomb here from Missun, who is already on the lookout, but Titleist know this trick.
Dude, I mean, getting the Suzu out that early, kinda crazy. Like, you almost have to use the sound barrier from Nenwai just to live. There's no specific ult that's countering out. Ult does go wide, and Mitori kind of in La La Land. Like, you can see how much work Missun is putting in to just get these kills, to get these picks off rip. But it's too much pressure on just her, and the rest of the team is crumbling in the front line and even the back to the pressure of Peace.
And then there won't be another touch here, Molly. It's just too long of a walk, especially with no Lucio in hand. So this will be 1-1 now after 2 here on New Junk City. Timeless will be able to hold on to this grab as another long rotation here across the map for both of these squads. That overclock now for Ivory is here. Wisp actually goes over to the Cassidy, realizing that Missun is a little bit of a problem. And as much as you want to keep that range with Ivory, it's more important to help your backline deal with this flanker.
Especially not having the Mizuki here. You're a bit more vulnerable to those dives he dislikes in Cat Cafe. But Ivory, there isn't anything to do about it. He's gonna hit his, their shiny butt, instantly grabbed and head removed, courtesy of Whips. They were having none of that. To commit the grab solo onto the Sojourn is a crazy play. Now you're kind of limited what you can do, but you are fed a free gift. Missun finds herself off the cliff somehow. Decided she wanted nothing to do with this fight anyways, and it seems like the rest of Cat Cafe have the same mentality shortly.
That's a whoop. We've had a few whoopsies today.
Yeah.
And that was one of them. Timeless able to win that first point. And I think, honestly, at that point, Ivory has always the potential to pop off, get 2 or 3 picks with that overclock. So just take Ivory out of the equation, try and run it from there. But 4 ults now here for Cat Cafe. But the sound barrier is there to answer whatever is the deadliest combination first.
So we got 4 ults from each team. With 8 shiny buttons total, I'm gonna guess we pressed 4 of them, maybe 5. We'll go with 5, final answer. We're starting it out with 2 Kitsune rushes and the Annihilation from it. Tori running to run it down. And here comes everything else to try to counter it out. We end up a total of 8 buttons, but it's Peace who comes up with the first pick. Cinnabar sliced into pieces, and well, different kind of piece than the pieces we're looking at. Cat Cafe, well, they got the cap, it will be short-lived.
Yeah, it won't be very long. Of course, the ults start coming in from not one of the shiny buttons, but just the aftermath of all the damage there from the ults. I think Wisp, is that just the TP out of spawn, I'm guessing? Yes. That's just to get some of the team there, anticipating that Cat Cafe is going to make an effort out of this. I don't even think Cat Cafe are close enough. No, it'll be point capped here for Timeless. 1 more away from winning their first map in this grand final. Cinnabar will match the Lucio now, giving up on the Mizuki, understanding that that sound barrier may be more impactful having every 2 or 3 fights rather than the stun for Peace, but maybe regretting that decision now.
I was gonna say, I don't think you want to be base tanking Peace now that you don't have a way to just tell them to, hey, stay here. Yeah, dead Lucio, Cat Cafe do have the luxury of waiting for Cinnabar to get back.
Yeah, just wait for the Lucio, one of the fastest heroes, to get back into this fight, but still full high ground control. Well, was here for Timeless, but a little bit challenged now.
Great Suzu, though, from Z's, and get Wisp out of that vortex. But Nenwai's just back to the spawn already. She is not having a good time on this Lucio. The Brad's committed anyways, and with everyone's health bar already being low. It got one, I think, but not anyone that died.
Yeah, that's a rough one there from Sniper. Just trying to pull the fight out after it started feeling like Cat Cafe was in control. Not able to do enough. The bright side of the situation here for Timeless is that they still have Rush to engage. Peace has ult, as well as the Beat and the Deadeye suit here. But again, 8 ultimates. Once again, are we going to hit all 8 for another bingo here, Molly? I don't know. I'm going to guess 7 ults.
7? I'm gonna just go with 8 because it was 8 last time.
Now.
We'll see. We already got 1 from Ivory. If this gets value, we probably will just get 1. But having a hard time finding the target. Peace evasive as ever. And footwork over there. Ivory gives up and just says, I'm gonna slide into their back line. Well, Sound Barrier is equipped. A choice of all time. One Cat Cafe are sorely missing their hit scan player 4 as the fight continues to unravel Avery Titans.
Wow, actually only, what, 4?
Yeah. Nah.
Yeah. 93% though for Cat Cafe. 1 fight needed. Ivory on the Bastion. So just trying to throw in one little oddball here to throw off Timeless. May have to play a little more safe. Sniper is really going to have to be conservative with some of these bubbles, but still wanting to put Peace in these nice positions.
Meta is up. The reaction from Tori on the shield. As you said, these bubbles are down in Peace. Even the bubble isn't enough to save them from Tori. She is pulsing it onto the team. Speedy as ever to help with Cinnabar's Axie service. The Cat Cafe getting the flip and the point. We're going to all 5 objectives here on New Junk City.
Going all the way to see if this series will get extended any longer. Cat Cafe 1 round away from winning this final, earning the top seed at Champs. Cinnabar has the Sound Barrier ready to go for this grab or to combat the Kitsune Rush here from Z. Nenwai is still about 50% away from having hers online.
Jump scare there.
A little bit of a jump.
He's
Yep,
coming
there we
up
go.
over the roof,
Oh, wow.
but a tempo beat. I'm not a huge fan of tempo beats, especially against this comp. We get to the fight now. Z's is already dead, and the tank along with it. So those 2 strong pillars for Timeless are, well, missing. And Cat Cafe get first cap. I fear how that affects them in the long run.
I would say it gets in the point now, but no answer for Grav, no answer for Kitsune Rush. They will have their own Kitsune Rush, I guess, from Juno to combat Z, but could get a little bit tricky here. Again, a lot of looks here at Misa. We've seen some very clutch pulses throughout the day. Can she pull out another here?
I wouldn't be shocked. Listen, so good. Under pressure in particular. And it being round number 5, wouldn't be shocked if she made something happen. But it's
Didn't even need it.
You don't need it. Tori just sets her sights on Nenwai, says, come here. You are now my punching bag. And isn't going to get the other support. Timeless are falling apart.
Everybody turned for Misen looking for the pulse, but instead Tori just walks right up. Sniper's not looking for it. Able to punch through Nenwai. Cleanse gets drawn out, so Z's is taken away. And because of that, Tori is able to have Annihilation. 4 ults on the board here for Cat Cafe. And they can just press Q to try and finish off this fight, or just to drag out the remaining ultimates here from Timeless.
We're gonna look for it though. Here's the pulse bomb. It won't connect. Suzu came out anyways. Ivory on the high ground, chunking people with these shots. Uses the artillery form. Try to withstand the grab. Doesn't look like it's enough. Timeless's ult advantage was so huge in this battle. They're taking advantage of it, as costly as it was.
Only the overclock remaining here from Wisp. 4 ults used from Timeless, but it was 3 of the 4 used here from Cat Cafe. Annihilation is still here, gets sped in by Cinnabar. And Cinnabar will get another Sound Barrier before any other impactful ult, as long as they can withstand the overclock.
The answer is
And
they
that's a
can't.
no.
That is a no.
Yeah.
That is a hard no. It is only Ivory though, so the reset should be rather quick.
Yeah. Quick reset. Cinnabar won't have enough time to build up the rest of this Sound Barrier for now. But because of how quickly that fight went, look at this Timeless. Nothing. Nowhere even close. But
What-
Misen gets
just-
caught out underneath. She was trying to bring some point presence earlier, draw some attention away, but it never escapes from the fight. So instead, a little bit longer now, this will be a little more dodgy on the final touch of the game.
And because there wasn't an actual fight, Jesse, Cat Cafe didn't get to build up any of their ults.
No.
And this is terrible for them. Friends and Timeless don't have anything on their own. Tori has this annihilation, and it is not looking good for Peace. They'll be able to dip on out. But overtime is ticking away. The touch barely comes in with Missing, but here swings back to Tori. 1 for 1 on the low ground. Someone is going to have to clutch up for Timeless X Missing, because it is looking brutal, and Peace might just be the player to go ahead and do it. It is such a tall pass. Tori is on this point. Nemesis form won't be up for another 3 seconds. She needs to fall here, and Peace will make sure of it. Sniper returns on the dupe this, and the flip is through. Timeless keep themselves afloat just barely, and will extend our series further.
Peace when they need it most. Clutches up with a few eliminations. Just such a awkward start to the end of that fight. And they even find Sniper early on, but just can't put the rest of the pieces together to get anything else out of it. A great map, it felt like, from Cat Cafe. Not able to finish, and opens up the door now for the reverse sweep to start.
Yeah.
And that is a very dangerous comm if you hear that from Cat Cafe. But you still have map advantage. You get to pick the push map that we get to go to here for map 5. And then if needed, map 6, you get to pick the control map. Granted, you're probably picking Nepal because nobody's going to pick Antarctic. But you at least have the agency here for the rest of it. The other benefit is, obviously, you can
Vendetta.
go into this not having to worry about a lot of these bans, and you can ban Vendetta immediately.
You need to piece off this Vendetta. I don't care what map we're going to. The Vendetta is getting banned, and there should be no other thought. If you let Peace stick on this character, I am seriously questioning what decision making is going on behind the team, because you need to take away the Zarya. Even if you are playing with the Mauga, it's still a good combination. Force Peace onto something else that you may have a better shot at maybe throwing this team off tempo. Because I think Peace is the player we've seen most dedicated to our favorite sword-throwing Italian woman. No one else has really taken this much of a liking to her. And it feels like that if there is going to be an impactful ban or pick, it's gotta be now. Because this fight, especially this last one here from Cat Cafe, should not have been lost. It was a series of just feeds accidentally at the start of the fight. And then you had the problem of, uh-oh, he's still alive, and he's playing Vendetta.
At the end there, you can see Tori's just waiting to get the Nemesis for him back to try and block. But just nothing available near the end. But again, the Maga will return, and Vendetta, you gotta think, has got to be banned. Like, it has to be banned here for the last map. Or at least the potential last map.
I was gonna say, we could still go further, Jesse, right? It's here.
Yeah, we can go to 6 again.
I think it would be really funny, because I think that this is like the lowest low that Timeless X Missing could have been at. Just going down 0-2, drawing the next map, and then barely, and I mean barely, squeaking away with this New Junk City map. And going into push, it's, I mean, probably going to be Colosseo, but who even knows at this point what we would be looking at. Jetpack Cat is a concern. Mauga is going to be back and available. And there's so many things to consider. We will lock in New Queen Street and potentially some Castion alongside of it.
It is a better map if you just want to go back to the Maga. New Queen Street, a little bit more closed in. At Colosseo, you can take a lot of different off angles to burn down the Maga on the approach. New Queen Street, not as much the case. So I think that's the direction that Cat Cafe are trying to go here. Again, I'd be stunned if it was not a Vendetta ban that we see here in just a moment from Cat Cafe. It has been the, I don't want to say the thorn, but a giant sword just stuck in the side of Cat Cafe these last 2 maps. And something's got to give here to put that away. And it won't be, actually. I don't hate it. I don't hate it because they would rather play the Mizuki Kiri anyways. rather than the Lucio Kiri. I don't know if it would have been the ban that I would have picked, but it's an understandable draft.
Yeah, I think part of the issue too was that you had an unfortunate identity crisis on the side of Cinnabar of, I really want to play this Mizuki so that I can live, but my team needs the speed to take these fights on an even footing. And if you remove that from the equation, I mean, either you play Juno, which I don't think is likely at this point, or you can go back to this Mizuki where you are a bit safer from Peace, and even could force the Cat Kiriko, if that is the direction you want to go in. Don't feel that that is optimal at this point, at least for Timeless X. Missing Cat Cafe, on the other hand, seem like they may pull it out.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't be shocked if we see a little bit more of some cat shenanigans as we go through this map. We saw it a little bit earlier as well. Wouldn't be shocked to see it. I'm really curious what this ban is from Timeless. Like, what aspect of this Cat Cafe roster and lineup can you even take away at this point? You know they're going to be running Maga, so banning a tank isn't worth it. You can't ban a support. Do you just take out the Pharah or the Tracer?
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, you take out the Tracer, so more than likely a Pharah being thrown in here by Misun. Unless, or maybe a Xion or even a Genji again, but the Genji against Vendetta doesn't necessarily have the greatest time.
You could just say that he just gets chopped up. That works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A bigger sword compared to smaller sword. You
Big
know.
beefy sword, tiny wimpy sword. I don't know. That sucks. Yeah, probably no Genji mirror on this one. At least missing, she got a little bit of it on King's Row.
A little bit.
To lackluster results, unfortunately. At least it was there. Yeah, in this match, playing this Mizuki, I think regardless, Xion seems most likely to me to kind of be the fighting DPS. If I am Peace, I'm either playing Vendetta. Honestly, how much do you consider playing Reaper here?
I would consider it. Yeah. I just feel like right now the person you would have playing Reaper would be Peace.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you want to take Peace off the Vendetta right now, considering how well they're playing. That's the only gamble in my head. Would be, do you really want to take off one of your best players right now from that hero? But it's not like the Peace Reaper is bad. Peace has been playing Reaper throughout the Face It playoffs, so it's something that obviously very comfortable with in metas like this. There's been a lot of Maga over in Face It as well. It's not like, you know, Calling Out Heroes has created this separate meta for this tournament. It has been pretty uniform across the board. We're seeing a lot of it right now. So I don't think it's a bad idea either. I'm very curious to see. I would expect Peace to stay on the Vendetta, but I think the Reaper can work.
Yeah, like I don't know. I think if we see the Reaper come out, it would only because Sniper has decided to play the Mauga, which, please play the Mauga. Don't let Hitori just steamroll you again. The other option is the Diva. Like, it's not an ideal situation, but I know it is so much more comfortable for Sniper.
Yeah. Like the Diva, there's just not a ton of high ground here to work with, especially during the middle. So the Diva can just get kind of stuck at times, but again, it can work, especially when you know you're going against the Maga. You just play it more on the ground, more trying to eat up that cardiac overdrive damage to deny that self-heal rather than trying to dive in and, you know, trying to kill Ivory and Juno, as the Cat Bastions are abundant.
Yep, Cat Bastion everywhere. Better check your radars, people. We'll be raining down some bullets today, but Peace, in fact, not on the Vendetta. Will opt to go Xion. That's just missing perfectly.
I feel like when you're going against this Cat Bastion, though, the Vendetta can be rough. If you don't get that downward slash to bring them back down to the ground, you're pretty powerless against it. So, yeah, a lot of trust right now onto Wisp and NY to get it done.
Yeah, Ivory holding on to the Bastion form there. Just knowing that the defense matrix was in the face of Wisp anyways, but listen, ends up getting picked off early. Some stray bullets from Wisps will connect. Although they are just kind of chilling in the backline. This retreat from Cat Cafe, they was like, oh, maybe we could do it, but it is looking rather sloppy.
Yeah, just a tad. I felt like Hitori went in and then she realized she didn't have the support behind her that she thought she would have. 3 meters here for Cat Cafe, but very quickly we'll swap back over, and poor Misu just gets stuck, but will barely live at about 40 HP before getting healed up by the support of Cat Cafe. And already, look at this Wisp. Has the artillery strike about to be online. Can use it very early here as soon as Hattori engages.
That is the advantage with the D.Va, right? Is that your Bastion is in a much better situation. Because just Defense Matrix is existing. It's either Ivory's getting Defense Matrix themselves, or Wisp usually has a shield, but not this time, because Peace was playing with Sniper on the high ground trying to take space. That results in the fall of kind of the main damage dealer or initiator, the Timeless.
Yeah, as soon as Wisp is gone, you have so much less damage to work with, and yes, Peace is going to work around, try and put some pressure, shift Cinnabar and Ivory to a safer spot. That's really about all you can do. Wisp now just sending over, trying to find Misoon, but she just dodges out of the way. No harm, no foul, other than the follow-up.
To say, kind of wish she had 2 dashes there. Unfortunately, like, usually this is fine. I'm okay. It's the entire kitchen sink dumped on her. Which, speaking of that, Peace wasn't necessarily through Spree. Cinnabar attempted to cancel it for a short period of time, but realized I don't want to touch that. Dropped it. Just too little, too late. Hattori will eat the self-destruct for a quick reset, and they will get closer forward spawns.
Yeah, Nedwai, I don't think gave Hattori much of a choice. Pretty sure she was just tethered and had to stare at it. It's like, yeah, it's the end. There, cage fight, artillery, ready to go here for Hattori Ivory. Kitsune rush here from both sides. Misun, not a ton of value so far, I will say, on the Shion. Peace has just been getting the better of the duel so far.
Yeah, it has not been close when we've seen these two Shions go together, and it's kind of brutal. If you are missing, you're relying on her to be the main initiator because these ult fights just will not go your way if you don't have the Shion that back it up. I'll be the forward spawns now. Finals.
This is getting out of hand very quickly here for Cat Cafe if they cannot put some fights together. This is kind of what we saw earlier as well in the last series. You get a quick lead, you get to 70, 80 meters. It can be hard for the other side to gain enough momentum to deny that lead. So Cat Cafe really hoping to get this fight out so they can stop the bleeding.
Yeah, they got to start it kind of now, honestly. And once we get to this 5-minute mark and this progress is kind of in your spawn, you're getting scared. If that's the pick you're looking for, listen, get your revenge upon Peace. With that Bastion turnover, the rest of Timeless, like, maybe we don't want to deal with that right now.
There's no need to overextend, right? If Peace will get back so quickly, you can just chill here on mid. You still have advanced spawns in your favor, and now you can just open up with the artillery to set the fight on your own pace.
That knife is in, which is more just a stun onto Wisp that helps set up the kill. This is good work done by Cinnabar. And he'll take it. The robot will get close to canceling the forward spawns. Doesn't look like anyone from Timeless will contest, so they'll start getting some progress in the round.
Yeah, it still has the Satoriku Spree from Misun. Granted, a lot of it could be eaten up from the Defense Matrix, but oh my god, with the bomb!
What was that? That was a Pokemon if I've ever seen it, but it worked out. Ivory, no way to dodge out of the way. Cat Cafe, they're kind of just cooked after losing the Bastion.
Yeah, Nedwai just grabs the bomb and just sends it towards Cat Cafe. That was excellent. And yeah, there's literally nothing Ivory could have done in that situation to get out of the way. Forward spawns won't get triggered back yet. Hattori is going to make sure she holds the line, waits for the rest of her team to return.
They got time on their side, at least. There's no reason for Timeless to rush this, as I said before, so I think kind of just chill. It's really knowing you're at an ult disadvantage. Getting a pick now, especially one on the Juno, that's scary for Cat Cafe. You were kind of hoping this would be the big momentum swing in the fight, but they're just losing in the neutral. Missing Satsuri for Spree, gets a whole lot of nothing, and it's still Timeless coming up big. Just one ult committed.
Yeah, just sustaining every single blow that's coming in from Cat Cafe, and you can tell Cafe was like, oh, we maybe have this fight won, we don't want to commit too much. and instead not able to put the final pieces together. Still hold on to 4 ultimates. Now you still have a Kitsune rush from Zia on the other side that you have to worry about as well.
Well, here's this big fight that they wanted to get. He's a little late, but has a Joyride, fresh from delivery. That just won't matter. That is a Bastion and a Kitsune rush and a whole lot of bodies with bullet holes in them. Self-destruct is out, but no remet for Sniper. I believe forward spawns were tagged. So this will be a bit of a faster fight.
No, I don't think so.
Were they?
I don't think they got tagged. I think they fought it just close enough. No, they did not. So everybody will still get far spawn here from Timeless. That'll give Cat Cafe some breathing room on the re-entry here. They only have their artillery from both sides. It's going to be a very vanilla fight as we get going. But again, this is a fight that Cat Cafe needs to win.
Artillery strike out early, and zones out missing, I guess. She'll fall first as neither team has a Shion in this battle. But Cat Cafe putting all of their presence on this robot, knowing that getting forward spawns here is kind of a must. The problem is you're not going to have Missing for a hot minute. You need to make sure that Tori survives this wave. That's a defense matrix. They can attempt to get them out of the way. That attempt is successful. Can they keep everyone from the opposing Kitsune strike? Yes, but Juno at a sliver of HP. Cat Cafe can't really keep this point the way they want to.
And at this point, again, if you're Timeless, this is okay. Just take as much time off the clock as possible. You can draw resources here from Cat Cafe.
Gutsy play, and you better be thanking Juno for that Suzu that kept her up. Unfortunately for Ivory, does not have that same luxury. Self-destruct drives in once more, but it won't get the same value it did last time. Peace, on the other hand, their stats literally can spree goes nuts. And with the robot already moving back before this kill onto Hittori, brutal.
Yeah, Tori's not going to spawn in for a long time. It seems like Misun is the target a lot of the times at the start of these fights. She has died first. I'd say almost 5 times. I don't know if that's maybe overestimating it, but it's felt similar to that number. And you can tell it's hurting Cat Cafe. They don't have that momentum to start these fights.
And even with this cage fight, like, there's not a chance. Miss can't do it. She even Kitsune rush at her back. Every single shot is being turned in her direction. They know the carry potential that she had, and it all started with that Tracer ban. The robot has been grabbed for a little. I guess it has been abandoned. The Cat Cafe getting staggered out as much as they are. This will be even more progress if Timeless want to go for a full completion.
This feels like the end of the map right there, Molly. It really does. It's going to be a very tough task. It's already 90 meters and counting. 0 ultimates on the board here for Cat Cafe to try and drag this back before overtime. I think we're staring down the barrel of another map 6.
Yeah, it might just be the case. We'll see if some miracle can be worked. Tori just melted. Where did Railcore even go throughout that time period? The work of everyone focus firing on Timeless X missing. So we don't want to wait another 50 seconds. Let's just end this map right here and right now. Cat Cafe, last-ditch effort to get a touch in, but the self-destruct tangled above like a disco ball from Netwai. Party just starting for Timeless and Missing combined. This map might be over. I mean, this is crazy. Missing comes up with 2. What in the world? She's been getting beat up on the Shion. Comes out with the Widow, pulls 2 out of a hat. Staying on their feet. What is one Missing?
That was crazy. Granted, a lot still needs to be done here for Cat Cafe. Obviously, nowhere near through the onslaught. Everybody from Timeless will get close spawns. Probably need to win, what, a fight near mid, a fight near tick, maybe 1 or 2 more fights after that. So a long ways to go if Cat Cafe want to draw this back, but a great way to at least end this map, maybe not on a complete down note if you're Cat Cafe.
This is the cage fight that you want to set everything up with. Peace. It's a Setsunuki spree. It'll get Ivory with the last burst. The flex DPS and hit scans swapping rules. What is looking to be the final fight here on New Queen Street. Timeless X missing. Take map 5. And we are going to finish our finals in 6.
This might be one of the best days of calling our heroes we've had in a long time.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even think that is an over-exaggeration. Peace, not even on the Vendetta. Still getting work done on Flex DPS. It just felt like there was definitely a gap, right? I think Mishun, as soon as you take away the Tracer, she even talked about it earlier, like, Tracer's obviously her best hero. She's had the Shion here and there. It just felt like every single time she tried to engage in a lot of these fights, there was an immediate answer from Timeless X missing. And it threw off so much of the timings of these engages to where by the time maybe they were starting to get the pieces together and how they wanted to work it differently, the gap was already too big. And Timeless, they bring us all the way to a map 6.
Yeah, Timeless hit the lowest low that they possibly could have. And Peace is coming in, and it seems like, Jesse, they might just be the hero wearing the cape for this team. We got one more map to go, and definitively only one more map to go for our Calling All Heroes weekend. We'll send it to one last break and come back with a conclusion of what has been an epic final so far. Perfect day. In Calling All Heroes, we have had 2 back-to-back 6-map series in our day today, and it's going to end here 15 maps later. And it has been a slog, to say the least, down to 1 fight nearly every map, but this last one of New Queen Street, Jesse, Timeless X Missing seem to find their groove.
Yeah, it's the best Timeless I've looked all day. And that's a scary thing here if you're Cat Cafe. You want the momentum to stay on your side anytime there's a reverse sweep, right? Like, you don't want the team down 0-2 to feel like they have a chance in this series to bring it back, because it's, at some point it feels like a train that you just can't stop. Granted, with Push being the last map type remaining, it's not like there's really a ton of choices that you get from that. It's like it's just this, or you get Coliseo, but you're gonna be playing both very similar ways. Now we go over to Control. You and I are both expecting it to be Nepal for the final map of this series. Mm-hmm. It is the question of, is it a Vendetta ban here, or is it something else remaining from Cat Cafe?
Yeah, that is a great question. Like, the Vendetta... Is she on a ban? Like, I don't know. From this team, like, I don't feel like there is going to be a purely 100% this is the right answer to Peace. Will be for sure Nepal, though. That we can confirm. The one bright spot, though, if you are Cat Cafe, Tracer is back, and Missin just won't get permanently jumped on. That was kind of the win con for Timeless last map, is Missin wasn't allowed to play the game.
Yeah.
Ooh. What?
That is a shock to me.
Huh? And that's not a Timeless ban. That is a Cat Cafe ban.
That is a Cat Cafe ban. I am so confused on what is happening right now. And I haven't seen an edit note in our channel either. Wow, those are the bans. The Sojourn ban, I actually don't mind if you're Timeless. But, wow, it's a Mizuki ban from Cat Cafe.
Okay, so Mizuki ban.
My only thought is that... No,
D.Va.
sorry. Yeah, the Mizuki ban from Cat Cafe. My only thing is that it's got to be a Protect ban on Cat, I guess?
They're playing D.Va. They're still playing D.Va.
Oh, but they're still playing D.Va. I think there's other things you could have banned there to protect Cat, but also keeping the option open of Mizuki if the Cat fails.
Yeah.
You are putting all of your eggs in the basket that this Cat Bastion is going to work.
If they play it, like, what if they go back to, like, a Lucio Kiriko, though? And then do... I mean, if you're playing D.Va, you don't really need that. So,
no.
You're right. Yeah.
Yeah. That is not the direction I thought Cat Cafe were going to take this. It can work. Again, if they feel really confident on this Cat Bastion, I'm good with it. It's just, it's a risk considering how good the Vendetta has been. And this is a very good Vendetta map, especially when you take away the Mizuki. There is no chain to worry about now for when Peace goes in.
And Vendetta is good into D.Va. Vendetta is good into anything that has less than 500 health. Yeah, no. Some extra time as well. I think we have a bit of a tech issue on a player side there. So we'll be getting into our map as soon as that is resolved. But a puzzling ban, to say the least, coming into the 6th and final map. First seed for Calling All Heroes Championships and $2,000 on the line. Just these teams, and I think you gotta stick with it. Timeless X Missing have clearly found a rhythm, and they think that this ban is the best to keep that rhythm going. And honestly, who am I to question them at this point with how much success they have had in the last 2 maps?
Yeah, and that's completely fair, right? Like, take away the Sojourn, try and run it from there. I am so curious to see what variation Cat Cafe are going to run. Whether it be Cat Bastion, whether it be, Cat Cassidy maybe, just trying to play around the Cat Noons. It's a very interesting choice to see where we go from here. Obviously, we expect the Tracer to return this map. Like, there's no question about it. Like, Mission is going to bring back the Tracer. It is just kind of everything else, right? We expect the Maga to return, whether it be the Pharah or the Cat Bastion. What is the final huck here from Cat Cafe to try and win this #1 seed for champs?
And what else do they have to show out? I feel like all of their cards have already been put on the table. I don't think there's many aces you can hold up your sleeve at this point in time. It feels very readable what they want to do and how they execute it. I think the other option as well is, of course, if you're not playing something like a Diva, play the Zarya, and then you're kind of banking on that if you are Cat Cafe, because you can mow him down with the Malga. We do have our game set and confirmed. It will be the Cat Bastion from both of these teams, but it's that swap from Peace that we are most concerned about.
Yeah, it's going to be the Tracer actually to start off here from Peace. So, a decent result here. Honestly, if you're Cat Cafe, you don't see Vendetta on the other side when Mizuki's out of the equation. That is the first win you're going to get, but look, it's already so much control here for Cat Cafe, and Peace has to dim.
Peace is like, ooh, that's for me? Wait a minute, I don't want that.
Wait a minute.
That's not cool. I definitely thought that was their own Cat Bastion for a second by the looks of it.
I think Peace did too. There's like, oh, that's not mine.
Nope. Cat Cafe, though, will be the ones to move towards the objective first. They will consistently have that advantage, just being on the Malga. But it's this Tracer duel that Cat Cafe are banking on to win. And already, Peace has been struggling, being peppered down by Missin every single turn they have tried to take. He's made sure that he stays far away from this actual fight.
And you can see eventually Cinnabar and Ivory are just going to swing back around, and Wisp has to take chill and just gives a little bit of an alley-oop, and now dives into the back line themselves.
What a rollout there from this Nenwai Wisp duo. That was so fun to watch. I don't think Ivory had nearly as much fun as we did, though. Rest of Cat Cafe decided to dip out. Don't want any more point percentage. Want to take this full fight. No, never mind. They are going to return. Just wanted to wait for a couple of cooldowns. Speaking of cooldowns, he's almost has Pulse Bomb online just as Hattori falls. We'll likely see that one stay in their back pocket for now. Missing. We get a bit of a trade. Won't happen this time.
Yeah, and decides to hold on to the Pulse Bomb, understanding that the fight's probably lost enough to where you don't want to throw in and out like that near the very end. But 45% for Cat Cafe. No ults needed to be thrown in. And now we get a little bit of an ult bonanza here. 4 ults here for Timeless. Soon to be 4 ults here for Cat Cafe. And don't be shocked if Victoria builds hers up pretty quick to make it 5.
And this, again, Cat Cafe are better when it comes to their ult combinations. A lot of Timeless are more individual plays for the most part. Cage fight, that's kind of the gel for this team, but a Peace stick. I'm not sure if that was on the Malga or on the Cinnabar directly, but either way, Timeless X missing. We're getting the job done. A clean team wipe through the opposing Kitsune Rush.
Super clean fight there for Timeless. And you get out the Kitsune Rush as well from Juno, which is a great plus going into this. Granted, you still have to worry about the artillery cage fight combo, but here we go. Wisp is already sent in and almost finds Ivory.
Yeah, and it was kind of a pull out there from Nenwai. Didn't keep Wisp in the sidelines long enough. Self-destruct is there, a sniper. Just ends up tagging Juno with it on the end, just on the ground as it was. But Cat Cafe, and without sniper in the way, no problem really. Picking this point up. Extra percentage, and then why to be gained. It won't quite be final fight here.
No, not quite yet. Just kind of on the verge of it. Instead, Wisp uses their artillery defensively, tries to just break the cage right away to allow the rest of their team out, but just not enough to swing the fight in their favor. So, Mission has another Pulse Bomb. Has to look out though for the defense matrix. Sniper has eaten a few so far this series.
Yeah, Sniper's been on it. That's a hungry diva right there. I like that hungry hippos game, you know? But speaking of hungry, Z's is hungry for blood, specifically Missins. Without that Tracer, it's kind of the catalyst for Cat Cafe. to get these fights going, or rather put pressure to prevent Timeless from taking the fight the way that they want to. This time though, Cat Cafe will get it to final fight territory by the time they return.
Yeah, at least the benefit there is you don't commit anything if you're Cat Cafe. The downside is you don't draw out anything either, though, from Timeless X missing. So you're pretty much exactly where you were entering that last fight. Very early from Ivory, maybe just to get an understanding of where everybody is sitting here near point before the engage actually begins.
10,000% is counting ult from Ivory.
Oh, yeah.
And it doesn't make sure that you can get not only your passion in a good position, but a Tori in the back. Nice stick from Peace. There was a Suzu on the other side. Save goes for missing. Both pulse bombs hit, but no results. But it's Ivory. You can tell the lack of the Suzu is hurting Cat Cafe so much more. This Cage completely disregarded. The sniper throws themselves into the back line and comes up with nearly everybody. 99% is there. As it goes down, Timeless 1 point away from getting the ultimate reverse sweep.
One of the most legendary reverse sweeps potentially we've ever seen in Overwatch Esports. Like, this has been an unbelievable series. Now 1 round away. And now, what are the changes here for Cat Cafe? What can be changed to make this work? You look at the scoreboard here. It is a pretty wide margin from Timeless to Cat Cafe. Sniper is 18 eliminations and 10k damage mitigated in 1 round alone. It's going to be a lot here for Cat Cafe to try and bring back from. Peace has actually gone on to the May to start us off here. So trying to wall off Hitori. It's a little bit more closed in here on this round, so I don't expect this to be used on any other round. But I like this, especially on the bridge. Try and wall off Hitori, get the free elimination.
Yeah, she doesn't exactly have a way out, so she just goes in. I like that energy, Hitori. Unfortunately, it doesn't do you much good. But the boop is there from Cinnabar. Cat Cafe knew that it was looking grim, so they sent it. They were looking for these hero plays. Cinnabar comes up with a massive one. Gives them a chance. And then why? He's managed to live. And with having the tank on point, Cat Cafe just have to give it up.
Yeah, Nenwai, she's just going to hang out for a little bit. Try and speed around Sniper. And it doesn't matter if there's presence on point quite yet, as long as everybody stays together. And
Hitori.
Look at this converge on Hitori. She gets deleted in a second.
That can't keep happening. Nobody else was there, by the way,
No.
from Cat Cafe. This is just weird to see Hitori play like this.
The exhaustion, maybe? Again, we are, what, 5.5 hours now into this
15.
roster playing. Yikes. Yeah, map 15, everybody.
Yeah,
This VOD's gonna go crazy, by the way.
Yeah.
My God.
Like, I'm impressed they've made it this far to keep up competition, but I think you're starting to see some of those slips come in from this team, and not running the Bastion here, or relying on getting some of these off the picks. Z's so far ahead. Let's Kitsune rush. Just lead everybody on a wild goose chase, but that's He's completely not having a great time on this base so far, but the continued target is Hitori. And Cat Cafe have fought every single battle down their tank and may continue to do so. This proceeds to go forward. Sniper has a fully refreshed mech. Great movement there from Cinnabar to get out of that alive and at least make sure Cat Cafe can get some percentage in.
Yeah, forces the rest of Timeless away. Sniper is just going to get healed up by Z and NY. Sound barrier is still here. Blizzard could just get thrown on the point to force another flip. Is trying to find the head there of Ivory, but Ivory not giving the opportunity away.
You absolutely cannot give this one up. Ivory stops the Reaper spree. Responded with a sound barrier, which gets great value because there's also a cage fight from Hitori in the back line. Cinnabar will be up to one of her own. Not before Hitori is just frozen again. He has the major perk up, and unfortunately for Hitori and the rest of Cat Cafe, they are feeling the wrath of their May.
Yeah, one fight away now here for Timeless. Has the artillery and the Kitsune rush available. Cinnabar, she'll have to use that sound barrier just to withstand the rush, but it's only going to last for so long. If they're trying to look for an elimination, it has to be Musin, who is already marked here outside a point.
They have to go here, and now it's last fight for Cafe. If they are going to make a difference, Missin has the pulse bomb in the back pocket. You're already down Juno. The sustain is so low, and it gets the comp that bursts you down. It is not a good feeling at all. Cat Cafe, they fought so hard for this, Jesse. 15 mats this team put in, but it will not be enough. They crumble in the final hour. Timeless X missing pull off one of the best reverse sweeps we have ever seen, and will take the #1 seed in the Calling Hall Euros Championships.
Simply phenomenal from Timeless X missing. The reverse sweep, 6 maps, bringing it all the way around to earn the #1 seed at Champs in a few weeks, and the $2,000 that comes with it during this tournament. Just an unbelievable performance from everybody across the board. Obviously, Peace kind of helped open the door for this team to get back into this series, but then it really felt like Wisps and Nenwai, they took it over the line with a lot of this Cat Bastion shenanigans. I feel awful for Cat Cafe because they played so hard, 15 maps to get to this point, but I think, like we said earlier, just ran out of gas here on Nepal.
Map 15 was the break point, unfortunately, and there's so many opportunities. I know Cat Cafe probably kicking themselves, but they played so well. This is, I think, one of the single most entertaining days of Calling All Heroes we have ever had, and if this is just a taste of what we are going to get when the championships start in just a couple of weeks, then I'm here for this. I am ready. Get me back in. Get me watching these teams, because that gap is seriously closed at the top.
Yeah, it's not like last year we kind of all knew, like me and my friends gaming who won champs, we all kind of expected that to be the result. This year, it really feels like it is anyone's game still. Timeless now, the #1 seed, though, going into those championships. What an unbelievable game that was. And obviously, and again, it just feels like, yes, like champs, but it felt like this was a champs caliber matchup. I can't wait to see this game. Maybe like once, maybe even 2 more times in just a few weeks. It is going to be that good.
So when we get to finals that are best of 7, map 8, anybody?
Oh my God! Don't even.
We should.
It could be map 9. They could play hybrid twice when it's map.
Oh, don't.
It's
okay.
best of 7. I'm just.
Surely that won't be allowed.
Theoretically,
surely that won't be allowed.
I think
let's put
production's
big air
probably
quotes on that
screaming
one.
at me for even to bring that into existence right now.
That'll be the ultimate caster. I'd call it a caster blessing. I'm personally here for that. But what we're also here for is a player interview from the Timeless X Missing rosters. We're going to take a short break, get that all set up, and we'll be back to hear from our first place team. And welcome back after the craziest day of Calling All Heroes we have ever witnessed here on broadcast. A total of 15 maps played across 3 series, and one of them was a sweep, believe it or not. We actually had 2 6-mappers go down today, but we have an interview with our winning roster, Timeless X Missing, who, again, came down 2-0. Peace, you show up in the final hour and pull off one of the most insane reverse sweeps we have ever seen. How are we feeling right now? Let's just start there.
Good. You know, I had to come from Face It. You know, 1-3-0 swiftness on the sword. Don't know if anyone watched that. I actually think I'm still streaming, but my audio's off. Had to come in with the swiftness, win real quick, come help the girls and the gals out, you know, down here. It was awesome. It was awesome.
So I gotta ask, obviously we knew you were playing over there in Face It, which congratulations, by the way, on making it to promotion relegation with Nightmare. How did it feel like going into this series? You come in down 2-0, like what were the vibes like at that point, and how do you feel you all were able to turn this around?
Well, for me, in the series and Face It, not to mention it too much. I know it's like whatever. I played a lot of Vendetta, so coming into tonight, I just said I just want to play Vendetta today. Like I just 3-0'd with super fast on the sword, had no problems, no qualms, no nothing, but really good, really fast. So I wanna bring this here. So I'm gonna talk a lot. I'm gonna take over a lot of the comms. If you even go through like Wisp VOD or Nemwise VOD, I was hard coming a lot. I think I pride myself on. I'm not the main trunk caller on my team, as you probably know, like PK whatever, PK Lep, but I don't get it twisted. I love to talk. I love to control my little minions on the board with my little Zarya bubbles and stuff and all my resources. You know, pocket me, egoist. So I came in bringing the energy today, and I think it showed in everyone's gameplay that when I arrived, and not even like that, but just when I arrived, it felt like everything had been turned up to 10.
Yeah, it definitely felt like it. It seems like just everything started to click. And what does it mean now? Obviously, you guys win this tournament. You get the #1 seed for Champs. How does it feel having that going into Champs in just a few weeks?
You know, it feels good. You know, with college starting soon, you know, I don't want to be stressing about nothing. Everyone's starting to move back and forth. It starts in September, I think. So, you know, we'll be ready for that. Everyone should be moved in, situated, knowing how to play on the new setups and stuff. It'll be a really good time, and I hope to play them again, or whoever makes it to next grand finals in Champs.
Like, yeah, and then kind of touching on that too, because it seems like from what we have seen this weekend, at least, we'll be in a very different place meta-wise as we move into the Champs, of course, with D1 being released plus a patch. I kind of want to get a sense from you, like, how close do you think that it is for the top? Like, do you think you are a shoo-in? Do you think there are teams that can hold even a light to you guys like we saw today?
The interview answer is no, but the real answer is probably yeah. I think because Malga is really strong, it allows a lot of tank players to rely on that. That's like a little bit of flame, but not really. Like Malga's just a very like one. Yeah. It's a very one of one hero. Like even someone like Axe, who I think is very good at Malga. Like even when you ban him, sometimes it's them. Sorry. It's very hard to play against them, and it makes it like even in Face It when I play against Axe, I think I lost my first series against Axe on Amplify until they stopped playing. So my tank does not rely on Malga too much, which is good. Which is why, like, as you see the whole series, we're just dancing around the Malga, like always trying to like, let's play some Zarven, let's play some Diva May, let's play some Sigma this, let's play Ram this. So I think the meta right now does make it very like competitive because Malga is very more macro based. But if I had to say something that's like a little crazy, I think we have the best micro mechanics in the tournament, bar none. And I think that showed when we don't have to play into a Ram v Ram butting heads mirror. That if you put us on the court with the Kyros that actually shoot their guns for a reason, not for the proc fire then pin in, I think we'll win every time.
Awesome. Hey, that is some very good insight. Thank you so much for that. And I do give you guys a pat on the back. I think we can agree that the best micro for a lot of, especially smaller plays and just individual mechanics, really did shine through a lot of these moments in the series. So give yourself a pat on the back as well. And yeah, again, congratulations on taking first place today, guaranteeing that #1 seed for the Calling All Heroes playoffs. And Peace, before we go ahead and let you go, any final words, any shout outs that you'd like to make here on broadcast?
I want to thank my team for stepping up today. I know it's very hard, even if you get like your main starting roster, to come back from a map 5 that, or like a map down 0-2, and then we draw like such a sour, like, oh, even with maybe PC, maybe it's not worth it, maybe it's not possible, but we stuck through it. They listened to my comms. We turned up the intensity. Everyone was, I'm hot. I put on a shirt only for the interview. Like I want to shout out my main team for winning really fast. They told us, I know we know you got some stuff to do, but just try to focus on us today. And I said, you know what, you're right. And the win came naturally, 3-0 very fast. I want to shout out Calling Our Heroes again for happening because it was very unsure last time because there was no real announcement or anything. I want to say thank you to whoever up above for letting this happen again. And thank you just for Overwatch Esports and all the casters and stuff. And self-plug, come check out my stream at P7K. I'm going to be streaming my Face-It relegation match, Grand Finals, 1st to 4. That's it.
There we go. All right, you heard them. Go support Peace, everybody. Absolutely deserve it, and insane player to watch. Thank you so much, Peace, for taking the time to join us on the interview. And Jesse, just like that, I say just like that. This is a long
that's
day
a very long
that we went through.
just like that. Yeah.
Long just like that.
What just an unreal day of Overwatch. Especially here in Calling Our Heroes. That lower bracket final was absolutely insane as we look back one more time at the full bracket. Timeless X Missing didn't really have a whole lot of pushback until this grand final. 6 maps, able to win it there on Nepal, but Cat Cafe has a lot to be proud of. A 3-2 over Extra Oblivione, 3-1 over a very solid Valentine team that I'm actually really excited to see over at Champs, and even a 3-2 over Team Missing X-Ray. Just so much incredible Overwatch.
Yeah, and I think we saw the work that these teams have put in, and I think things will be very different when this next patch comes out. Things will change, and as P said, there are certain metas, certain heroes that can close the gap that might not be there when it comes to the actual playstyle of teams. So we'll wait and see what that looks like within a couple of weeks. But for now, we have wrapped up our day officially, Jesse, for this one to come true. And I gotta say, really happy with how this weekend went.
No, just an unreal weekend of Overwatch. And again, thank you to obviously Ari and Rain who kicked us off this weekend yesterday on stream. Our entire behind the scenes production team, a lot of which who have already kind of tipped considering how long of a day we've had. But everybody behind the scenes, Blizzard, and also of partners over at Runestone for supporting us this weekend.
Yeah, it really does take a village to get broadcasts and tournaments of this size up. And thank you, of course, for you guys as well to coming out to support the Calling All Heroes initiative for the marginalized genders players in esports. And it's been it. I'm Tiny Shiny. It's been Twin Salty. Hope you guys all got your drops. I'm looking forward to seeing them in game. And have a great rest of your weekend.